Chapter 1283. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the story told by the stone pagoda was correct. Otherwise, it would just be a beautiful daydream. So, even though it was tempting to the point of bursting with temptation, Qin quickly wiped away the drool in his mouth and calmed himself down. He took a deep breath and said, "I've made Miss Kangzhu laugh at me." Or, it could be said that she had a clear understanding of the secret she had just revealed. Thus, she remained silent and waited for Qin to respond. In truth, Kangzhu was a bit surprised that Qin was able to restore his composure so quickly. "No, Brother Qin's reaction was much better than I imagined." Qin wasn't in the mood to say anything else, even if he was being praised by a beautiful woman. He said, "Miss Kangzhu, can you give me a guarantee?" Kangzhu shook her head. "I cannot. As I said before, these things are things that I learned after secretly looking through the old ancestors' records. But, at least for now, the contents are basically trustworthy." Qin nodded to express his understanding. His heart was filled with even more excitement. Kangzhu's current attitude was correct. If she had given him a firm guarantee, then Qin would have had a question mark in his heart. Then, the most important thing now was to verify whether or not the story told by the stone pagoda was correct. What do we do next? Kangzhu looked at the 13 ancient creature statues in front of her. She slowly said, "According to the old ancestors' records, in order to find it, one must go to the deepest depths. The vast white is endless, the land where all life is buried." She paused for a moment and then continued, "But this place clearly isn't the deepest." Qin frowned. His eyes fell on the massive cracks beneath the 13 stone statues. Since this place wasn't the deepest, he could only continue downwards. Ever since he stepped into the cracks in the illusion world spider cave, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations to reach this point. If he continued downwards, just how deep was it? After all, this mountain was far too large from the outside, so large that it left one feeling despair. But since he had come this far and heard the story of the stone pagoda, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. "Let's go." Qin reached out and grabbed Kangzhu's hand. The two of them passed through the stone statues and walked towards the closest crack. But as they looked down, they both froze, disbelief on their faces. Because with just a glance, they saw the scene of endless whiteness that Kangzhu had just described. They finally understood why ancestor Kangzhu's records said that all life was buried. White bones, an endless amount of white bones. Looking through the crack, it was impossible to see the edge. They were so thick and densely packed together that it seemed like they covered the entire earth. It was hard to imagine just how many creatures had to be killed for the white bones of their rotting corpses to accumulate into such a terrifying pile. Suddenly, a shriek rang in his ears. It was as if a vengeful spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened by the prying eyes of the two. The sharp cry pierced through his eardrums and instantly caused his ears to ring. His chest felt heavy to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Because this cry seemed to be a single cry at first, but when it entered his ears, he would notice that it was countless sharp cries that fused together. It was filled with indescribable resentment and ruthlessness that almost condensed into substance, and it seemed as if it wanted to drag everything in the world into destruction. Two white bone claws suddenly drilled out from the crack, grabbing onto Qin and Kangzhu's ankles and pulling them towards the crack. The moment Kangzhu was grabbed by the bone claws, her body stiffened. Her exposed skin was instantly covered in a layer of ash white. If one looked carefully, they would discover that her skin was pale white. Beneath it, there seemed to be air currents surging around, constantly eroding away at her body. "I was too careless." Qin paled. When he faced the 13 ancient creature statues, he had to face the tribulation of tempering his heart. Since this crack in the ground led straight to the land of white bones, how could it not have some killing method? But this time, what he encountered with Kangzhu was an extremely terrifying curse strength. It instantly sealed away his soul and then corroded his flesh and blood. If he couldn't resist it, his body would soon rot away and he would become one of the countless bones that fell from the crack in the ground. The only consolation was that although the curse that came from the endless bones was terrifying, Qin wasn't completely defenseless. The moment that the bone claws grabbed him, A purple mark lit up between Qin Yu's eyebrows. In the next moment, the phantom of a boundless blood sea appeared with Qin Yu at the center. Countless sea monster phantoms appeared, all of them rearing their heads back and roaring at the heavens. In the endless sea, Qin Yu had slaughtered all the sea beasts there to forcefully break the sea spirit's curse and smoothly condense the curse mark. At this time, the curse mark began to take effect. It resisted and even backlashed against the curse that came from the endless bones. As if they were stung by pain, countless roars suddenly echoed from the land where billions of bones were buried. Then, cracking sounds rang out, as if hailstones were raining down from the sky and entering everyone's ears. The countless piles of bones began to shiver, as if they were about to awaken from their deep slumber. Qin Yu's ears buzzed and his consciousness was instantly lifted up. With a strong sense of weightlessness, he crossed through the layers of fog. Suddenly, his field of vision brightened. The blazing hot sun above his head caused him to subconsciously narrow his eyes. Then, he was stunned by the countless pained and desperate roars coming from the ground. On the ground, countless lives were crazily fleeing like animals. But, they had been blocked off in all directions by incomparably powerful ancient life forms. They were like powerless waves crashing into a sturdy shore, powerlessly smashing into it. Fresh blood. Countless drops of fresh blood splattered through the air. The ancient era's organisms were crazily slaughtering without the slightest scruple. The earth had already been dyed red. Under the illumination of the blazing and bright sunlight, even the sky was dyed red. Suddenly, a roar exploded between the heavens and earth. Qin Yu's eyes widened because he could understand the will contained within this voice. Although it was only a single roar, it released a terrifying curse strength. In that instant, death arrived upon all the struggling, fleeing, and roaring lives. They cried out in despair or begged for mercy, but none of this was able to affect their final fate. Death arrived as expected. Like grass being crushed by a strong gust of wind, they fell to the ground and died. Their flesh and blood rapidly decayed, fusing into the earth. All that was left over were white bones that piled up together in a miserable and terrifying manner. Qin Yu's eyes widened. His intuition told him that what he was seeing now was something that truly happened in the distant past. Because of some unknown reason, the ancient life forms launched a massacre, creating the terrifying scene of white bones that he and Kangju saw through the crack in the earth. Just who was that roar just now? How could it possess such a terrifying might that it was able to curse and kill trillions of lives? Qin Yu looked towards the source of the voice. Then, he saw a terrifying 100,000-foot-tall body surrounded by countless ancient life forms, as if it were supporting the entire world. There were 10,000 eyes densely packed on its terrifying body. At this time, it seemed as if it had consumed too much of its strength. Their eyes were half closed, incomparably dim. Right before Qin Yu's eyes. The moment his gaze fell on the 10,000-eyed giant beast, it seemed to sense something. With a deep roar, all its eyes opened. An intense sense of crisis instantly flooded his mind. A feeling of rapidly sinking came over him. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his consciousness returned to his body. A stabbing pain spread through his body. He looked down at his hands and saw that the flesh and blood of one of his fingers had completely decayed, revealing white bone. This was the power of the curse that erupted from the 10,000-eyed giant beast just now? But it was clearly just an illusion. At most, it was something that happened in the distant past, but it actually possessed true killing intent. Moreover, Qin Yu's consciousness had returned to his body the moment he was discovered. It was highly likely that he had only been slightly contaminated by the power of the curse. Just like this, the flesh and blood of one of his fingers had decayed, and this was on top of the fact that there was a curse mark on it. If it were any other cultivator who had been contaminated by a bit more of the power of the curse, they would likely have turned into a pile of bones in the blink of an eye. Terrifying and inconceivable. Qin Yu's heart raced like thunder. It wasn't just because he had inexplicably brushed shoulders with death just now, but because he had a premonition that something incomparably terrifying was about to happen. Bang, bang, the earth violently shook. Loud rumbling sounds echoed out from the cracks in the earth, as if countless hands were trying to tear them apart. Crash, crash in the cave, The stone statues shattered into countless pieces along with the tremors. Some of them had completely turned into stone, while some of them still had a few white bones left. The moment these bones fell down, they flew into the cracks, as if they could feel some intense summoning. Qin Yu discovered that the bone claw grabbing onto his ankle had already disappeared. There was no time to think. He turned and grabbed the hidden bead. Then, he rapidly drew backwards. The moment he left, an incomparably massive stone fell where the two of them were. As Qin Yu retreated, he looked up and his pupils shrank. He saw that the 13 ancient life-form stone statues had cracks all over them. The large stone that had fallen down was a stone that had fallen off from one of them. As Qin Yu's eyes fell on this stone statue, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. A roar seemed to cross the endless years, filled with the tyrannical aura of ancient times. The 13 stone statues that had been transformed into ancient life forms for an unknown number of years were now resurrected. Bang, bang, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The stone covering their bodies fell to the ground. They roared out, their gazes piercing through the cracks in the ground and looking at the endless white bones. It was as if their sole purpose for existing here was to suppress this land of white bones so that they would never be able to escape. Beneath the cracks in the earth, the roars and shaking of the land of white bones gradually subsided, as if they feared the 13 ancient life forms that had just been resurrected. But at this time, no one discovered that where Qin Yu had been struck by the giant stone, there was a common-looking patch of blood on the ground that was rapidly being absorbed by the earth. This was when he had been swept by the 10,000-eyed great beast's curse power. The flesh and blood on one of his fingers had decayed and dripped down. In the next moment, the resistance from the land of white bones that was about to subside erupted once more with a shrill roar. It was like a terrifying volcano that had awakened. It could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 1284. The cracks in the ground shattered and a giant bone hand reached out. It pressed down on the ground and pulled out its body. It was like an awakened bone giant. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this giant was formed from countless bones intertwining with each other. Bang, bang, the earth shattered and bone giants rose up one after another. There were exactly the same number of ancient life forms that were being revived outside. They opened their mouths and roared. 13 pairs of empty eye sockets locked onto Qin Yu. Even though he had passed the heart-tempering tribulation, the hairs on his back still stood up. His first thought was that these bone giants were coming for him. His complexion paled. But reality was different from what he thought. The bone giants didn't have any good intentions towards him. Qin Yu was sure that his senses weren't wrong, but it just so happened that they were helping him. The world above his head darkened. With a loud explosion, a sharp claw that smashed towards Qin Yu was blocked by a white bone arm. The ancient life form shaped like a giant turtle angrily roared. But before it could attack again, it was entangled by a bone giant. Like a fuse that ignited the entire war, the slaughter between the ancient life form and the bone giants erupted. The interior of the giant cave was immediately covered by a terrifying shockwave of strength, recklessly destroying everything. The ancient life form wanted to kill him and the bone giants wanted to save him. But whether they wanted to kill him or save him, Qin Yu didn't know the reason. He only knew that he had to leave this place. Otherwise, if he was sucked into the battle between the two sides, the consequences wouldn't be good. Kill him. A low and deep voice suddenly sounded out. It was actually human language that he could understand. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He turned his head and looked at the thousand-eyed evil monster that had spoken. If its body was slightly larger and its 1,000 eyes increased to 10,000, it would be exactly the same as the 10,000-eyed behemoth that had cursed and killed billions of living beings with a single roar. Could it be that it was a descendant of its bloodline? A loud sound suddenly exploded above their heads. The stone pillars that had landed on the bodies of the 13 ancient beasts all shattered and fell to the ground, revealing the energy transmission channel that Zhongzhu had said was hidden inside countless silver tree branches. There were no leaves, and the densely packed branches were like dried bones intertwined with each other. The moment Qin Yu saw these silver branches, his heart shrank. He immediately thought back to the silver roots he had encountered not too long ago. Could this be the root system of the silver tree in front of him? If that was really the case, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He stomped his feet and rapidly drew backwards. In the next moment, the ground where he stood rumbled loudly. Countless silver branches condensed into long whips and smashed the ground. Space law. Sure enough, his guess was right. The silver roots came from this kind of silver tree. As the bone giant awoke and the silver tree joined in the encirclement of Qin Yu, the strength blocking the mountain suddenly vanished. The many cultivators that were blocked outside and couldn't find a way to enter even after racking their brains for a long time immediately revealed looks of joy. There was no time to think about why the barrier had suddenly disappeared. Whistling sounds rang out as figures charged into the mountain. The longer he observed, the more certain he was that there was a great secret hidden in this mountain, a great fortuitous encounter. There might be risks, but there was no such thing as a pie that fell from the heavens. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to pay the price. Towards this, cultivators often calmly considered it. Was there a need to hesitate now? Perhaps there was a need, but in these days, everyone was competing to be first. Cultivation was also a struggle to be first on a single log bridge. If one fell a step behind today, then tomorrow they would fall a step behind. If they fell behind step by step, then how could they ever stand out one day? No one retreated, and no one was willing to retreat. The elder senior apprentice brother sighed. Let's go in. In all fairness, he didn't want to take any risks, and the mountain in front of him didn't give him a good feeling. But life was like this. How could everything go according to one's will? There were always some things that you didn't want to do, but you still had to do them. Lei Xiaoyu quietly licked her lips. She could smell some incomparably wondrous flavor in the mountain in front of her. If she was lucky enough to find it, she might be able to obtain relief. Whoosh, whoosh, the two people from the peach garden howled out. Nystalker, who had been vaguely locking onto Qin Yu and Qin Yu this entire time, suddenly grinned, revealing an icy cold grin. Danger was good. Only a sufficiently terrifying place would be able to smoothly swallow up a character like the Peach Garden's elder senior apprentice brother. He, Netherworld Nystalker, was never someone who would remember a loss in his heart. As long as there was a chance he wouldn't miss it. Let's go. With a loud shout, he howled out. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince revealed a hesitant look. He was on good terms with his elder senior apprentice brother, but the Netherworld Holy Lands were powerful and also not to be provoked. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed, let's go too. He chose to watch from the sidelines and allow both sides to rely on their own methods. Some people noticed the undercurrents surging between the cultivators of the Peak Holy Lands. Some people didn't care about this and only wanted to obtain some harvests as soon as possible. But whether it was those who were paying attention, those who were secretly anticipating, or those who were wholeheartedly searching for lucky chances, they soon discovered that they should be more concerned about their own safety. Before they could take a single step into the mountain, a massive shadow soared into the skies. This shadow was mixed with countless crimson motes of light. As they approached, they discovered that it was actually an incomparably massive swarm of mosquitoes. Each mosquito was the size of an adult's arm. Their black mouthparts flashed with an icy luster that left one's heart racing. In an instant, they wrapped around the cultivators that flew into the mountain. Ah! Screw off. Be careful of their mouthparts. I've been stabbed. It's poisonous. Save me, save me. Those that were able to overcome all sorts of dangers to arrive at the mountain were all outstanding figures amongst the cultivators of the Lost Garden. And those that had the qualifications to enter the Lost Garden, besides having a strong background, were also amongst the peak existences of the Saint Tao Circle. Everyone present could be said to be the cream of the crop. But, such a group of cultivators had suffered a bloody lesson as soon as they entered the mountain. Screams, roars, howls of despair, as the swarm of mosquitoes flapped their wings and flew away, over a dozen withered corpses scattered about. Everyone's pupils shrank and their faces paled. Although they had already expected that this mountain would be extremely terrifying, the degree of terror far surpassed their expectations. A mere swarm of mosquitoes that could be casually exterminated had actually forcefully taken away the lives of over a dozen powerful cultivators in a short period of time. Eldest senior apprentice brother looked up at the endless mountains. He slowly said, "This place is extremely ominous. Lei Xiaoyu's pupils shrank. She didn't doubt her eldest senior apprentice brother's judgment at all, but the words extremely ominous still exceeded her expectations. She had followed her master and passed through countless mystic realms and danger zones of the vast young world. If even her eldest senior apprentice brother judged this mountain to be extremely ominous, just how dangerous could it be? Lei Xiaoyu didn't dare to be certain, but she knew that of those that entered the mountain, there wouldn't be many that would ultimately walk out alive. Her eyes flashed and fear appeared on her face. She carefully shrunk her neck. Eldest senior apprentice brother, I'm afraid. Let's go first. Eldest senior apprentice brother greatly admired his junior apprentice sister's acting skills. At least in his opinion, it was flawless and flawless. With his understanding of his junior apprentice sister, putting in so much effort to put on an act meant that she already had a plan in mind. If anyone believed her, they would surely suffer a great loss. With so many people gathered together, we are indeed too big of a target. Let's go. Eldest senior apprentice brother turned and left. The two people in the peach garden quickly left. Yixing stared in the direction they left, his eyes dark and uncertain. In the end, he suppressed his greed and killing intent that lingered in his heart. He could kill people at any time, but lucky chances didn't come often. In particular, this mountain in front of him. When he was outside the mountain, he had already sensed it. But once he truly entered the mountain, he discovered just how alluring its aura was. Although he didn't have a clear sense of it, Yixing could confirm that if he could obtain what was hidden within this mountain, killing the eldest senior apprentice brother of the peach garden would be as easy as turning his hand. Which was more important was obvious with a single glance. Let's go. With a loud shout, Yixing turned and sped away. He temporarily put aside his personal grudges. He wanted to find out the true secrets hidden within this mountain. Everyone quickly dispersed, like fish swimming in the deep sea, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not even a ripple was made. Most of them had the same thoughts as Netherworld Yixing, to seek out lucky chances within the mountain and increase their cultivation boundaries. But what they didn't know was that the mountain today was far more dangerous than it had been in the past. It was like a horrifying maw filled with fangs. As long as it gently chewed, it could easily chew them into a pile of broken bones and rotting meat. This was because someone had already touched upon the most sensitive nerve of the ancient life forms. They would inevitably erupt with a backlash that could destroy all. And this person was Qin Yu, who was currently hiding deep underground in the furnace. Facing the silver tree that grasped the space laws, wanting to escape was impossible. Moreover, the space within the mountain was locked down by an invisible strength. Even if Qin Yu clenched his teeth and took the risk, he still wouldn't be able to use the space laws to tear through space and escape. If he couldn't escape, then if he fought, if he could resolve the hidden dangers of his body of rules and thoroughly digest the spirit snake's strength, then perhaps he could. But in this situation, he could only hide until the wind blew over. Bang air bang, deep thumping sounds accompanied the trembling of the furnace. Countless silver branches wildly lashed out at it. Fortunately, the furnace's defenses were sufficiently tyrannical. For a short period of time, it didn't show any signs of breaking. It could be considered as having fallen into a stalemate. But Qin Yu knew that this stalemate wouldn't last for long. Moreover, the bone giant was clearly at a disadvantage in its battle with the ancient life forms. It was only by relying on its body of bones that it was able to repair itself that it was barely able to delay them. Even the furnace would eventually exhaust its strength. He had to think of a way to escape from here. But before Qin Yu could think of a way, the thousand-eyed evil beast roared once more. There was a loud explosion from the ceiling of the cave and countless cracks appeared. Then, giant rocks came crashing down with the force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Then, a dense mass of silver roots drilled out from the cracks in the rocks and rushed towards the furnace without hesitation. Unlike the silver branches that wildly lashed out, the silver roots directly wrapped around the furnace. Then, they wrapped around it in layers and tightened like chains, crazily squeezing inwards. This could clearly cause an even greater degree of damage. The furnace emitted loud cracking sounds and tiny cracks began to appear on its surface. The thousand-eyed evil beast roared even louder. Then, in the next moment, all of the silver roots that wrapped around the furnace began to burn. These flames were a blazing silvery white, and seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying corrosive power. In the blink of an eye, countless lines were carved onto the surface of the furnace. Then, they grew deeper and deeper, as if they wanted to forcefully melt the entire furnace. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He took a deep breath and turned. Kang Zhu, did your family's old ancestor record where that terrifying life form's corpse is? If he couldn't obtain an answer, his only choice was to run away. He was unwilling, but no matter what, preserving his life was number one. Luckily, this sort of melodramatic plot didn't occur. The old ancestor that Kang Zhu spoke of was someone who would finish what he started. There were no gaps in his records. Facing Qin Yu's question, Kang Zhu knew that the situation was dangerous and time was of the essence. She nodded. From the land of white bones as the starting point, past the great beast and the silver sea, you will eventually arrive at the black altar. There, you will see. She lifted a hand and pointed upwards. So, if I'm not wrong, it is there. The great beast was right in front of him. Was the silver sea referring to the silver tree in front of him? Qin Yu didn't know the answer and he didn't have time to confirm it. He turned his hand and took out the fragment. A calm and familiar voice echoed in his ears. Do you need protection? He needed it. He needed it far too much. Without hesitation, Qin Yu chose to confirm it. But this time, he made some changes. Since it could speak, although it was just a mechanical sentence, he should be able to recognize some simple thoughts, right? He really hoped that it was possible. Qin Yu didn't have full confidence. He could only desperately think. Attack above his head, and then, he glanced at Kang Zhu and pointed upwards with all his strength. As if he needed time to digest and consider the meaning that Qin Yu wanted to express, the burning fragment in his palm paused for a breath of time before it quietly disintegrated. Then, a column of fire suddenly appeared. It was like a volcano erupting with magma, like a flaming arrow shooting into the heavens, instantly shooting far away. The temperature in the air didn't rise at all because of the column of fire. It seemed as if all of its strength was concentrated within itself. Because it was focused, it was terrifying. Wherever the column of fire went, everything it touched would instantly turn to ashes. Whether it was rock, silver roots, or silver branches, everything in front of it was as fragile as an ant. None of them could resist the might that it released in the slightest. It was truly unstoppable, truly crushing all. Kang Zhu stiffened. She looked at Qin Yu in a daze. From the very start, she was sure that Qin Yu still had cards in his hands. It wasn't just because he was calm and composed in this dangerous situation, but also because she had spent 100 years together in her heart tribulation. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of trust and understanding towards this man beside her. But now, when Qin Yu truly revealed his cards, she still couldn't help but be stunned. Her entire mind shivered, and along with it, there was even a trace of inexplicable pride that existed within her. She lifted a hand and pointed in a direction. He lifted his hand and the column of fire shot into the heavens. Looking at Qin Yu's red face reflected in the flames, Kang Zhu unconsciously fell into a daze. But what Kang Zhu didn't know was that in her eyes, the calm and cold Qin Yu with his straight eyebrows were actually tumbling in the depths of his heart. Although he already had the experience of activating the fragment once, the terrifying might it erupted with this time still left him dumbfounded. Luckily, tempering the heart was effective in the end. Qin Yu quickly suppressed the shaking in his heart. His first thought was that he could put away the furnace with just a thought, otherwise it might have been ruined by now. Then, he grabbed the hidden bead and shot into the skies. Without any hesitation, he followed the path that the column of fire blasted out, flying straight upward. Roar! The angry roar of the thousand-eyed evil monster echoed out from behind him. Its twisted silver roots and branches tried to block Qin Yu once more, but just as they drilled into the path that the column of fire blasted out, they began to burn once more. It seemed as if wherever the column of fire passed, there would still be remnants of its might. Anyone that tried to provoke it would be destroyed. Just how tyrannical was this? Eggshell. If this fragment was really just an eggshell, then it absolutely came from a pre-celestial spirit. because besides this, Qin found it hard to imagine what other life form in this world could contain such a terrifying strength in even a tiny eggshell fragment. In other words, the story that the stone pagoda told him before was likely true, and he was now on his way to the altar. The corpse of an adult pre-celestial spirit, it was also the turning point for Qin to repair his flaws and complete his transformation. If he could obtain it, he would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. His heart raced like thunder and a burning heat burned in his chest. But Qin eyes became increasingly calm, like ice in the cold wind. This was because he knew just what he was thinking. If everything was true, then the corpse of the pre-celestial spirit was the foundation that maintained the existence of the lost garden. It was the final effort of the ancient life forms to maintain their bloodline. If he took away this corpse, the lost garden would no longer exist. This also meant that the plans of the ancient life forms would completely vanish. How could they be willing? The resurrected 13 formidable ancient life forms as well as the existence of the silver tree proved that even after the endless years, the ancient life forms still possessed a formidable strength. Qin's intuition told him that this strength wasn't just what he saw. If he wanted more, he would have to bear more. Although it seemed that he was close to success, the process wouldn't be smooth. In fact, if he was careless or if his luck was bad, he would completely bury himself. But now, he wouldn't retreat. He had nowhere to retreat to. Accelerate, accelerate, and continue to accelerate. Qin didn't know how long the eggshell's strength could be maintained for. He could only do everything he could to rush higher and further. He no longer cared about avoiding suspicion. He hugged the hidden pearl tightly to his chest, and all the power in his body exploded. On the surface of his body, there were light crackling sounds as wounds appeared, but they immediately healed and disappeared in the next moment. The ultra-high-intensity eruption had destroyed the thick clothes that Qin had put on his body. The hidden dangers of his body of rules had appeared. But his eyes remained calm, without a single ripple in them. This was because at this moment, besides sensing the dangers ahead, there was also a vague thought that gradually appeared in his heart. As long as he could reach that corpse, there would be nothing that could kill him. Chapter 1285. So, this was the Silver Sea. Qin could see countless silver roots weaving together. There were far too many of them, so many that when they gathered together, they formed a silver sea. As he looked down, he couldn't see the end. The pillar of fire shot into the skies, instantly smashing into it. The silver roots that formed the silver sea were instantly turned to ashes by the flames. It was like these flames represented the most terrifying destructive strength in the world, something that nothing could stop. Even the silver sea would be pierced through. But at this time, Qin came to a sudden stop. He looked up at the silver sea and his pupils violently shrank. In the next moment, a deep roar exploded in the silver sea. Countless silver roots were torn apart and a terrifying giant arm stretched out, grabbing onto the towering pillar of fire. The roar of pain rose, like billowing thunderclaps. The entire silver sea began to boil and the terrifying giant arm was dripping with blood. But at this time, the pillar of fire vanished from sight. It hadn't been scattered, but its strength had been nearly exhausted to begin with. And, this giant arm that drilled out from the silver sea seemed to possess some sort of ability that could contend with its destructive strength. Of course, it was only at the initial stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been burned to such a miserable state by the pillar of fire that was about to run out of energy. Bang! The silver sea exploded, and an extremely terrifying figure walked out from within. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Currently, only one of its arms was injured. As it stepped out of the silver sea, its 6 eyes instantly locked onto Qin. It opened its mouth and emitted a cruel roar. This was likely the other strength of ancient life forms that he had speculated about before. Qin felt that his speculations were far too accurate. Everything he said was true. He sighed inwardly and revealed a helpless expression. Indeed, in the end, he had fallen to the point where he had to risk his life naked. It was just that this step was far too challenging. Once he took it, there was no turning back. Either he succeeded or he died. Kang Zhu. She stared blankly at the giant that stepped out from the silver sea. Her eyes widened with fear. She subconsciously nodded and turned to look at Qin Yu. Reflected in her eyes was his calm face and his even calmer eyes. But from this calmness, Kang Zhu could feel a ruthless decisiveness and ruthlessness. At this moment, the feeling Qin Yu gave her was that of a trapped beast that was about to go all out. Hugging him tightly, Kang Zhu subconsciously shook her head. Her mouth moved, but before she could say anything, Qin Yu interrupted her. If something happens to me and you can leave here alive, I hope that you can make a trip to the peach blossom garden and give this jade pendant to the garden master. He passed the jade pendant to her and faintly smiled. I am Brother Qin. I am Qin Yu. I hope we can meet again. In the end, they had only known each other for 100 years in a dream. He felt that he needed to tell her his name. Pushing away the hidden pearl, Qin Yu looked up at the giant in the silver sea and stepped forwards. Ever since he had entered the lost garden, he had been constantly being hunted down and forced to flee. His life was truly miserable. Likely, the living beings in this world created by ancient era's organisms did not know exactly what sort of person they had provoked. The Saint Dao wasn't cool. Of course, it was the type that was so cool that it was about to explode. But I've killed before, and I've killed more than one. Including the true sage puppet body from before, there are 3 divine Daos who have fallen in my hands. So what if you are a giant in the silver sea? Your master no longer obeys the will of the heavens and has been eliminated by the vast young world. Leaving you here is useless. Today, allow me to send you on your way. I will sweep all of these eliminated wastes into the garbage heap. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Yu's body. His figure wildly rose. 1,000 feet. 10,000 feet. 50,000 feet. 80,000 feet. 100,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant that supported the heavens. This was called the Abyssal Titan. It was the most ancient and most terrifying hunter from the Abyss world. Compared to the history of the vast young world and the Abyss world, the vanished Abyssal Titan could be compared to the ancient era's organisms. Both sides could be considered equal in status. With Qin Yu's own strength, it was impossible for him to transform into a 100,000-foot tall Abyssal Titan. What he relied on now was the eruption of his body of laws. As was said before, an incomplete body of laws was still a body of laws. Although there were hidden dangers of collapse, if one completely let go of this, it was enough to allow one to erupt with strength that was far more tyrannical and terrifying than when one was in a perfect state. Of course, the price one had to pay was so heavy that it was hard to bear. A complete eruption was the same as the body of laws opening up an irreversible self-disintegration, similar to the self-detonation of a cultivator. However, a body of laws was far too strong. So strong that even in an incomplete state, the entire self-detonation process could still be controlled to a certain degree. Although it would still end in destruction in the end, before he completely destroyed himself, it was enough to help Qin Yu release a terrifying might that could destroy the heavens and earth. It had to be known that an Abyssal Titan's body was 100,000 feet tall and they were existences on the level of the Titan Sovereign. When the Abyss was in its initial stages of formation, they were the most terrifying hunters in the entire Abyss, capable of easily exterminating any life. The 100,000-foot tall Abyssal Titan that Qin Yu transformed into, although it was impossible for him to truly possess strength comparable to the Titan Sovereign, it still gave him the qualifications to fight with the giant in the Silver Sea. Roar! With a loud roar, the 100,000-foot tall Abyssal Titan plunged into the Silver Sea without hesitation and collided with the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. The two 100,000-foot tall Abyssal Titans fought. Although their fists and feet seemed rough, every movement they made was able to erupt with a terrifying strength that left one in despair. Although the Silver Sea was the home field of the 3-headed, 6-armed giant, the Silver Roots didn't have the qualifications to interfere in the battle between the two Abyssal Titans. This was because even the space laws had been thoroughly destroyed by the terrifying strength that burst forth from the battle. Although the Silver Roots themselves were tough enough, they weren't enough at all. Just being touched by them in the slightest would cause them to instantly disintegrate. Hidden Pearl was pushed far away to avoid being sucked into the Silver Sea. Her eyes widened as she watched the fierce battle erupt above her head, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Peach Garden. Qin Yu, Although she hadn't left the East Sea for a long time, as someone who had risen like a comet in the Holy Tao Circle, she had certainly heard of this name. So he was Qin Yu, the one who was feared and envied by countless people, the one who had obtained the heart of Peach Garden's Peach Girl. Peach Girl, this was Peach Garden. Looking at the entire vast young world, just how many women could compare with her? Hidden Pearl, there was no comparison between the two of them. One was a proud daughter of heaven who was doted upon by countless people, and the other was a pitiful woman who had lived in schemes and plots since the day she was born. But at the very least, there was one point, and that was that the two of them had similar gazes. They could both see the most outstanding men, and if one thought about it carefully, it seemed that she held a slight advantage. She had already spent 100 years with this man as a mortal. Although this was only the heart-tempering tribulation and Qin Yu had told her that the past was in the past, everything that had happened was still in his mind and it was impossible for him to truly erase it. Thinking back to when they were in the East Sea, Tanhai had also said some disgruntled words. The general idea was that even if Qin Yu managed to slay a saint, he still wouldn't have the qualifications to be matched with Peach Garden's Peach Girl. She didn't know about other places, but there were many echoes of these words in the East Sea. It was said that some of the youths of the East Sea Dragon Palace were dissatisfied with Qin Yu becoming Peach Garden's son-in-law. If they could see what was happening in front of them right now, would they tactfully shut their mouths? Hidden Pearl clenched her fists. She looked at Qin Yu, who had transformed into a 100,000-foot tall giant. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would have thought that he was still hiding such terrifying methods? At this time, with the strength that Qin Yu erupted with, he could slaughter a saint, with just a flip of his hand. He might even be able to fight someone on the level of a true parameter saint. So this was Qin Yu's greatest strength. Even though his reputation had risen and his fame had spread through the heavens, no one knew of his true strength. But to Qin Yu, this must have been a tremendous burden, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to erupt with power at the last moment when he was in a desperate situation. At this moment, a heavy burden of responsibility surged in Hidden Pearl's heart. Her eyes revealed a firm look. No matter what, she had to ensure his safety after he fell into a weakened state. First, it was struck by the pillar of fire, nearly piercing through it. Now, it had to withstand the terrifying rampage of the two 100,000-foot tall giants. The Silver Sea had been severely wounded, and with the land of white bones rioting and the 13 ancient life forms reviving, the suppressive system of the entire mountain nearly collapsed. Thus, as if an earthquake had erupted deep underground, the entire heaven-supporting mountain began to violently shake. Loud cracking sounds filled the ears as the earth crazily broke apart, creating massive fissures. The living beings in the mountain were shrouded in fear. They fled in panic, as if they expected that something horrifying was about to erupt. A formidable swallowing strength erupted from the fissures in the earth. This swallowing strength targeted flesh and blood beings. Once they were sucked in, they could forget about escaping. Countless living beings in the mountain, as well as cultivators that had rushed into the mountain, roared in anger as they were pulled in. Then, countless silver lights exploded in front of them. The Silver Sea that had been repeatedly wounded split apart into massive silver roots that rushed forwards. It needed to absorb enough flesh and blood strength in order to restore the damage it had suffered. This was because the greatest terror wasn't the battle between the two 100,000-foot tall giants, but the existence that was suppressed above them. As the Silver Sea was wounded, it began to gradually show signs of awakening. Roar with a pained roar, an incomparably formidable ancient creature's massive body was instantly covered by silver roots. It wasn't even able to resist. With the sound of chewing and swallowing, it completely vanished from sight, not even a bone left behind. Without pausing, the silver roots completed their hunt and swallowed. Then, they howled out and rushed towards their next prey. And now, it wasn't just the ancient creatures that were being attacked and killed. Compared to them, the cultivators that were slightly better off were also suffering massive casualties. Eldest senior apprentice brother punched out a fist. Space violently twisted, as if an invisible wave swept out. All of the silver roots that rushed towards him were instantly sucked in and torn to pieces. Lei Xiaoyu stood behind him, her complexion pale. But, There was a kind of morbid excitement in her eyes. A grand scene, a truly grand scene, the space laws, a root that has grasped the space laws. Suddenly, she looked up. In front of her, there was an even deeper silver field, and her eyes widened. Eldest senior apprentice brother, there is something inside. It is a truly big fellow, and it seems to be fighting each other. These fluctuations are so strong that they leave one in despair. Her voice trembled and her body shivered. But, on her pale face, 2 red clouds appeared. It was as if the more thrilling and terrifying the situation, the more excited she became. Eldest senior apprentice brother revealed a helpless look. He really couldn't understand his junior apprentice sister's strange mentality. No one knew what was happening in this situation, so why did she have to act like this? But now clearly wasn't a good time to discuss this question. Eldest senior apprentice brother looked deep into the silver sea. He could also feel the fluctuations erupting from there. It was indeed terrifying, so terrifying that but he didn't want to, not at all. He didn't want to risk his life if he could. He grabbed Lei Xiaoyu and turned to leave. Let's hide a little further away. Who cared what they were fighting against? Joining in on the fun was a stupid choice. As for what to do next, in truth he had no idea. He could only act according to the situation. Eldest senior apprentice brother, there is no room for discussion. As the 2 people in the peach garden retreated, Yuming Yeshing made the complete opposite choice. There was no other reason. The phrase "the fisherman reaping the benefits" was enough to explain why he made this choice. As the saying went, when 2 tigers fought, one was bound to be wounded. And more importantly, if there weren't sufficient benefits to drive them, would terrifying existences of this level fight with their lives on the line? This was clearly impossible. Although intelligence and strength weren't completely proportional, an existence that possessed absolutely terrifying strength wouldn't be stupid. Everyone here was intelligent, so there were many cultivators that made the same choice as Yeshing. They slowly approached. It was true that they had greed in their hearts, but no one dared to recklessly barge in. After repelling the encirclement of the silver roots many times, they finally saw the scene of 2 100,000-foot giants fighting in the distance. Deep in their hearts, they already had some expectations. A battle that could cause the entire silver sea to tremble was bound to be astonishing. But, the scene in front of them still caused everyone to subconsciously widen their eyes in shock and disbelief. One had 3 heads and 6 arms, like an ancient demon god. The other was covered in black scale armor, like a guardian of hell. Where the 2 sides fiercely fought, space twisted between their fists and feet. All rules were destroyed, leaving behind only absolute strength. No one tried to approach, because they could clearly see the fate of being sucked into the silver roots. Without the slightest ability to resist, they were directly smashed to pieces. As for those who had already fought against the silver roots many times, they had a clear understanding of its quality and defensive abilities. Thus, their hearts trembled even more, and their gazes towards the 200,000-foot-tall giants became even more respectful. But beneath this all was unconcealable greed and heat. The more terrifying the 2 sides were, the more precious the object they were fighting for was. If both sides died together, or if one was dead and the other was injured, then in truth, they still had a chance. At this time, the black-scaled giant suddenly roared out loud. He raised his fist and punched out. A wild strength erupted from this punch. Like a boulder falling into the sea, it set off raging waves that destroyed everything. The silver roots wildly shattered and instinctively fled in all directions. The hidden cultivators subconsciously shrunk their necks. But in the next moment, the awe on their faces froze. Then, it turned into endless excitement and heat. This was because as the giant punched out, the silver sea was temporarily broken apart. They could vaguely see an incomparably massive black shadow. It was like a lonely island floating on the silver sea. Although it was only a blurry phantom, the aura it released was like a hungry and thirsty person finally finding a distant oasis in the desert. This was a kind of attraction that came from the soul and marrow. Without any evidence, it was enough for them to unhesitatingly believe that there was something above that black shadow that could change their lives. And it was because of this thing that the 2 terrifying 100,000-foot giants in front of them were crazily slaughtering each other. They needed to wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits. Moreover, looking at the current situation, the result might not be what they wanted to see. There might even be an accident. After all, this was the principle of delay, is the fear of change. Moreover, they had already seen that black shadow. Perhaps this was their chance, so why not take advantage of the two 100,000-foot giants' battle and rush in first? This was a question, but there was no need to consider it any further. This was because Night Walker had already used his actions to give them the answer. Bang in the Silver Sea, as the two 100,000-foot giants fought, a cultivator from the outside cut through the sea. Chapter 1286. The elder senior apprentice brother who had pulled Lei Xiaoyu away without any reluctance changed his mind without hesitation when he saw the shadow above the Silver Sea. He bitterly smiled. Then, he took a deep breath and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Since we can't hide, let's go over. Lei Xiaoyu curled her lips. Elder senior apprentice brother's fickle speed is quite fast. This shadow isn't normal. The peach garden cannot miss it. Without further explanation, the elder senior apprentice brother grabbed Lei Xiaoyu and stepped forwards. He raised his hand and slashed upwards. Bang! His fingers formed a sword and the Silver Sea was split in half. In front of the elder senior apprentice brother, those terrifying and powerful silver roots were nothing more than chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Lei Xiaoyu was pulled upwards. As she looked at the elder senior apprentice brother's back, warmth filled her eyes. Although she was ranked 7th in the Peach Garden, the truth was that she should have known the head disciple of the Peach Garden even earlier than her second senior apprentice brother. Although knowing him for a long time didn't mean that one could understand him, her elder senior apprentice brother wasn't a complicated person. Thus, after so many years, she had a rough understanding of him. The so-called Peach Garden cannot miss it. These words might be able to fool outsiders, but she didn't believe a single one of them. Her elder senior apprentice brother was like this. Even if he treated others well, he was afraid that others would find out so they wouldn't feel pressured. The reason he had cut open the Silver Sea was likely to save her. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded, just this attitude was enough to make one cherish him. Lei Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. A thought appeared in her mind. Perhaps after the Lost Garden ended, she would find a chance to leave. After hiding in the Peach Garden for so many years, there were some things she had to do. This was her destiny that she couldn't change. Roar! The three-headed six-armed giant angrily roared. It had clearly discovered the cultivators that were cutting open the sea. Killing intent boiled deep in its eyes. As an ancient life form, it was a guardian raised by the Silver Sea. It could clearly sense everything occurring within the altar. It absolutely could not be allowed to wake up, otherwise the Lost Garden would cease to exist and it would fall into the abyss of destruction along with it. 6 arms stretched out above its head and its 3 heads roared together. A terrifying imprisoning strength descended, locking down the entire Silver Sea and forming a spatial prison. The Silver Tree was born to control the law of space, and the giant was born in the Silver Sea, so it naturally inherited this powerful ability. All the cultivators who slashed through the sea were instantly imprisoned within. A giant arm smashed out, aiming straight for the two in the Peach Garden. As a terrifying existence that was born from the Silver Sea, it could naturally sense who was the greatest threat right now. At the very least, in the eyes of the 3-headed, 6-armed giant, this person was the strongest. Eldest senior brother frowned slightly and looked at the incoming giant arm. His eyes shone brightly as if there were countless tiny lightning bolts splashing everywhere. But at this moment, before eldest senior brother could attack, a thunderous roar echoed through the Silver Sea. Your opponent is me. Bang! A abyssal Mu Tai punched out and collided with the giant arm. A terrifying shockwave swept out in an instant, tearing a large number of silver roots into pieces. Currently, the Silver Sea had become much dimmer, and there were large patches of bald spots in its interior, all caused by the impact of the battle between the two giants. After blocking the 3-headed, 6-armed giant's attack, the abyssal titan glanced at its eldest senior brother and Lei Xiaoyu. Suddenly, it raised its foot and stomped heavily on the ground. This stomp was like a meteor crashing into the earth, accompanied by a terrifying mushroom cloud that rose into the air. Terrifying shockwaves visible to the naked eye wildly swept out in all directions. Catcher, catcher, the sound of shattering rang out. With this stomp, the spatial shackles were forcefully broken. Eldest senior brother flicked his sleeves and blocked the shockwaves. He looked up at the abyssal titan in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Then, he pulled Lei Xiaoyu, bowed slightly, and turned to soar into the sky. Besides the yard master, he hadn't bowed to anyone in many years. But since eldest senior brother was pulling him, Lei Xiaoyu didn't resist at all. After flying for some distance, she turned her head and looked back. Eldest senior brother, do you know this giant? Eldest senior brother shook his head. This is the first time I've seen it, but this giant gives me a familiar feeling. It seems to be related to my peach garden. He paused and continued, in the early years, the yard master traveled all over vast Sun City. Although she made many powerful enemies, she also befriended many powerhouses. You know the yard master's temperament. Besides making friends that suit her taste, one cannot be too weak. Perhaps this is a friend that the yard master made in the early years. That is why he bowed to her. In today's situation, you and I will not be at a disadvantage. Lei Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. She hadn't noticed it before, but after hearing eldest senior brother's words, she felt a sense of familiarity and closeness when she looked at the giant again. Since both of them were like this, there was a high chance that it wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps they really were the yardmaster's friends. Her eyes brightened. Lei Xiaoyu suddenly felt that although today was dangerous, their chances of obtaining a harvest were far higher than other cultivators. At the very least, one of the giants had tacitly agreed to it. Although it wouldn't help them too much, it was enough as long as it didn't target them. The silver sea went berserk. Or to be more precise, the silver roots that made up the silver sea erupted with all they had. In order to prevent the cultivators from approaching the altar, they disregarded everything and bombarded them like raging waves, wanting to overwhelm them. But the more they did this, the more it showed that they were nearing the crucial moment. The cultivators clenched their teeth and held on, throwing out all sorts of trump cards as if they were worthless. Although treasures were precious, opportunities were even rarer. If they didn't use them at this critical moment, when would they be able to? For a moment, the berserk silver sea didn't stop them. Instead, they moved forward even faster. This was due to their origins. If it was an ordinary cultivator, without a powerful trump card bestowed by the divine path, it would be good if they could stay alive, let alone continue. Finally, someone passed through the endless sea and was the first to break through its obstruction. He saw the huge shadow on the sea clearly. Netherworld Nightwalker, the most famous genius cultivator in the Netherworld Holy Land, revealed his extremely powerful cultivation and was the first to break through the sea. In the next moment, his entire body stiffened. Then, his eyes widened. One could clearly see that the blood vessels on the surface of his eyeballs instantly swelled and turned red. Heat, greed, and a strong desire to occupy filled his entire mind. An altar. It looked very strange. It was different from the current form. It was built very, very big, like a giant pyramid. The body of the tower was pitch black, without a single crack. It was as if the huge altar in front of them had been refined as a whole. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to see anything. But, Netherworld Nightwalker just happened to be someone who could. The Lost Garden was considered a forbidden land by the sacred Tao Circle. It was the best choice to cultivate future generations of cultivators. With Netherworld Nightwalker's status, he was destined to obtain a spot to enter once the Lost Garden opened. So, Nightwalker had done a detailed understanding of this place and the ancient life forms that once ruled the world that had long since disappeared into the endless river of history. It just so happened that he had read a few words about this altar in front of him, the ruler of the heavens and earth, ruling over trillions of lives. Towards the heavens and earth, they still held enough reverence and reverence. They built an altar that resonated with the heavens and earth, offering the most devout offerings in exchange for the love of the ruler's race. Although its appearance wasn't exactly the same as the altar phantom in the records, the feeling it gave off was exactly the same. And at this time, Nightwalker could sense that an incomparably powerful attractive force was coming from the altar in front of him. This attractive force was so strong that he had to use all of his strength to barely suppress it, otherwise he would have lost control and rushed up. The altar of the ancient life forms was built in this mountain and was guarded by the giant and the silver sea. There was definitely a great secret here. But this secret was clearly not something that could be easily unraveled by others. For example, this black altar in front of him. Although it seemed incomparably calm, there were definitely countless horrors hidden within. As Nightwalker's heart was tormented and he was enduring the temptation, a conversation he had with his father suddenly flashed through his mind. He could no longer remember the specifics, but the Netherworld Saint's words became particularly clear. The ancient life forms have already been abandoned by the vast sun world. They are destined to have their bloodline severed and fall into the abyss of destruction. So, the existence of the Lost Garden itself goes against the will of the world. In this world, there is nothing that can go against the will of the world and exist. Whether it is living or dead, even if it can exist for a time, it will ultimately be destroyed. However, the Lost Garden cannot be considered something that can only exist for a time. So, I have determined that there must be a place in the Lost Garden that continuously releases energy to maintain the continuation of the Lost Garden. And to a certain degree, it is immune to the will of the world. His heart pounded like thunder. Nightwalker licked his lips. At this time, a voice crazily roared in the depths of his heart. It's here, it's here. Because of the problems with the Great Tao, the Netherworld Saint's temperament had become increasingly strange in recent years. But, a true parameter saint was still a true parameter saint. His judgment was trustworthy. If there really was a place in the Lost Garden that could continue the Lost Garden and resist the will of the world, then it must be here, just what was sealed in this altar. Even the ancient life forms that were destined to be abandoned and perish still had their last breath left. There was no answer. But there was one thing without a doubt, and that was that what was sealed in this altar would inevitably be precious to an unimaginable degree. If he could obtain it, no, he had to take a deep breath. Nightwalker clutched his chest. If he continued to think like this, he feared that his heart would break from beating too fast. It was his, he could not miss out on this treasure. He would kill anyone that dared to compete for it. Bang! With a loud explosion, someone else arrived. Nightwalker fiercely turned around. At this time, his eyes were blood red and his breathing heavy, as if he were a demon from hell. The eldest senior apprentice brother furrowed his eyebrows, a dignified look on his face. It seemed that Nightwalker had discovered something, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a state. Looking up, his eyes fell on the altar and his complexion changed. Behind him, Lei Xiaoyu, who had been pretending to be afraid, began to shiver. Perhaps in Nightwalker's eyes, the little girl from the Peach Blossom Garden felt fear beneath his gaze. But, the elder senior apprentice brother knew that this wasn't the case. She was just too excited. For her junior apprentice sister to reveal such an uncontrollable expression, whatever was hidden in this altar was absolutely extraordinary. Bang! The silver sea was broken apart once more. The third to arrive was the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. The cultivators of the Peak Holy Lands erupted with a formidable strength. He swept his eyes over the two opposing sides. He took a deep breath and said, "You two, the current situation is unclear. Let's temporarily put down our personal grudges." Nightwalker took a deep breath. He coldly coughed and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the blood-red color in his eyes rapidly faded away. That's right, he was deliberately making everyone think that he was acting like this because of a personal grudge. He absolutely could not let them discover that it was because of the altar in front of him, otherwise things would become even more troublesome. Look. Lei Xiaoyu suddenly stretched out a hand, her face filled with shock. These silver roots seemed to have drilled out from here. The complexions of the elder senior apprentice brother, Nightwalker, and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince all changed. As they thought, they could see silver roots coming in and out from beneath the altar. Could it be that this was the source of the silver sea? At this time, a tremor spread out from within the altar. It gave off a feeling as if some colossal being in a deep slumber had gently turned over. The entire silver sea and the trillions of silver roots that formed it suddenly froze. Then, an enraged roar erupted from within. The 100,000-foot abyssal titan was forced backwards by a terrifying strength. Its chest was torn open, revealing a terrifying wound so deep that bone could be seen. And across from it, the three-headed six-armed giant paid the price. One of its arms was forcefully torn off and blood gushed out like fountains. It didn't continue its pursuit. Instead, countless silver roots howled forwards, lifting up the three-headed six-armed giant and bringing it straight towards the altar. Several breaths of time later, with a roar of unwillingness, the 100,000-foot abyssal titan's body burst apart like a bubble. He had to persist. He couldn't faint. He absolutely couldn't faint. Otherwise he would never wake up again, Qin Yu crazily roared out in his heart. But, the final collapse of his body of rules, the pain and emptiness within him, all of this crazily battered at his fragile consciousness. The three-headed six-armed giant had left and the silver roots had followed it. The plan had succeeded. Now, there were no more obstacles in front of him. As long as he rushed forwards he could reach the altar. But to Qin Yu, this road was like a heavenly moat. He didn't even have the strength to control his body, so how could he possibly cross it? Was it going to end like this? No, I can't accept this. Before his thoughts fell, Qin Yu felt himself fall into a soft embrace. He mustered all his strength to open his eyes, but he could still smell Kang Zhu's scent. It was a fragrance that he had never heard of before, a fragrance that made one feel at ease. It was the same fragrance that Kang Zhu had given him 100 years ago during his heart tribulation. Holding on to her hand, Qin Yu couldn't speak. His eyes stubbornly stared upwards. Up there, without the obstruction of the silver sea, he could see the massive shadow of the altar. Kang Zhu said in a soft voice, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will send you up." At this time, her voice was calm. Her hands that held onto Qin Yu were actually trembling. This was because his entire body was breaking apart and his blood had dyed her red. His life aura was rapidly fading. Qin Yu was about to die. And now, the only possibility that could save him was that black altar above their heads. Thus, she would bring Qin Yu there, no matter what price she had to pay. Chapter 1287. The silver sea shattered, and the giant leaped out. Its three heads roared at the sky, and its 6 arms were fully grown. Gathered in front of the altar, the expressions of the eldest senior brother, Yi Xing, and the crown prince of the heavenly palace changed slightly. Damn it! Where did the other giant go? Yi Xing cursed in a low voice, his face dark and gloomy. The sudden appearance of the giant had ruined his plan. With the strength the giant had displayed, it would be good enough if it could leave alive, let alone obtain the item sealed in the altar. Just as everyone was secretly shocked, the three-headed and 6-armed giant that had leapt out of the sea suddenly let out a painful howl. The flesh and blood on the surface of its body festered, and filthy blood flowed freely. It was like a giant snowman that had suddenly been exposed to the scorching sun. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Could it be that the giant was restricted and couldn't leave the Silver Sea? But they soon discovered that it wasn't the case. The giant's eyes fell on the black altar, full of fear and struggle. It was the power of the altar. Although they didn't know why this scene was happening, the opportunity was right in front of them, and they couldn't miss it. Take advantage of its weakness. If they didn't kill the giant, no one could get the item in the altar. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with ferocity. What are you waiting for? No matter who gets the item in the end, joining hands to kill this giant is the best choice for you and me. The eldest senior brother was expressionless. He raised his hand and punched. The crown prince of the heavenly palace followed closely behind because they both knew that Yi Xing was right. They didn't need to say anything else. While it was being suppressed by the altar, they would first join hands to kill the giant. The cultivators of the top holy lands erupted with unimaginably terrifying strength. The giant roared again and again, but in its current state, it could only take the blows passively. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lei Xiaoyu retreated far away. She glanced at the cultivators who had rushed out after the giant was lifted by the silver roots. Their eyes wandered between the altar and the battlefield, their expressions uncertain. No one interfered. Instead, they silently retreated and changed their direction. Lei Xiaoyu sneered inwardly and shook her head. Although it was a good plan to take advantage of the situation, it depended on whether one had the strength and qualifications to do so. The 3 people in front of her, including the eldest senior brother, weren't easy to scheme against. If one tried to do anything to them, the most likely outcome would be death. Kang Zhu raised his head to look above. The battle between the giant and the cultivators had already erupted. The terrifying shockwaves were like a great tide, crashing down from above. If she were in her perfect state, this wouldn't be much at all. But her strength had been sealed away by the old ancestor in the East Sea. Currently, only a 10th or 20 of them could use it. This caused Kang Zhu to face the impact. She was like a little girl stumbling in a raging storm. If she buried her head forward, she would be flipped over if she was the slightest bit careless. And this sort of thing had already happened several times. Every time, she would tightly hold on to Qinyu, desperately trying to stabilize herself. She would look up and then continue upwards. Qinyu's condition was even worse. His consciousness had fallen into a semi-conscious state, and as he held him in his arms, he could clearly hear the sounds of his flesh and blood breaking apart. Peeper, 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 each sound meant that he was closer to death. Her hands were warm and sticky. This was Qinyu's blood. Her nose and mouth filled with the smell of blood. This caused Kang Zhu's originally pale face to lose all color. Qinyu couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. I can save you, I can. Kang Zhu held on to Qinyu and tumbled downwards once more. Most of her previous efforts had been wasted. She desperately tried to stop herself, but she couldn't help but frown. As the silver root carried the giant far away, the surviving cultivators took this chance to rush out. But now, there was a cultivator standing in front of the 2 of them. His calm eyes hid a trace of caution. Kang Zhu said, "What do you want to do?" The cultivator cupped his hands together. "Miss, if you can hand him over to me, I guarantee I won't do anything to harm you." Kang Zhu lowered her head. "Why?" After a moment of hesitation, the cultivator said, "After the giant suddenly disappeared, he appeared. So, I have stayed here and observed him all this time. I can confirm that Miss and this person are both in an extremely weak state." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. "Then why don't you directly attack?" The cultivator shook his head. "I don't know. I just feel that Miss is hiding something on your body that makes me feel dread." Kang Zhu looked up. "Your feeling is correct, but he can be considered my man, so I naturally cannot hand him over to you." Catcher. A light sound spread out from Kang Zhu's body. On the surface of her body, the phantom of chains appeared and then loudly exploded. In truth, there was something that Kang Zhu had lied to Qinyu about. The clam girls accompanying Clam Pearl had more than one effect. She could also use it herself, but the result would be very bad. If the clam girl destroyed her Clam Pearl, she would be able to remove all negative attributes from her body and erupt with strength that surpassed her limits. But once the strength of the Clam Pearl was exhausted, she would be swallowed up by a backlash. "You!" The cultivator's face was filled with anger. But before he could say anything else, Kang Zhu lifted a hand and thrust it forward. With a loud bang, blood gushed out from every orifice of the cultivator's head and he was sent flying away like a boulder. Before he even fell to the ground, he exploded into pieces. Kang Zhu frowned for a moment before composing herself. She looked down at Qinyu. "In truth, I am also very strong. It's just that I never had a chance to reveal it in front of you. Don't worry. Since I have already promised you, I will definitely do it." As she spoke, she stepped forwards. Tyrannical fluctuations of strength wove together around her, completely shattering the impact. At the same time, she leaned close to Qinyu's ear and whispered, "Unless I have no other choice, the truth is that I don't want to take this step. This is because it is likely that I will fall into a horrifying situation. So, if you can survive this, remember to go to the East Sea to save me. Otherwise, I really will die a miserable death. His coming." The moment her voice fell, an angry roar echoed in Kang Zhu's mind, like billowing thunder. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, but her complexion remained calm. She said, "Old ancestor, if you don't want to kill me, then please restrain your strength a little." After a brief pause, a gloomy voice echoed in her mind. Little Kang Zhu, it seems I have underestimated you. You actually dared to do such a thing. Shatter your own clam pearl, immediately return to the East Sea, otherwise I won't mind using the cruelest methods to kill everyone around you. Kang Zhu lightly said, I shattered my clam pearl because I had no other choice. If I want to continue living, then of course I must return to the East Sea. After all, in this world, only the old ancestor can save me. But before that, there are some things I need to do. I fear I will need the old ancestor to provide me with some strength so that I don't die midway. How insolent. Kang Zhu, I am warning you one last time. Immediately return to the East Sea, otherwise. Kang Zhu interrupted him. Old ancestor, you should be well aware of where I am right now. So, no matter what, you cannot descend here. So, all the old ancestor can do now is roar and roar. Agree to my conditions and I will keep my promise to return to the East Sea. Otherwise, I would rather die here. After several breaths of silence, the voice in her mind calmed down. Very well, I agree to your conditions. But remember, this is the last time. Otherwise, I will let you hear with your own ears the sound of Kang Hua being torn to pieces. Kang Zhu subconsciously tightened her arms around the unconscious Qin Yu. She bit her lips and her speed suddenly rose. After several breaths of time, she rushed out of the area that was originally covered by the Silver Sea and finally saw the Black Altar. Without paying attention to the fierce battle that was erupting, Kang Zhu swept her eyes around and walked towards the altar. Her sudden appearance and actions instantly attracted the attention of countless people. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone revealed cold sneers. The cultivators of the Three-Peak Holy Lands were fighting the giants. Everyone was watching from the sidelines, their thoughts clear. But thinking was just thinking. Without a suitable opportunity, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Did they really think that these three people would stare on helplessly as they obtained benefits? That was simply a dream. Now, Kang Zhu walking towards the altar seemed to everyone like she was seeking death. She was holding a cultivator in her arms who seemed to be in a terrible state. Could it be that her husband had died and she had lost all reason? This was also a good opportunity to take a look at the methods of the cultivators of the Peach Garden, Netherworld, and Heavenly Palace so that they could make preparations early. Lei Xiaoyu frowned. She didn't know who Kang Zhu was, but she could feel that she wasn't in a normal state right now. The feeling she gave off was like a blazing torch. Although it was blazing and exuberant, it would soon burn her to ashes. Then, the person this woman was holding actually gave her a familiar and intimate feeling. Just like that giant from just now. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She didn't think this was an illusion. After all, this was the truth. The giant had suddenly vanished from sight. But if this was true, then just what had happened? Not too long ago, that 100,000-foot-tall giant was an existence that made her feel as if she was hugging his thigh. But now, he had become a half-dead soft-footed shrimp in the arms of a woman. Her eldest senior apprentice brother's voice echoed in her ears. Help them. There was no specific direction, but it was enough to understand what he meant. It seemed that her eldest senior apprentice brother had also sensed the aura of the person being hugged. Strange, if there was a chance, she had to investigate this matter. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. She suddenly walked towards the altar. This action immediately diverted most of the attention that was gathered on Kang Zhu. The expressions of all the cultivators that had been silently watching changed. The actions of the Peach Garden disciples were naturally more startling than that of this strange woman. What did Lei Xiaoyu want to do? Could it be that the Peach Garden disciples wanted to take this chance to enter the altar first? Did they think that they were just decorations? Humph, everyone knew how powerful the Peach Garden's eldest senior apprentice brother was. They indeed didn't dare to provoke him, but they didn't care about a mere Lei Xiaoyu. Moreover, besides them, there were likely others who were even more enraged by this. What does the Peach Garden want to do? Are they preparing to destroy our current alliance? Yeshing roared, his face ashen. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince dodged the giant's strike. He turned to look at his eldest senior apprentice brother, his brows furrowed, revealing some confusion and doubt. Facing their gazes, his eldest senior apprentice brother lightly asked, Do you think that this altar can be casually opened just because junior apprentice sister walks a few steps closer? This was the truth. Netherworld Yeshing and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince were both well aware that although the altar in front of them seemed ordinary, it absolutely contained a terrifying danger. Otherwise, if Yeshing had been the first to break out of the sea, he would have already rushed up. But even so, Lei Xiaoyu was still a disciple of the Peach Garden. As for the Peach Garden master, besides being selfish and protective of her own people, her style of doing things had always been extreme. Who knew whether or not she had made any preparations before entering the Lost Garden? Yeshing roared, "Before I kill the giant, no one is allowed to take even half a step closer to the altar. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Killing people to establish dominance was certainly the best method to deter those who came later. But Lei Xiaoyu clearly wasn't the first choice. That left only Zhongzhu and Qin Yu. As Lei Xiaoyu heard this sound, she cursed inwardly. Her original intention was to divert attention and even stir up other cultivators to muddy the waters. But she never imagined that she would end up harming these two people instead. Seeing that Yeshing was about to attack, Lei Xiaoyu cursed inwardly. She had hidden herself for so long, but she never imagined that she would be forced to reveal her true form. Didn't this mean that all her efforts had been in vain? At this time, before Lei Xiaoyu could take off her mask and walk towards the altar, Zhongzhu suddenly turned and punched out. For a woman who was holding an unconscious man in her arms, it was hard to imagine that she would dare to take the initiative to attack Netherworld Yeshing. As everyone saw this, they only had a single thought in their minds: she really was crazy. But what happened next completely crushed this thought of his into the ground until it was crushed into pieces. There was a heaven-shaking explosion, followed by Yeshing's roar. He felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. His arms crossed in front of him as he rapidly drew backwards. Crack, crack. The robes on his body couldn't withstand the terrifying invasion of strength and began to tear apart. Yeshing's eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Zhongzhu. His eyes were filled with hate and shock. He never imagined that this woman would be able to erupt with such a terrifying strength. This fist had nearly pierced through his defenses. Ignoring the countless shocked gazes that gathered on her, Zhongzhu drew back her fist and continued forwards. Her calm voice spread outwards, "I will not take half a step into the altar. Anyone who tries to stop me will be my life or death enemy." This was probably the most hardcore explanation. Her voice was calm, so calm that there wasn't a single ripple in it. But this was the case, causing fear to rise in the depths of everyone's hearts. It was as if she said she would do it. If anyone dared to stop her, this woman would definitely go crazy. No one wanted to provoke a woman who wasn't in a normal state, especially when this woman had a shockingly strong strength. Not taking half a step into the altar, if she could really do what she said and only take a few steps closer, then it wasn't impossible to consider. Of course, the reason this idea appeared was because everyone knew that it was just as the Peach Blossom Garden's first disciple had said. This altar couldn't be opened so casually. Even if this woman went back on her words, there was still enough opportunity for everyone to stop her. At that time, if she angered everyone, then no matter how strong she was, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being surrounded and killed. For a time, there were many cultivators who secretly hoped that Kangzhu would go back on her words. Although they might not be able to take advantage of the situation, they could at least eliminate a terrifyingly strong opponent ahead of time. There was only one altar and everyone wanted what was inside. So, although everyone seemed to be temporarily at peace with each other, the truth was that they were destined to be competitors. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind taking action and sending the other party to their eternal rest underground. Lei Xiaoyu revealed a look of surprise. She never thought that Kangzhu would give such a cold and ruthless response. Could it be that she had misjudged her? The Lost Garden was truly a mystical place. It always gave people pleasant surprises. As long as this woman didn't want to seek death, she absolutely wouldn't recklessly touch the altar. So, why did she approach it? Moreover, she was holding onto a half-dead man. With her intelligence, she could certainly understand why. Kangzhu was tyrannically strong and no one was willing to provoke her. This was the key reason why she was able to approach the altar. But at the same time, everyone hoped that by approaching her, they would be able to examine the altar and obtain some harvests. Perhaps, it could be described as throwing a stone to test the road. That wasn't appropriate, but it was fine to understand the general meaning. The Qi knew that Kang Zhu was holding was naturally the stone that was thrown. Chapter 1288. Kang Zhu could clearly feel that Qi Yu's condition was gradually stabilizing. And as he approached the altar, his speed became faster and faster. Thus, when she had forced Nightwalker back with that extremely hard punch, she had been overjoyed because Qi Yu would be able to survive. Although she didn't know what the reason was, it was undoubtedly related to the black pyramid-like altar in front of her. According to the old ancestors' records, that formidable existence's corpse should be here. In other words, Qi Yu was likely related to this corpse in some way. Kang Zhu had never been a stupid woman. So, in truth, there were many things that she saw and remembered. For instance, the fragment she gave to Qi Yu. When Qi Yu received it, although he tried his best to remain calm, she could still clearly see the excitement in his eyes. Moreover, when the pillar of fire descended, the fragment he took out had also been crushed. Originally, Kang Zhu didn't think too much about it. But now that she thought about it, she came up with a general possibility. The eggshell might be related to the corpse on the altar. As for the rest, there was no need to say anything else. Sensing the hidden coldness and eagerness in the gaze behind him, Kang Zhu hesitated for a moment before finally stopping. Although there was still some distance from the altar, Qi Yu's aura had already stabilized and he was constantly recovering. With the mysterious relationship between him and this altar, it should be safe to leave him here. It was better not to take risks. It was better to be safe. Old ancestor, I need your strength to lay down an enchantment. Little Kang Zhu, one last thing. After I complete it, I will return to the East Sea. Okay. The enchantment was like a deep blue wave that wrapped around Qi Yu. Kang Zhu leaned over and gently kissed his face. Forget it. I take back what I said before. Don't come to the East Sea. I hope you can live well. She placed Qi Yu on the ground and turned to leave. Without any hesitation, she soon vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone who had been filled with anticipation was immediately disappointed. Just what was going on? Did she provoke Nightwalker in order to place this half-dead man outside the altar so he could die in peace? They couldn't figure it out. As for whether or not this unconscious man was plotting something, perhaps some people had this thought, but they soon threw it to the back of their minds. There were so many people here, and none of them were blind. They could clearly see if he was seriously injured or not. To be honest, the fact that the man lying outside the altar was still alive was already beyond their expectations. How could a severely injured and dying person who was lying motionless on the ground be able to come up with such a scheme? Stop joking. If they could succeed even with this, they might as well just commit suicide. That would be more straightforward. After all, they would only be making a fool of themselves if they lived. If they wanted to lie down, then so be it. The most important thing now was the battle between the head disciple of the Peach Garden, Netherworld Nocturnal Walker, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace and the three-headed, six-armed giant. Of course, the best outcome would be for them to die together, but the probability was almost negligible. Furthermore, there was a faint sense of unease in everyone's hearts. These three people had clearly long since sensed their arrival, as well as their current intentions. He didn't do anything. Was he confident in his own strength, or did he have other plans? For a time, everyone's gazes turned back to the place where the battle had taken place. Only Lei Xiaoyu was still staring at the man lying on the ground not far from the altar. Her intuition told her that there was a problem here. There was definitely a problem. But, this person seemed to have some connection with the Peach Garden. After a moment of hesitation, she suppressed her desire to act and decided to temporarily wait and see. In fact, Lei Xiaoyu's perception was correct. What everyone thought was absurd was actually possible. No, to be exact, it wasn't possible. Rather, it had already happened. Qi Yu had woken up long ago. Of course, this wasn't accurate, because even though his consciousness was awake, his body was still asleep. The reason was that his body of rules had disintegrated, causing him to lose control of his body. Thus, Qi Yu was well aware of Zhongzhu's kiss before she left, as well as the words she said. This could be considered a stolen kiss. In a more serious way, it could be considered harassment. After committing such a grave mistake, he actually wanted to walk away. Keep dreaming. The old turtle sneered again and again. Master is right. We must go to the East Sea and drag that old thing out to beat him. He actually dared to threaten Miss Zhongzhu. He must be tired of living. The Abyssal Shadow's eavesdropping abilities were top-notch. In addition, they were close enough that Qin Yu had been tightly held in Zhongzhu's arms. Thus, Qin Yu also heard the entire conversation between Zhongzhu and the old ancestor. This woman, before she left, she had actually changed her mind. Did she think he didn't have the strength to rush into the East Sea? Cough cough, that's right, from what he saw, he indeed didn't have the strength. Although he had erupted with a great battle with the three-headed and six-armed giant just now, in the blink of an eye he had become like this. But that didn't matter. Although he didn't have the strength before, it was hard to say what would happen soon. This was because Qin Yu had already established a connection with the altar in front of him and obtained the support of its strength. Otherwise, his body of rules would have completely collapsed and he would be deader than dead. How could he still be here, thinking about all sorts of random thoughts? That's right, in front of everyone's eyes, Qin Yu was obtaining the strength from the altar. Reality had already proven that what the stone pagoda told him wasn't a story, but a true event that occurred in the distant past. Sealed within this altar in front of him was the corpse of a pre-celestial spirit. Perhaps this wasn't completely correct and there might be other details to it. But to Qin Yu, it didn't matter. He was still alive, and that was the key. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, it seemed he would soon become the greatest winner in the Lost Garden. He would personally bury that ancient creature and linger on its last breath. However, the only thing that Qin Yu felt wasn't right was that this entire process had gone far too smoothly. It didn't mean that Qin Yu had placed his life on the line in a hopeless situation and had risked his life with Zhongzhu. That was the only reason he was able to arrive in front of the altar. The difficulty was so high that it left one in despair. What he meant was that he had obtained the approval of the altar. Or, to be more precise, he had obtained the approval of the pre-celestial spirit corpse. There was no accident at all. As soon as he appeared in front of the altar, he immediately established a connection with it and obtained a steady flow of strength, repairing his wounds and suppressing the collapse of his body of rules. It was like everything had already been prepared and was just waiting for Qin Yu to deliver himself to its doorstep. If others were to know of his thoughts, they would surely curse him out loud. You brat, you don't know what's good for you. You've already obtained a great advantage and yet you're still trying to show off. This was a pre-celestial spirit. A complete pre-celestial spirit corpse could maintain the continuity of the Lost Garden and even resist the will of the world. Just thinking about how much strength was contained within it was enough to make one drool over it. Yet, he still dared to have such thoughts. Why don't you just die? But this was indeed what Qin Yu was thinking right now. After a moment of hesitation, he asked the old turtle and the stone pagoda about this. But most of his thoughts fell on the stone pagoda. This was because of its recent near-encyclopedic performance, so it was only natural that it would receive such attention. Without any surprise, the excited old turtle suddenly fell silent. It was clear he hadn't realized this at all. Luckily, the stone pagoda's performance didn't disappoint. After several breaths of time, it said in a low voice, "Master's thoughts are thorough and thorough. I didn't have time to consider this before, but now that I think about it, what Master said is correct. The process has indeed gone far too smoothly," the old turtle grimaced. He wanted to retort, "Isn't it good that things have gone smoothly? How many times has it been along the way and we've almost died? Did the two of you suffer some sort of illness that makes you feel uncomfortable as long as you don't fall into a trap?" But he only dared to think about this in his heart. Without any evidence, if he said anything else, he might lose even more face. Qin Yu said, "What did you think of?" He keenly sensed the hesitation and pause in the stone pagoda's voice. The stone pagoda's voice was a bit hoarse, as if it were slowly squeezed out from its throat. "Master, I wonder if you've heard of matters related to corpse spirits. If that's really the case, I fear we've already come too late." Qin Yu's complexion changed. Corpse spirits? The stone pagoda took a deep breath. Its voice stabilized a little, but it became even more bitter. There are some formidable life forms whose strength surpasses certain limits. Even if they die and their souls are annihilated, their mortal bodies will not decay and even maintain a formidable vitality. After a long period of time, the spiritual sense that is bred from the corpse is called a corpse spirit. I originally thought that it was nearly impossible for something as rare as a corpse spirit to appear, but I didn't realize that, with the corpse of a pre-celestial spirit, it isn't impossible for a corpse spirit to be bred. The old turtle's voice trembled. Are you saying that the corpse in the altar has already bred a new will? Master, we have to run. If it were anything else, in order to maintain its shaky status, it might be able to summon the courage to fight. But this was a pre-celestial spirit. Even if it was only a resurrected corpse, the strength it could erupt with was enough to easily tear them to shreds. And when Chinyu said that things had gone smoothly just now, there was an explanation. The corpse spirit had taken the initiative to cooperate. The old turtle didn't know why it was doing this, nor did he care. But there was definitely a plot behind all of this. In other words, there was a high chance that Chinyu had been locked onto by the corpse spirit. Thinking of this, it was so horrifying that he wanted to cry. The old turtle thought that Chinyu's luck was far too heaven-defying. He was able to encounter all sorts of strange and bizarre things. Although he had survived everything he encountered before, and not only did he not die, but he was even more lively than before. But who knew what the result would be the next time something like this happened? Death was right in front of them. They could clearly smell its aura. If they didn't leave at this time, were they going to wait for death? The stone pagoda said in a low voice, Master, perhaps we really came too late. Leaving now is indeed the best choice. There was silence. Even the first old turtle who suggested running away looked at the black altar in front of him and felt his heart drip blood. This was the corpse of a pre-celestial spirit. It was clearly theirs and within easy reach, but now they had to abandon it on their own initiative and flee. This sort of torment and suffering was 10 times, 100 times more painful than taking a knife and cutting away at their own flesh. And he wasn't a particularly broad-minded person. Chinyu broke the silence. The corpse of the pre-celestial spirit has successfully bred a corpse spirit, so why does the lost garden allow it to continue drawing out its strength? Moreover, there is a very important point. If even the pre-celestial spirit can be found and killed by the ancient life forms, does Ou Fei not know anything about the corpse spirit? The ancient life forms are already prepared to deal with the corpse spirit. The stone pagoda blurted out, his voice filled with excitement. That's right, Master's considerations are correct. The corpse spirit's silence in itself is the greatest doubt. The old turtle felt like his head was about to explode. He had a foreboding premonition and hurriedly said, Master, perhaps your considerations aren't wrong, but the corpse spirit is taking the initiative to help you transmit its strength. There must be a plot behind this. Perhaps. The more anxious he was, the more his mind turned to mush. Chinyu didn't continue making things difficult for him. He finished the sentence for the old turtle. Perhaps the corpse spirit is helping me on its own initiative because it wants to find someone to block its blade for itself. Yes, that's right. Master is wise, this must be the case. The old turtle nodded again and again, flattering Chinyu. But as he finished speaking, he discovered that the situation wasn't quite right. Chinyu and the stone pagoda fell silent once more. But this silence was different from before. The old turtle could swear that he could feel excitement and eagerness from the two of them. It was over. These two madmen, even in such a situation they still wanted to fight. Did they not know how the word death was written? Chapter 1289. The stone pagoda clearly understood Chinyu's meaning. He spoke quickly, let me think for a moment. Let's temporarily assume that when the ancient life forms built this altar, they anticipated the birth of the corpse spirit, so they made arrangements specifically for it. Let's not discuss what these arrangements are for now. But there is one thing that can be confirmed, and that is that they are capable of dealing a devastating blow to the corpse spirit. Even now, the corpse spirit that has been born for countless years has remained silent and pretended to be dead. Master killed the spirit snake and refined its strength to form a body of rules. Master is from the same origin as the pre-celestial spirit in the altar. Thus, the corpse spirit might have discovered Master's existence a long time ago. It clearly knows that Master also has the qualifications to obtain the approval of the pre-celestial spirit's corpse. The reason it hasn't attacked you is because it is restricted by the ancient life forms. But, since it has taken the initiative to transmit its strength to help you, that means it must have other thoughts. Block the blade, block the blade. I understand. Master is truly unparalleled in wisdom. You have already seen through the thoughts of the corpse spirit. The reason it transmitted its strength to you and allowed Master to continuously obtain the strength of the pre-celestial spirit was because it hoped to see you withstand the terrifying methods prepared by the ancient life forms and thus protect yourself. So, as long as we can withstand the methods of the ancient life forms, the corpse spirit will only be shooting itself in the foot. This is because the strength of the pre-celestial spirit has already been eaten into our stomachs. Qin Yu lightly said, "That's right. So, the only question is whether or not we can withstand the methods prepared by the ancient life forms." He paused for a moment, his tone becoming increasingly calm. "Do you think that the methods prepared by the ancient life forms will be able to completely destroy the pre-celestial spirit's corpse?" "They won't." The stone pagoda rushed to answer. He seemed to think of something and his voice became incomparably excited. "The Lost Garden is the final breath of the ancient life forms. Once the pre-celestial spirit's corpse is destroyed, it will also collapse with it. So, the methods of the ancient life forms are aimed at the soul and consciousness." Qin Yu nodded. The old turtle suddenly shivered. He felt as if he were being stared at by a terrifying predator in the darkness. His eyes were filled with burning anticipation, as if he were saying that he could do it, that he could definitely do it. Even if he couldn't, he had to create the conditions to do it. That is, if he wanted to live comfortably and continue living. At first, Old Tortoise did not react. In his fear state, his brain worked slower. But now, Qin Yu and Shatar had clearly analyzed the entire matter and placed it in front of him. It was impossible for him to play dumb even if he wanted to. The old turtle was suddenly filled with resentment. He thought that Qin Yu was doing this on purpose and that he had already thought of everything. The stone guiding pagoda, that idiot who pretended to be smart, had cooperated with him and played along with him, placing the entire matter in front of him. Could he refuse? Not to mention what kind of torture he would have to go through in the future if he really lost the corpse of the innate spirit because of him. He feared that if he really opened his mouth to refuse, Qin Yu wouldn't even listen to him. Qin Yu would simply sneer and continue doing whatever he wanted. Then, when the ancient era's organism's preparations were unleashed, would he be able to watch with folded arms? He clearly couldn't. Otherwise, if Qin Yu died, he would die with him. Master, speculations. These are all speculations. What if it's not the case? What if this is a trap set up by the zombie spirits? The future is limitless, but we need to live. The old tortoise pleaded as it made its last effort. He was rejected without hesitation. Qin Yu's voice was calm. These are indeed speculations. But, there are times when a story is told that the truth can be told. The stone tower has already experienced this once, so I believe in his judgment. The old turtle cried. If it weren't for the fact that he was being controlled by others, if it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu would die, he would have already cursed it out loud. "You brat, you are too evil. Like hell I'll believe you. What do you mean it's the stone tower's judgment? This is clearly your idea. That stupid stone tower, he thought he was smart, but he was unknowingly schemed against by you and risked his life for you. Why do I have such a master? Difficult. This is just too difficult for me. If you remain silent, then I'll take it as you agreeing." "Very good. Then, us three masters and servants will go out to fight for riches and honor. If we succeed, then in the vast young world, you and I will be the #1 characters." Qin Yu's words sealed the coffin. The old turtle, what else could he say? He was prepared to go all out. "Strength, I need enough, more strength." Every word he spat out was filled with gnashing teeth. Qin Yu relaxed a little. "Sure, I can give you as much as you want." With the old turtle's personality, Although he was forced to lower his head, since he dared to agree, that meant he had some degree of confidence in himself. That was enough. In this world, how could one have complete confidence in everything? For instance, his previous speculations were indeed only speculations. But according to the current situation, the chances of this being the truth weren't low. There was at least a 30% chance of this happening, so it was worth risking everything he had. Otherwise, did he really think that the strength of a pre-celestial spirit was easy to take? If he wanted to leave, the corpse spirit in the altar would be the first to refuse. Thus, Qin Yu chose to gamble with his life. He was betting on this. As for the old turtle needing enough strength, that really wasn't a problem at all. The corpse spirit in the altar was constantly supplying him. Before he activated the killing move prepared by the ancient creature, Qin Yu could have as much as he wanted. Moreover, absorbing as much strength from the pre-celestial spirit as possible was the key to Qin Yu's plan. Only by grasping the vast majority of the strength could he force the corpse spirit to swallow the bitter fruit he had sown after blocking the saber. He wouldn't be able to counterattack even if he wanted to, and he wouldn't be so stupid as to block the saber for someone else. The self-destruction of the body of laws had already been suppressed by the powerful strength. Moreover, as strength continued to pour into his body, the completely broken body of laws began to slowly mend and repair itself. The strength that belonged to the pre-celestial spirit was naturally the highest quality and peak existence in this world, otherwise it would have been impossible to accomplish this. Moreover, it was a body of laws that had been broken to such a degree. Qin Yu couldn't imagine just what sort of terrifying strength it would possess once it was perfected. Moreover, this wasn't all. The pre-celestial spirit was born along with the world. It could even be seen as a part of the world. What Qin Yu was doing now was the same as refining a miniature version of the world, and it just so happened that he walked the path of the true divinity path. The more he comprehended the world's rules, the stronger his divine seal would be and the more terrifying his strength would be. Simple, straightforward, and crude. So now, as he absorbed the strength of the pre-celestial spirit, countless comprehensions of the world's rules began to explode in his mind. They were like countless brilliant fireworks that illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Then, in this vault of heaven, stars began to appear. They were dazzling and brilliant, gradually turning into a boundless galaxy. In the pitch-black world of nothingness, the stone pagoda that was covered in scars shivered with excitement. Although it remembered everything that happened in the past, it never imagined that there would be a day when it would be able to help them take revenge. After all, those people were far too strong. They were so strong that even the once prosperous world was destroyed in a single strike, sinking into eternal darkness. But now, the stone pagoda could feel Qin Yu's crazy rise in strength and it could see hope in him. As long as he could live past today, the future of the vast young world was destined to be rewritten. You bunch of unlucky fools, if you aren't willing to die unjustly, then pray with me that Qin Yu can live on. This boy seems cold and callous, but the truth is that he is a sentimental person. The more I do by his side, the more difficult it will be for him to escape. Although this sounds a bit sinister and calculating, Qin Yu already knew that there was a problem with me to begin with. So, since he accepted my help, he is likely prepared to pay the price. So, pray with me. Qin Yu must live on, he must live on. After today, the entire vast young world will hear his voice. Faintly, the old turtle could sense some of the fluctuations of the stone pagoda's thoughts. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. You idiot, if you have the time to think about all sorts of nonsense, then you might as well pray to me. If I can't block it, then Qin Yu will instantly be finished and everyone will die. Thinking of this, the old turtle who felt that he was stuffed to the point where he couldn't eat any more suddenly found his capacity. I can't die, I absolutely cannot die. But now, every bit more he ate meant that there was a higher chance he could block it. I'm stuffed to death, but as long as I don't die, I can still eat. I can do it, I can definitely do it. After all, I am the solemn shadow of the abyss, an existence that death can never touch. The slaughter continued. Even though the three-headed six-armed giant was suppressed by the altar and couldn't erupt with its full strength, it was still terrifying. Even if the cultivators of the three-peak holy lands joined forces and suppressed it, it would still be difficult for them to kill it. The more time passed, the more restless people became. This was because there was a limit to how much one could endure. Once they consumed too much, they would become impulsive and reckless. Therefore, the gazes of some people that looked at the altar became more and more fervent, and their breathing became hurried. Lei Xiaoyu wasn't one of them. Instead, she quietly drew back some distance. Of course, it wasn't that she wasn't interested in the altar, but that she didn't want to be implicated by a group of idiots. Of course, to say that these people were idiots wouldn't be too accurate. But, sometimes, the smarter a person was, the more difficult it was to suppress their ambitions. Because of this, they would often overlook their true position. Casting a stone to test the road. Before, Zhangzhu, who was holding on to Qin Yu, was a stone used to test the altar in everyone's eyes. And now, these people had become stones in the eyes of their eldest senior apprentice brother, Netherworld Yorker, and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. It was just that they didn't realize it. Lei Xiaoyu sighed. Indeed, her eldest senior apprentice brother was only good to his own people. He didn't care about anything else. But, this was good. If he really was a good person, how could he have become the illustrious eldest senior apprentice brother of Peach Garden? This judgment wasn't because of what her eldest senior apprentice brother had said, but because Lei Xiaoyu had come to this conclusion based on her own knowledge. Although she wasn't clear on the strength of Netherworld Yorker and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince, she had some understanding of how terrifying her eldest senior apprentice brother was. The three-headed six-armed giant was strong, but in its weakened state, if her eldest senior apprentice brother erupted with his full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fight it. Netherworld Yorker and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince were as famous as her senior apprentice brother. Even if they were weaker, there was still a limit. After all, her eldest senior apprentice brother was a very prideful person, and he had also been infected with some of the Yardmaster's bad habits. Whether it was a friend or an opponent, they had to be pleasing to his eyes first. Thus, these three people hadn't even tried their best. They just didn't have full confidence that they could defeat their opponents and take down the altar. As for the others, they were nothing more than a pile of stones. They weren't even worthy of their attention. As her thoughts raced, she sneered inwardly. Lei Xiaoyu's gaze fell once more on the person lying on the ground not too far away from the altar. What was going on? His condition seemed to be much better than before. She wanted to sense him more carefully, but it was blurry and indistinct, as if he was being blocked by some sort of strength. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. There was a problem. There really was a problem. Chapter 1290. In terms of perception, even eldest senior apprentice brother couldn't compare with Lei Xiaoyu. This had nothing to do with cultivation or realm. Rather, it was the strength of her bloodline that she had awakened during her near-death experience. So, she should be the only one who could sense the change in Qin Yu's aura. This caused Lei Xiaoyu to hesitate. The reason for this had already been mentioned before. And, more importantly, as this person's aura stabilized, that strange sense of closeness and familiarity became increasingly intense. But, if she wanted to go a step further, it would be difficult to determine this person's identity. A strange yet familiar person. But in truth, Lei Xiaoyu's hesitation was meaningless. Because even if she revealed this, she wouldn't be able to harm Qin Yu. The corpse spirit needed Qin Yu to live and grow stronger so that it could block the blades of the ancient life forms. Before that happened, it wouldn't allow anyone to harm Qin Yu. Although it was restricted by the altar and unable to free itself, it was still a corpse spirit born from the corpse of an innate spirit. It would be a joke to say that it didn't have the ability to interfere with the outside world. Slaughtering everyone here might be a bit difficult, but protecting Qin Yu's safety shouldn't be too difficult. Within the black pyramid-shaped altar, there was in truth light. The source came from the scales on its body. It lay on the altar, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. Its abdomen gently rose and fell, and it was even breathing. It had experienced a tragic battle in the past where it had slaughtered nearly all the powerhouses of the ancient life forms and was finally killed, but just from the surface, it seemed to be in perfect condition. Or perhaps, the terrifying injuries it had suffered had completely healed in the endless years after its death. If this was the case, Then the strength and methods of an innate spirit far surpassed the imagination. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing a pair of tranquil eyes. They contained the vicissitudes of endless years, as if they could contain all things. This was a pair of eyes that were hard to find words to describe. It seemed to reflect the entire world. But, the only thing that was out of place was that even though it had opened its eyes, it didn't give off the feeling that it had truly woken up. It was as if opening one's eyes was no different from opening a hole in a rock. It was still a dead object without any signs of life. The reason for this was that the one controlling the innate spirit to open its eyes was the corpse spirit born from the corpse. Although it had a spirit, it came from the corpse and could be considered a type of lifeless object. It wasn't a normal soul body. It suddenly said, "We should have been discovered." He paused for a moment, then said, "So what if they find out? If he doesn't want to die, he can only follow the path we set." He is very calm. Maybe he wants to take a gamble, but I don't think it's a good idea. He paused for a moment before continuing, "After this person suffers a calamity, I want his body." It thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." The altar returned to silence. Qin Yu and the stone tower's speculations were correct. The dead pre-celestial spirit had indeed given birth to a corpse spirit, but there were two of them. Now, they had reached an agreement. His body and that of the pre-celestial spirit would become a medium for them to parasitize, each sharing half of their strength. Perfect. The old turtle stopped. He felt like he was a balloon that had been inflated to the limit. One touch and he would explode into pieces. Now, he had already made all the preparations and was just waiting to fight with his life on the line, to fight with his life on the line, or to fight with his life on the line. The stone pagoda also stopped absorbing strength. The only source of light scattered down from the darkness. Its body was still covered in scars, but it gave off a feeling of vitality. The majority of its interior had been restored. As for the remaining damage, it would need time to repair it bit by bit. The reason he left behind these scars was to remind him of those people from the past. Each scar corresponded to a life. Only after he paid them back could he erase them. Qin Yu continued to absorb the powerful strength that came from the altar. It wasn't that his appetite was greater than the old turtle or the stone pagodas, but that in order to repair his body of rules and complete the process of destroying and rebuilding, the amount of strength he needed was an astronomical figure. It could be said that if it weren't for the pre-celestial spirit corpse on the altar and if it weren't for the corpse spirit's full cooperation, Qin Yu would have died without a doubt. In other words, strictly speaking, the corpse spirit could be considered to have saved Qin Yu's life, even if he had other plans. After receiving kindness from others, he always had to express his gratitude. So, Qin Yu felt that if he could have the last laugh, he might as well give it a quick death so that it wouldn't suffer any more pain and suffering. As for repaying evil with kindness and smiling away grudges, Qin Yu couldn't be so magnanimous. He also couldn't leave behind any hidden dangers for himself. Faint vibrations suddenly spread out from his limbs and bones. An invisible aura spread outwards, making him feel as if he were fusing into the world, as if he were gradually becoming a part of the world. At this time, a deep sense of weariness gushed out from his mind, wrapping around Qin Yu's consciousness. He wanted to close his eyes and fall into a deep slumber. This was an extremely comfortable feeling, one that, after being stained by it, no one wanted to rid themselves of it, no longer wanted to open their eyes. Qin Yu had a premonition that if he really closed his eyes at this time, he would truly fuse with the world and become a part of it, forever fading away from it. Becoming a part of the world. Although it sounded grand and lofty, the truth was that it represented endless terror. His consciousness would dissipate and be absorbed by the world. It was the same as vanishing like smoke, leaving no trace in the world. But what was strange was that in the face of this terrifying situation, Qin Yu was actually very calm. He didn't resist at all. Instead, he felt joy in his heart. He felt extremely tired. At this time, it was like he had thrown himself into the warm embrace of his mother. Like this, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lei Xiaoyu discovered that the aura of the man outside the altar had changed once more. Suddenly, he became illusory. Although he was right in front of them, he gave off a feeling as if he could disappear at any moment. He was like a shadow or a wisp of smoke. Lei Xiaoyu subconsciously widened her eyes. She felt that this man was far too interesting. He changed so much that it was hard to fathom him. Just what was he trying to do? Moreover, although changing so many times made one feel that it was very cool, this wasn't a good feeling at all. It was as if he disappeared, he would truly disappear, never to return. But as Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened and she stared at him, the man's aura suddenly changed once more. He was like a bird soaring in the 9 heavens. Just as he was about to soar above the clouds and disappear before his eyes, he turned into a smelly and hard boulder in the blink of an eye. In a cold and direct manner, he crashed heavily into the ground with a deafening bang. Dust rose up in all directions and a monstrous infernal energy surge. Sure, that man opened his eyes and his lips moved. His voice was so low that it was impossible to hear what he said. But it just so happened that she had studied lip language before and could be considered half an expert in this field. A mother's embrace? What nonsense are you talking about? I've never seen her before, so I don't know what it feels like. But I'm sure it's not like you. Lei Xiaoyu's thoughts were in chaos. What the hell was going on? How did he get involved with a mother's embrace? Was there something wrong with this person's brain? That was quite a pity. After all, he was truly handsome and his eyes were beautiful. Cough cough, this damned world where looks reigned supreme, as long as one was a woman, there was no way to avoid it. Fusing with the world as one, if one disregarded the terrifying attribute, could be considered as the recognition of the world itself. The worlds will believe that with your current state, you had the qualifications to become a part of it. This could be considered the highest level of praise for a life form. It wasn't a requirement that just anyone could achieve. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was impossible for a Hutian life form to obtain such an honor. If Qin Yu could obtain the recognition of the world's will, refining and absorbing the strength of a pre-celestial spirit was certainly the key. But besides that, the condensation of a body of rules and the cultivation of the true divinity path also played a powerful supporting role. With these 3 factors added together, Qin Yu obtained a treatment similar to when a pre-celestial spirit chose to perish and fuse with the world itself. Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't appreciate this. Of course he wouldn't. This was because Qin Yu wasn't a pre-celestial spirit that had lived for endless years, an invincible existence beneath the heavens, someone who thought the world was far too boring. He was only a cultivator that had bitterly struggled through countless storms of blood to survive until today. He still had many wishes that he hadn't completed, so how could he be willing to fuse with the world? No matter what kind of honor it was, he would still die. He wanted to live, and he wanted to live freely and happily, to live with an indomitable spirit. Rumble rumble at this moment, a trillion thunderclaps seemed to explode within Qin Yu's body. Every explosion was the sound of his flesh and blood and bones trembling. The body of rules broke apart and then stood up, completely condensing. Qin Yu's mortal body crazily strengthened. Every inch of his bones and flesh was constantly rising. At the same time, his mind buzzed and his consciousness fell into a blank space. This was because his flesh and blood and bones were trembling and roaring, but it was even more because after the body of rules condensed, it had a reverse effect on his soul. A flood of strength erupted. As it poured into his soul, it was instantly absorbed. Then, it began to wildly evolve and transform. Then, in Qin Yu's world of consciousness, the phantom of a divine seal appeared. The moment it appeared, a galaxy slowly unfolded. As his soul absorbed the reverse strength of the body of rules, this galaxy became increasingly clear and solid, giving off a realistic feeling. It began to slowly revolve. The change between movement and stillness was like a painting turning into a living creature. The galaxy divine seal. A single seal evolved into a galaxy. In the legends, this was the highest level of a true divinity's Tao. Once they surpassed their limits, they would transform and reach a boundary. Today, it had finally appeared in the world. The body of rules, the galaxy divine seal, the transformation of his soul. At this moment, Qin Yu's overall strength crazily rose to a horrifying degree. With every breath that passed, Qin Yu became stronger. It could be said that this was the most important moment of Qin Yu's life. He absolutely could not be disturbed in the slightest. Otherwise, If he were to leave this mysterious and perfect state, his final harvests would be affected. It was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly descended. It was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. The eldest senior brother's complexion changed. He looked up and his pupils violently shrank. Shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. In truth, it was extremely difficult to see such an expression on the face of the Peach Blossom Garden's first disciple. From this, one could see just how much of an impact this terrifying aura had on his mind. Yu Ming Yexing and the Heavenly Palace's crown prince also paled. They rapidly retreated and looked up with shock. Just as Lei Xiaoyu thought, they had indeed held back their strength. They had also used everyone here as stones to probe the depths of the altar. But all of this was built on the assumption that the situation was already decided and that the altar was in their hands, but now, this aura that suddenly appeared was clearly mocking them. They had thought that things were far too simple. Disregarding everything else, just the intense pressure that this aura gave them was enough to make it hard for them to withstand. Or, it was more accurate to say that if they were directly struck by this aura, they would die. The cultivators of the 3 top holy lands all felt an intense threat of death. Everyone else paled like paper, their legs shivering and their faces filled with fear. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted above their heads. Then, countless boulders came crashing down with the force of tens of thousands of catties. Each boulder had the power to break a city or break a river. The terrifying sound of breaking air was shrill and shrill, causing one's scalp to tingle. The 3-headed and 6-armed giant reared its head back and roared. It seemed to sense something and turned to rush towards the altar. But at this time, a boulder smashed into its body. The giant stumbled, and before it could steady itself, another boulder came crashing down, followed by a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, it was completely buried beneath the boulder. Shua, the elder senior apprentice brother's figure flickered and he appeared beside Lei Xiaoyu. With a flick of his sleeves, space shook and formed a powerful barrier around them. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion. The boulder smashed into the barrier, causing space to shake and distort. It almost struck the two of them. But not everyone was like eldest senior brother and had the qualifications to resist the terrifying bombardment of the boulders. Besides a few people who were extremely lucky, there were already many cultivators that were smashed by the boulders along with shrill cries. Instantly, viscous blood gushed out from their bodies, and it seemed that they were doomed. If these were just simple boulders, even if they were several times larger, it would still be impossible for them to cause fatal injuries to powerful cultivators. But now, these boulders seemed to have some sort of terrifying will poured into them, making them nearly invincible. Dust soared into the skies and boulders tumbled about. After a series of angry roars, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Besides the smell of blood in the air, there were only pained groans in the ears. Strong winds howled, stirring up endless clouds and fog. Beneath everyone's eyes, the clouds constantly surged and surged, recklessly and rapidly. It was only at this time that everyone discovered that what was blown up just now was the peak of this heaven-supporting mountain. Now, they were all high up in the skies, and the terrifying aura that descended was even higher up. Therefore, everyone looked up and saw a spot of ink suddenly appear in the sky that had been washed clean by the fierce winds. Like thick ink, it immediately spread out like water. In the blink of an eye, it dyed a pupil, and then it became a complete, incomparably huge eye. It was cold and indifferent, without the least bit of fluctuation within it. Looking down, it gave off a feeling as if all things were being absorbed into it. It was terrifying and oppressive. Everyone stopped breathing. Even their thoughts became difficult and obscure. Roar, a loud roar echoed out in everyone's minds. It was like the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking apart. All things were instantly annihilated. It was hard to describe the strength contained within this roar. It was like a hurricane that swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. And this was only what the bystanders felt. This was because they had only withstood a portion of the shockwaves from this roar. Over 90% of the strength was concentrated in the altar area. Or, to be more precise, it was concentrated on Qin Yu's body. His guess was correct. The ancient life form had indeed laid down a method to prevent the awakening of the corpse spirit. It was the giant eye that appeared above their heads. It wanted to exterminate Qin Yu's soul. The stone pagoda roared out, "Abyss Shadow, it is time for you to display your strength. As long as you can help Master survive this calamity, there will always be a place for you by Master's side in the future." The old turtle that was trembling in fear suddenly widened his eyes. He clenched his teeth and cursed out loud. He had to fight. That idiot stone pagoda, his words weren't wrong. As long as he could help Qin Yu survive, then no matter how amazing the stone pagoda's performance was, he would still be the greatest merit. With this merit, no one could easily shake his position in the future. "I won't die, I absolutely won't die. You think a single eye is fierce? I still have two. Open up for me, swallow it up." Then, in the next moment, the abyss arrived. Rich darkness erupted from Qin Yu's body. It howled out, like a horrifying bottomless mouth. Deep and icy cold. It was the shadow of the abyss. It instantly erupted all of its strength in exchange for a trace of the might of the abyss's will. A terrifying aura gushed out from the darkness, causing the entire lost garden to violently shake. Catcher, catcher, with a loud explosion, cracks appeared in the skies. Although the lost garden was a small world forcefully carved out by ancient life forms, it was still a part of the vast young world. Now, with a trace of the might of the abyss's will, the diametrically opposed world attributes caused the rules of the entire lost garden to collapse. Countless ancient life forms widened their eyes. They stared at the cracks that suddenly erupted in the skies above their heads and screamed out in panic. Because at this moment, the ancient life forms could feel the final destruction that had been foreordained by their destiny. The shadow of the abyss twisted. It was like a giant deep-sea net had caught onto some invisible object and was instantly pulled out of shape. The space at the edge of the darkness seemed unable to withstand the shaking strength. It quietly collapsed and was annihilated. The old turtle's howls were sharp and distorted. It was like a rooster being strangled by the neck, grating to the ears. Gradually, it turned from high to low until all that was left was endless weakness. Hey, you dare to show off to me with just one eye, you aren't enough." Chapter 1291. In the cold and indifferent eyes in the skies, a trace of pain and unwillingness appeared. Everyone heard another roar in their ears, but this time, there was no longer any terrifying might. All that was left was despair. Like this, it vanished from sight. The world was deathly silent. Blood dripped from every orifice on those deathly pale faces and their eyes were filled with horror. The shadow of the abyss had appeared far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had spread out, covering the entire altar. No one could see that its origin came from within Qin Yu's body. So now, everyone's eyes gathered on the altar. Thoughts subconsciously rose in everyone's minds. Just what was happening? But there were two eyes that were an exception. The eldest senior apprentice brother looked at Qin Yu. It wasn't because he recognized him, but because he could feel an inexplicable aura from his body. It was like he was facing the heavens and earth, like he was looking at the endless sea. And, many years ago, when he followed his teacher and met with an unsurpassed ruler, he had also felt this. Of course, it was only a very, very small amount now. It couldn't be compared to the past, when his mind was completely blank and his thoughts nearly stopped. But no matter how small it was, it still existed. If the eldest senior apprentice brother was sure that what he sensed wasn't wrong, then that meant there was a difference in level. Who was this person? Could it be the work of a ruler? But his teacher had once said that because of the Great War, the ruler had hidden himself from the world and wouldn't easily interfere in the matters of the world. But, more importantly, was there some connection between him and the peach garden? The second gaze came from Lei Xiaoyu. She was the only one here who had felt the change in Qin Yu's aura. So, even though she was looking in the same direction as everyone else, her focus was different. This was because her intuition told her that although the terrifying eye that appeared and disappeared in the skies seemed to be locked onto the black altar, its true target was the man standing not too far away from the altar. A chill gushed out from the depths of her heart. Then, it turned into a bit of fear. To be able to resist the giant eye in the skies without being harmed at all, just what sort of strength did one need? Thinking about it further, the darkness that erupted just now had come from this person. If she hadn't chosen to silently watch and instead tried to do something, she feared she would have been swallowed up in a single gulp. Then, there would have been no then, right? Inside the altar, its eyes were still empty. The light released by its scales had dimmed because it had lost a great deal of strength. This is fate. A light sigh sounded from its mouth. There was unwillingness and gloominess, but it could still be considered calm. He paused for a moment before continuing. Can I fight for it? We can't compete. More than half of our power has been taken away. Even if we join forces, we will most likely lose. Are we just going to let it go like that? She continued, of course not, just temporarily hand this power over to him and in the future just find a chance to take it back. Do you think I still have a chance? Be patient. There will always be a chance. After a moment of silence, it raised its head and looked at the altar that had imprisoned it for so long. There was a hint of sadness in its voice. It has been a long and torturous journey until today. Now that I finally have a chance to escape, all of my plans have failed and I've benefited others. How pitiful and lamentable. How unfair is this world? How cruel is this world? You win. A voice suddenly sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. He was currently in the midst of his transformation. After his mind trembled for a moment, he immediately understood who this voice was coming from. It was only fate that brought us together. It wasn't my original intention to steal away your good fortune, but since things have come to this, explanations are useless. I will give you a quick death. After a brief pause, the voice sounded out again. I originally thought that you would try to recruit me, but are you really so confident that you can completely exterminate me? After all, I was born in this world. In terms of control over its strength, I am definitely stronger than you. Qin Yu said, what you say is correct, but the greater momentum lies with me. Even though the pre-celestial spirit's corpse contained a strength as vast as mountains and seas, after completing the body of rules, and with the old turtle and stone pagoda helping him absorb it, the vast majority of the strength was already in Qin Yu's control. Even if there was some left over, it wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. This was the greater momentum. The voice sighed. You are right, so I lost. The loser naturally has to suffer the bitter consequences, much less this was personally brewed by me. I originally didn't want to do anything, but your words were far too direct. You completely disregarded my current feelings of sadness and helplessness. So, before I leave, I will leave you with a little trouble. As the voice spoke to hear, its voice suddenly became solemn. I will temporarily place this strength in your hands. In the future, I will take it back. As Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and tried to do something, the voice suddenly vanished from sight. Catcher, catcher, a deep cracking sound broke through the deathly stillness of the world, drawing everyone's eyes over. After a brief pause, everyone's eyes widened, revealing shock and heat. Because at this moment, the black altar that had been silently sitting in front of everyone suddenly began to break apart. It had to be the terrifying eye that had appeared in the skies just now. The reason? Could it be that the object sealed within the altar was about to emerge? The so-called treasures of the heavens and earth all had their own spiritual nature. Perhaps this was the person that had sensed its destiny. But, who was this person? No matter how hard one tried to maintain their composure, they couldn't help but think, could it be me? Then, their heartbeats quickened. They felt their mouths dry up and their eyes turn red without even realizing it. Black fragments fell off the altar. There was no loud sound as they fell to the ground. Rather, the moment they fell, they burst apart like bubbles, vanishing from sight. Thus, after countless years, its massive body reappeared in the world once more, appearing in front of everyone. The crimson scales were like the purest and highest quality crystal in the world, carved after meticulous polishing. They densely covered the surface of its wriggling body, exuding a smooth and natural feeling. It was as if it was supposed to look like this, or rather, no matter what it looked like, it would give off an incomparably harmonious feeling. Its chest and abdomen constantly rose and fell. It was even breathing, as if it would open its eyes in the next moment. It wasn't a dragon, because it had no feet under its abdomen and no horns on its head. Then, it should be a snake, a very, very large snake. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to imagine that such a beautiful and dignified snake existed in this world. It was a snake that caused one to feel awe and reverence, an incomparably lowly and petty snake. Even if a dragon was beside it, it would be like an inconspicuous star under the illumination of the moon in the middle of the sky. It couldn't be compared to it at all. Its breathing suddenly stopped. Then, it suddenly became heavier. As its chest rose and fell rapidly, it emitted sounds like old bellows. After seeing the scene in front of them clearly, everyone quickly stopped admiring the beauty and nobility of this giant snake. This was because a thick and dazzling ribbon was currently connected to the giant snake and the unconscious man not far from the altar. It didn't appear suddenly. Instead, as the altar shattered, as if some kind of seal had been broken, it was exposed in front of everyone. In other words, it was very likely that this thick and dazzling ribbon had already appeared when he was placed in front of the altar. And they were at a loss. Like idiots, they watched everything happen in front of their eyes, but did nothing. Because, what formed this thick and brilliant ribbon was a pure and powerful energy. It was so abundant that it made their hearts tremble. It wasn't excitement, it was anger, it was heartache, it was intense to the extreme, a terrifying killing intent that nearly manifested into reality. Thief. This damned, audacious thief. He stole something that belonged to me. Although they didn't know that what appeared in front of them with the shattering of the altar was a legendary pre-celestial spirit, when their eyes truly fell on it, they could feel a desire erupting from the depths of their souls. There was an urge so strong that they couldn't suppress it, to obtain it at all costs. As long as they succeeded, they would be able to realize all of their ambitions. So, when they first saw it, the giant snake in front of them had become something that belonged to them. Anyone who touched it would die. And now, not only had someone moved, but they had moved for a long time, right in front of their eyes. Under the double torment of anger and regret, everyone's eyes turned even redder at this moment. And Yi Xing could be said to be the one whose eyes were the reddest out of everyone here. It wasn't just because he walked the path of killing to seek the Tao, which made it easy for him to be influenced by the outside world, but it was also because he had a great ambition. As the most famous young genius cultivator of the Netherworld Holy Land, everyone had seen his brilliant or cruel side. But, very few people knew that Yi Xing's mother was only the lowest slave prostitute of the Netherworld Holy Land. The so-called slave prostitutes were female cultivators that the Netherworld Holy Land captured during its expansion or were captured from hostile forces. After their cultivations were sealed, they would be used by the cultivators of the Netherworld Holy Land. But, their fates were often tragic. No one knew what had happened. The Netherworld Holy Land had actually been tainted by one of the lowest slave prostitutes. Moreover, what was even more unimaginable was that she had become pregnant and given birth to a boy. Before the age of 10, the boy didn't have a name. He watched helplessly as his mother was tortured to death by 3 tyrannical members of the Netherworld Night Army. Then, he went crazy. Blood. It was all blood, red and warm. It covered the earth and soaked the boy's body. When he woke up once more, he had his own name. He was Yi Xing, the son of the Netherworld Holy Land's first wife. He became an existence that everyone respected in the Holy Land. No one dared to call him a bastard again, and no one dared to beat or kick him. His cultivation talent was astonishing and he rapidly rose. In the end, his name shook the entire Holy Tao Circle and he became the feared and respected Netherworld Yi Xing. 30 years later, Yi Xing became the commander of the Netherworld Night Army. In a single night of chaos, he wiped out the entire Netherworld Holy Land. Over 1 million people died and their heads piled up like a mountain. It was said that 172 of the Night Army's captains were brought into the dungeon and their miserable howls continued for an entire month. 1 month later, Yi Xing walked out of the dungeon. Even now, that place was a place that caused the expressions of everyone in the Netherworld Holy Land to change. Beneath the glamour was a twisted soul. Yi Xing swore that he would become the strongest person in the world, stronger than his so-called father. Stronger than his father, but the stronger he became, the more clearly he realized just how difficult it was to achieve this ambition. Before entering the Lost Garden, although Yi Xing had made many preparations, he never imagined that such a scene would appear in front of him. When the words pre-celestial spirit leapt into his mind, all of his scruples and restraints were torn to shreds. He fell into a frenzy. Right now, there was only one thought left in his mind: as long as he could seize the corpse of this spirit snake, all of his ambitions could be realized. So, he was willing to pay any price. Bang! A thick blood-colored light suddenly burst out from Nightwalker's body. It shot up more than 100 meters into the sky, like a burning blood-colored flame. Then, a shadow emerged from the blood-colored flame. It was cold, brutal, and a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. It swept out from the shadow. He turned around and faced everyone. Seeing their disbelief and anger, he roared out loud, "It is mine. Anyone who dares to take a single step forward will die." With just a few words and a phantom that released a terrifying aura, it was certainly impossible to frighten everyone away, especially in the current situation. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people stepped forward at the same time. "Nightwalker of the Netherworld, don't be too." The person who spoke first didn't get to finish his sentence before Nightwalker made his move. He raised his hand and clenched it in front of him. Bang! 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 3 heads instantly exploded. Red and white matter splashed out in all directions. Thick blood gushed out from the headless necks, as if 3 fountains of blood had suddenly burst open. Such a terrifying scene caused everyone's hearts to burn with fear. They subconsciously drew back, their complexions changing. Yi Xing's blood-red eyes slowly swept over everyone. "I said that anyone who dares to take a single step forward will die." Crazy. He was crazy. Even though Yi Xing had killed 3 people in one move, the crowd still looked at him as if he was a complete lunatic. Not to mention everyone else, just the senior apprentice brother of the Peach Garden and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince wouldn't stare blankly on as he monopolized the snake corpse. To challenge everyone with his own strength, that was absolutely seeking death. But contrary to everyone's expectations, in the silence, the Peach Garden's senior apprentice brother and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince both frowned, not moving at all. Their eyes seemed to fall on the 1,000-foot phantom in the blood-red flames above Yi Xing's head. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Was there something wrong with this phantom? Why did it make the 2 of them feel such dread? The senior apprentice brother suddenly cupped his hands together and said, "Peach Garden disciple greets the Netherworld Saint." The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince let out a deep breath. "Heavenly Palace's void soul greets the Netherworld Saint." Within the blood-red flames, the phantom opened its eyes. It swept its gaze around and lightly said, "You 2 juniors have good eyesight." These words were the same as admitting to this matter. Everyone's eyes widened. Their first thought was that this was impossible. There was no saint path in the Lost Garden. This wasn't just a simple statement. Countless attempts had been made over the countless years, but no one had ever succeeded. But now, in front of everyone's eyes, the Netherworld Saint's projection had descended. No wonder the Peach Garden's chief disciple and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince had remained silent about Yi Xing's actions. How could this be? Could it be that the Netherworld Holy Land had already found a way to break through the iron law of the Lost Garden? If this was really the case, everyone's hearts sank and unwillingness appeared in their eyes. No matter how many people they had, how could they compete with Yi Xing? After all, the might of a true saint, even if it was just a projection, was not something that small cultivators like them who had yet to enter the divine path could compare with. But soon, as the Netherworld Saint spoke, they discovered that today's events weren't as they had imagined. Within the blood-red flames, the Netherworld Saint's phantom lowered his head. His gaze fell on Yi Xing. It was hard to describe what was in his eyes at this moment. There was anger, surprise, and even a trace of appreciation mixed together. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Yi Xing, you have great courage and great methods. You are truly worthy of being my son." Yi Xing's crimson eyes had actually calmed down. But this calmness gave off an even more terrifying feeling. He was like a gambler who had placed everything on the line. There was no longer any room for retreat, so there was no need for fear or awe. He bowed slightly. "Thank you, Father, for your praise." The Netherworld Saint asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Yi Xing stood up. "If I succeed, Father cannot kill me. If I fail, I will die here and Father cannot kill me either." So, why should I be afraid? Ha ha ha, very good, very good. If you really succeed, you will inherit the Netherworld Holy Land in the future. If there was success, there was also the possibility of failure. He didn't say this result, but Yixing knew it in his heart. It was very difficult to commit suicide in front of a saint. He had said that he was free and easy before, but he might not succeed. The most likely result was, if he failed, he would die miserably. After all, the Netherworld Saint had personally killed his son and used the killing intent to temper his great path. This was not the first or second time. But now, since he had taken this step, he could no longer turn back. Yixing closed his eyes and opened them again. He repeated for the third time, "It is mine. Whoever dares to take a step forward will die." Chapter 1292. Everyone could see with their own eyes that Qin Yu was currently stealing the strength of the spirit snake. But after confirming the snake's status as a pre-celestial spirit snake, Night Walker wasn't worried at all. The truth was simple. An adult pre-celestial spirit corpse contained enough strength to fill the 5 lakes and 4 seas. A mere cultivator, even if he used some unknown method to activate the energy absorption ability ahead of time, how much could he obtain? How much could his strength increase? At most he would have to waste some effort and he would be able to eliminate him. Today, as long as he blocked the Peach Garden's first disciple and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince, the outcome would be decided. That's right, in Night Walker's opinion, the only ones present that had the qualifications to compete with him were the 2 people above him. The others weren't worth fearing. But even so, there were still hidden dangers when there were too many ants. After all, it was impossible for anyone to truly be flawless. Thus, the best method was to first send them out of the game. When he said the same thing for the 3rd time, to everyone's surprise, Yixing, whose eyes were bloodshot, suddenly made a brazen move. He reared his head back and roared. Above his head, Netherworld Saint's blood shadow exploded, turning into countless balls of bloodlight that howled outwards. As it flew, the bloodlight constantly stretched, becoming long and narrow. It was like a saber light that emitted a terrifying aura. Facing this bloodlight, one could hear the pained screams of countless lives on the verge of death. Light and shadow flickered in front of them, faintly revealing a blood-red great path that pierced into the heavens. Countless corpses were suppressed beneath it, all of them struggling miserably. Killing path. This is Half-Saint Netherworld's great Tao foundation. This is impossible. Run. Run. With angry screams, cultivators began to wildly flee, their faces filled with horror and despair. But compared to the bloody light, they were clearly far too slow. The first cultivator that was caught up to had the bloody light enter his body from the back. This person's eyes widened, and before he could make a sound, he exploded into pieces with a bang. Then, like fully ripe fruits hanging on a tree branch, they all fell to the ground with a gust of wind. Popping sounds filled the air and the air was instantly flooded with the smell of blood. The eldest senior brother had a solemn expression. He moved to protect Lei Xiaoyu. But before he could move, with a pained scream, her figure was sent flying backwards. Scarlet blood gushed out, soaking her dress. His pupils shrank, but soon they turned into confusion. The eldest senior brother raised his hand to block. In the next moment, the bloodlight howled down. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, giving people the impression that a heavy and sharp axe had heavily chopped into a wooden block. Eldest senior brother retreated hastily. 2 pieces of his sleeves flew off, and there seemed to be a flash of bloodlight within them. Then, they disappeared. Along with him, the Crown Prince of the Heaven Palace, Shu Qi, was forced to retreat. He summoned a golden light of unknown origin and used it to protect himself. Surprisingly, he managed to block the attack of a true saint's Tao connotation. Apart from him, no one else could remain standing. Even the Heavenly Palace's Crown Prince Shu Wei was forced to retreat. He summoned an unknown golden light and protected himself within it, barely managing to block the strike of a true saint's Tao accumulation. Besides him, no one else could remain standing. Even if there were an extremely small number of cultivators who possessed methods similar to death substitution doppelgangers, their main bodies could not remain unscathed. At this moment, most of them only had a part of their bodies left, preserving the crucial and fragile parts. They rolled to the side, wailing miserably. It wasn't that these people were too weak and couldn't withstand a single blow, but that Yi Xing's attack was too difficult to withstand. Because at this time, although it seemed like he was the one attacking, what actually detonated was the Netherworld Saint's Dao accumulation. Dao accumulation had been mentioned before. This was the foundation of a saint and could be regarded as the most powerful and secretive thing. In the past, the old turtle had desperately fought for it and had only obtained a trace of Dao accumulation from the scholarly sage. But what about today? The more people Yi Xing killed, the more Dao accumulation was detonated. This was also the key reason why the Netherworld Saint's projection could descend into the Lost Garden. Because of this, he was constantly consuming his own Dao accumulation to resist the crushing rules of the Lost Garden. Dao accumulation was the foundation of a saint. Once it was consumed too much, it could cause the great Dao to shatter and even cause one's own boundary to collapse. Unless it was absolutely necessary, a saint wouldn't easily use their own Dao accumulation. So, this matter wasn't the Netherworld Saint's original intention from the start. To be more accurate, he had been forcefully kidnapped by Yi Xing, by the son he had raised. The Netherworld Holy Land walked the path of killing to form the Dao. But, a single great Dao could be walked by tens of thousands of people. There were countless differences. After all, everyone had different experiences. But, they all belonged to the same category. There were many similarities between the same species. With this as the foundation, Yi Xing had obtained a method from who knew where and even used his own bloodline as a medium to forcefully steal a trace of the Netherworld Saint's great Dao. Thus, he was able to forcefully summon the Netherworld Saint's strength to descend in the Lost Garden, forming this projection in front of him. Then, while the Netherworld Saint was busy resisting the Lost Garden's rules, he detonated his great Dao foundation and slaughtered everyone. Using a true saint's great Dao foundation as the price, coupled with a terrifying character like the Netherworld Saint who walked the path of killing to seek the Dao, the killing power of this attack was naturally terrifying. It was understandable that he could easily kill someone with a single strike. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince paled. He looked at the blood shadow that reformed after the explosion. He said in a low voice, "May I ask the Netherworld Saint if we can help?" The Netherworld Saint said, "By killing this unfilial son, you are also helping me." His voice was calm, but his words were filled with killing intent. It was clear that Yi Xing's crazy act of detonating his Dao accumulation had caused great damage to him. As for the saying that if you succeed, you can inherit the Netherworld Holy Land, it was fine to just listen to it, but he was really stupid. "Thank you for your understanding." The Heavenly Palace's crown prince stood up. His eyes turned golden, like two miniature suns. A terrifying aura erupted from his body like a volcano, causing space to shake like a tide. "Yi Xing, of those you killed today, there were 12 cultivators from my Heavenly Palace. As the Heavenly Palace's crown prince, I must avenge them and maintain the dignity of the Heavenly Palace." Yi Xing's face was expressionless. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The Heavenly Palace's crown prince said, "The true saint's Dao accumulation is indeed terrifying, but you have only stolen a trace of the great path. How many times can you use it with such violent means? You can't kill me." His calm voice was filled with strong confidence. The eldest senior brother paused for a moment and said slowly, "Since the saint is not guilty, then of course, I have to take part in today's matter." Because he had expected it, he had already noticed some of the things that had happened. Although he was a little worried, he chose to cooperate in the end. After all, she had been acting for so long. He guessed that this was the moment she had been waiting for. If she didn't get what she wanted, she wouldn't give up. So, at this moment, he stepped forward to pressure the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. The Peach Garden's first disciple, the Heavenly Palace's crown prince. "I really don't have much confidence in killing the two of you with my Dao accumulation. But I've always heard that the disciples of the Peach Garden love each other. Is that true?" He raised his hand and clenched his fist. A figure slowly flew up and stood in front of him. "Junior sister." The eldest senior brother's face changed. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince frowned. Lei Xiaoyu's body was cracked in many places. She was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. She seemed to have used some secret technique to survive the Tao accumulation attack. Oh no! Because he knew the disciples of the Peach Garden well, the Heavenly Palace's crown prince turned to look at the eldest senior brother. Sure enough, his face was full of fear. It would be good if Lei Xiaoyu died. It would definitely anger the Peach Garden's first disciple, who would join forces with him to kill Yixing. But she was still alive. This would be very troublesome. Yixing, let go of junior sister. Let's talk it out. Sure enough, the cultivators of the Peach Garden were different from those outside. Anyone who was familiar with them knew this. Sometimes, it made people envious. But sometimes, it also made people angry. Just like now. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince smiled bitterly but didn't try to persuade him. He knew that even if he did, it would only increase the Peach Garden's disciples' bad impression and wouldn't help the outcome. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up, revealing a smile of success. It's very simple. As long as eldest senior brother helps me stop the void capture, I guarantee that junior sister Lei Xiaoyu will be safe and sound. She will return to the Peach Garden with you safely. The eldest senior brother said, "How can I trust you?" Yixing said, "You have no choice." In the silence, the eldest senior brother's lips moved. "Fine." A single word. His tone was low and calm, without too many ups and downs. It was enough to make one feel the complex emotions in his heart. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince closed his eyes. Could it be that today's heaven-defying good fortune would be given to Yixing for such a ridiculous reason? And with the Nether Holy Land style of doing things, if he really succeeded, would the two of us still be alive? Jiao Zhuangzhuang, you disappoint me. Puff, there was a muffled sound. A sound rang out as if a blunt object had cut open his flesh. Almost at the same instant, eldest senior brother, who had a solemn expression on his face, brazenly attacked. Lei Xiaoyu, who was caught by Yixing, was sent flying backwards. She had been punched, and although she spat out blood from her nose and mouth, her face was flushed red with excitement. It was worth it, it was worth it. With something like this, it wasn't in vain that she had tried to cover up everything. She had put on all sorts of pretense, it wasn't all in vain. "Ah, who are you? You aren't Lei Xiaoyu." Yixing screamed. A terrifying hole had appeared in his chest and blood wildly gushed out. And where his heart should have been, where it should have been, was now a blank space. And at this time, the eldest senior brother's fist arrived. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, Yixing was sent flying backwards. After losing his heart, his blood vitality declined. Half of his body was nearly smashed into paste by this fist. His 5 fingers desperately grasped onto the heart that was still beating, as if it wanted to break free. Lei Xiaoyu smiled brightly. "How clever. Congratulations on answering correctly. I am indeed not that little girl Xiaoyu." With a wave of his hand, it was as if he had performed a magic trick, and an enchanting beauty appeared in front of him. She looked at Nightwalker, who was vomiting blood, with a hint of timidity. "Look, I've been scared to the point of revealing my true body. You have to take responsibility for this. Oh, since we are old acquaintances, I will take your heart as compensation. Don't be touched, I am just such a good person. Peach Garden 1,000 faces. It's you." Yixing howled in pain. The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince. Now, his entire body was numb. The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince glanced at the eldest senior brother who was standing still with his fists clenched. The corners of his lips twitched and his vision darkened. Thinking back to the nervousness in eldest senior brother's eyes, the helplessness and heaviness in the subtle expressions on his face, the low and repressed voice, and especially the word okay that was said with so many twists and turns, it was simply the finishing touch, making his entire performance impeccable. Even the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince believed it completely. But who would have thought that? It was fake, it was all fake. From the beginning to the end, it was all a play. Or rather, it was a pit that had been dug long ago, waiting for some unlucky person to jump into it. Then, with a plop, it would be completely buried. At this time, this unlucky person finally appeared. It was the Netherworld Nightwalker who had stolen a trace of the true divine Great Path and killed countless people with one strike. He had slaughtered the elite cultivators of the Holy Tao Circle like chickens, and he, the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince, was the only person who had personally experienced the whole thing. Gao Zhuangzhuang, so you are actually this Gao Zhuangzhuang. Have you changed, or have I been wrong from the beginning? Has the peach garden become like this now? After thinking for a moment, the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince subconsciously shivered, and his scalp went numb. Was Yixing powerful? Of course, he was extremely powerful. Not to mention his own strength, just the fact that he had successfully stolen a trace of the true divine great path was already beyond imagination. His performance today could be said to be decisive and decisive. He did not hesitate to break off relations with his biological father to snatch the corpse of the giant snake in front of him. But such an incomparably powerful person had suddenly fallen at the hands of this pair of Peach Blossom Garden disciples. What if it was him? The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince's heart grew colder, because he felt that he would not be able to escape. This was simply too frightening. Yixing, whose body had been smashed in half and whose mouth and nose were spurting blood, suddenly burst into laughter. So he spurted blood even faster, and there were even some things that looked like pieces of internal organs mixed in. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. I have struggled bitterly to reach this day, step by step. I thought I had seen the future, but I did not expect that at the last moment, I would be defeated by such a small trick. The Peach Garden disciples are really powerful, but if I die alone, the road to hell will be really lonely. Why don't I invite everyone to come with me, so that we can be each other's companions? The Netherworld Saint's blood shadow let out a low roar of anger. The shadow paused for a moment, and in the next moment, it suddenly exploded. The eldest senior brother took a deep breath, and in a flash, he shielded the thousand-faced saint behind him. There was an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. He really did not expect that Yixing could actually do this. Stealing a trace of the great path of the Saint Great Path was one thing, but he could actually forcibly detonate it. The Tao connotation was the foundation of the Great Path, and the Great Path was condensed from the lifetime cultivation of the Saint Great Path. It was the support of the realm and the source of power. When the true divine Great Path collapsed, even if it was only a trace, its power was still like a hurricane. It could instantly sweep in all directions and wipe out everything. Chapter 1293. The first to suffer were the cultivators who had luckily survived. Facing the terrifying power of the true sage Great Tao, they could only scream in despair as they were torn to pieces. The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince was covered in golden light. After resisting for a breath of time, it shattered and dissipated. He was sent flying away, blood gushing out from his mouth and nose. The one who had the easiest time was the thousand-faced assassin. She was shielded by her eldest senior brother, and although the wild strength in front of her was like a tsunami, it couldn't cause her any harm. Looking at the eldest senior brother in front of her, who was still standing straight, she felt a sense of peace that she hadn't felt for a long time. However, in the next moment, she frowned and erased that feeling. Don't force yourself if you're injured. The true sage Great Tao has exploded, it's not shameful to spit out blood. The eldest senior brother thought for a moment and seemed to think this was reasonable. So, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his complexion became much better. The thousand-faced assassin coughed, a bit embarrassed. Eldest senior brother, are you okay? The Peach Garden's first disciple smiled and shook his head. I listened to my junior sister. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, I feel much better. The thousand-faced assassin rolled his eyes. He suddenly felt that this eldest senior brother wasn't very good at conversing. No wonder he had been. Forget it, he had just been saved by his eldest senior brother, so there was no need to laugh at him in secret. That was a bit too much. And to be honest, the thousand-faced assassin really thought that that woman had been blind. Night walking had disappeared. The moment he detonated the true sage Great Tao, he had also destroyed himself, vanishing into thin air. Now, there were only 3 people left here. The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince covered his mouth, coughing violently. As blood splashed out, he glanced at the 2 people from the Peach Garden, his heart filled with sorrow. Alone against the Peach Garden's first disciple, he wasn't sure he could win, much less now that there was also the mysterious thousand-faced assassin. And more importantly, night walking had been tragically buried by these two people, dying at his most glorious and powerful moment. If it were him, how good would his fate be? He would likely die even faster. After so many twists and turns, the peach garden had the last laugh. The heavenly palace crown prince took a deep breath, his eyes filled with bitterness and helplessness. Fortunately, the heavenly palace and the peach garden had a good relationship. If he voluntarily withdrew, the two people from the peach garden shouldn't make things difficult for him. This could be considered a blessing in misfortune. No, there was another person. The crown prince of the heaven palace suddenly widened his eyes, because he discovered that the ribbon surging out from the snake's corpse was still there, and the other end had sunk into the mysterious cultivator's body. He was actually unharmed. How was this possible? As someone who had personally experienced it, the crown prince of the heaven palace was very clear about the terror of a true divine great Tao self-detonation. Even he had to pay a great price to barely withstand it. There was also Jiao Zhuangzhuang, whom he could no longer understand. Did he feel better after spitting out a mouthful of blood? As if I'd believe you. It was only in front of the woman, and there seemed to be some other signs that something was wrong, that he didn't show anything. The truth was that the two of them were seriously injured and were just holding on. But why was this person unscathed? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he did not put up any resistance at all. The crown prince of the heavenly palace's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he had missed something. It seemed that all of them had underestimated this mysterious cultivator from the very beginning. Could it be that the woman had sent him here and then left without hesitation? Was it all a play? However, he was very sure that he was not mistaken. At that time, this person's injuries were very serious, and he was almost on the verge of death. For the sake of acting, was he ruthless to himself to such a degree? The crown prince's heart turned even colder. He felt that this world was far too dangerous. However, the only thing worth being happy about was that because of the existence of this mysterious cultivator, he seemed to have a chance to intervene, for instance, joining forces with Peach Blossom Garden to expel this person and then divide the harvests together. Unfortunately, before the crown prince had a chance to speak, a pained howl sounded out. A giant figure drilled out from the flattened mountain. Its entire body was covered with horrifying wounds. 2 of its 3 heads had been severed and only 3 of its 6 arms remained. This was the giant that had been bred in the Silver Sea. It hadn't died yet. At this time, the giant's remaining head was stubbornly staring at Qin Yu. It emitted a hateful howl. Although it was bred from the Silver Sea, it was actually an ancient race. And because of the Silver Sea, it was closely related to the Lost Garden. Thus, it could clearly sense that the last breath of this ancient creature had been completely cut off. And the one who had done all of this was Qin Yu in front of it. Once the Lost Garden was destroyed, it would also vanish with it, becoming an eliminated part of the long river of history. Kill him. Kill him. Take advantage of the fact that this person hadn't fully awakened and used his corpse to replace the position of the pre-celestial spirit. Perhaps this could extend the destiny of the ancient creature race. Whether or not this would work, the giant didn't know. But even if it failed, it could only drag him down with it to be buried with the ancient creature race. Roar! The giant reared its head back and roared. Countless silver roots wildly gathered together. Compared to before, there were only 20 to 30% of them left, and most of them were dim. It was impossible to see the terrifying momentum of the sea from before. At most, it could be considered a silver lake. At this time, the remaining silver roots wrapped around the giant. Without hesitation, they tore through its flesh and drilled into its body. The giant roared in pain. But as the silver roots drilled into it, its aura wildly rose. It was like the two sides had completed a certain degree of fusion. The transformation continued. Although it was nearing its end, if it were to wake up now, it would still cause damage to its harvests. A trace of imperfection might not seem serious, but it was highly possible that this slight difference would greatly affect him. Qin Yu frowned inwardly. He looked at the rampaging giant and gently sighed. In this situation, he could only trouble his eldest senior apprentice brother. But after the giant fused with the silver roots, it would enter a life-risking state. Would his eldest senior apprentice brother be able to stop it? Cough. This matter is too important and it is difficult to take any risks. Eldest senior apprentice brother, I'm really sorry, but I can only use you to fill this pit. But don't worry, as long as this day passes, I will definitely find a way to compensate you and satisfy senior apprentice brother. Thus, in the next moment, the eldest senior apprentice brother, who was standing in front of the thousand-faced giant and frowning, suddenly stiffened. He looked at Qin Yu with a dignified expression. Then, he let out a light breath and muttered, "For teacher to take a liking to you, I already guessed that junior apprentice brother was extraordinary. But, I never imagined that today's situation would occur." His voice was low and others couldn't hear him, but it couldn't escape the thousand-faced giant's eyes. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Junior apprentice brother. How was this possible? Moreover, why was he here? Li. If he didn't know, it would be best to sit on the sidelines and watch. But now that his junior brother had spoken, as the head disciple of the Peach Garden, how could he just stand by and watch? It's indeed little junior brother. After saying this, eldest brother took a step forward. The space was slightly distorted. He stood in front of the giant and frowned subconsciously. From the looks of it, it seemed like this fellow was going to put its life on the line. If Zhongxian wanted to stop it, he would have to put his life on the line as well. Could it be that his teacher had already predicted this, and that was why he told him about the matter regarding little Junior entering the Lost Garden so that he could take care of him at the crucial moment? Yes, that might not be impossible. After all, his junior brother was the son-in-law of the Peach Blossom Garden, and this concerned junior sister Peach Blossom's happiness. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough for him to not allow Qin Yu to fall into danger. So, if he had to risk his life, then he would risk his life. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace was dumbfounded. He realized that his understanding of the Peach Garden seemed to be completely wrong. What was going on? The head disciple of the Peach Garden had actually blocked the giant that was charging towards the mysterious cultivator. What was Jiao Zhuangzhuang trying to do? Please don't say that it's a pleasure to help others. He would be an idiot if he believed a single word of it. Or, could it be that this person was on the same side as the Peach Garden to begin with? Emptiness was startled by this sudden thought. If it were before, he might not have thought this, but he had just witnessed the perfect performance of the two people from the Peach Garden. They had joined hands to bury Nightwalker. Was there anything that was impossible? Moreover, he had already begun to suspect that Hidden Pearl's matter of placing Qin Yu in front of the stone pagoda was also a horrifying plot. In order to deceive everyone, they had hammered themselves into a severely wounded and dying state. Wasn't that horrifying enough? But now, Emptiness discovered that these two frightening plots were likely part of a larger scheme. Everyone, including Nightwalker, had fallen into the scheme. Even Nightwalker and the others hadn't been able to understand what was going on even when they died. His heartbeat began to accelerate. Although the solemn Heavenly Palace Crown Prince didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deceive his own heart. He was afraid. Because if things were really like this, then how could the Peach Garden that had laid down such a monstrous scheme be willing to risk being exposed and allow him to leave alive? Humph, it was clear that silencing him was the best choice. Peach Garden, is this the Peach Garden I know? What should I do now? Would it be too late to turn around and flee while Jiao Zhuangzhuang was dealing with the giant beast? The thousand-faced assassin had always been mysterious and had never fought outside of the Peach Garden. But, from how she had pulled out Nightwalker's heart in a single strike, she was definitely a ruthless character. Moreover, one couldn't forget that there was also the woman who had brought the mysterious cultivator here and then left. Before, Emptiness might have thought that she had left, but looking at it now, it was clear that what he saw wasn't necessarily the truth. In other words, it was highly likely that he was facing 4 Peach Garden cultivators by himself. 1 against 4, and all of them were such sinister, cunning, and cruel tyrannical characters. Just thinking about it left one despairing. Perhaps there was a woman hidden in the dark, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. She was just waiting for a chance to strike and send him to hell. Right now seemed like the best time to turn around and flee, but who could be sure that she wasn't deliberately giving him a chance, waiting for him to obediently stick his head under the guillotine? The heavenly palace crown prince shivered and his complexion turned as white as a wooden board. He suddenly felt that he couldn't continue thinking about this. Otherwise, before the people of the Peach Garden could do anything, he would be scared to death. Chapter 1294. Kang Zhu had already left, so it was impossible for him to hide in the dark. So, sometimes the most terrifying thing in the world was to scare yourself. When the heavenly palace crown prince's face turned blue and he knew he was in danger, the truth was that his eldest senior brother and the 1,000 faces didn't even glance at him. The mysterious cultivator was their little junior brother. Since they were sure of this, their attitude towards this matter immediately changed. No matter what, nothing could happen to him. This was what their eldest senior brother thought, and so did the 1,000 faces. But she was even more worried because her eldest senior brother was injured. Perhaps she should help her eldest senior brother. Before she could step forward, her eldest senior brother seemed to have sensed something. He turned to look at her and said, "No need." The silver roots drilled into the giant's body. The giant seemed to receive a powerful supplement. The wounds on its body rapidly healed, and the 2 missing heads and 3 arms were also restored. With the will to die, it no longer had any scruples. The aura it erupted with now wasn't any weaker than when it was in a state of complete victory. Seeing the eldest senior brother standing in front of it, the 3-headed and 6-armed giant didn't care about the Peach Garden's head disciple or anything like that. It didn't care that they had a garden master who was very protective and had a bad reputation. It lifted a hand and punched out. Space suddenly shook, as if a towering mountain had fallen into the sea. Terrifying waves instantly erupted, sweeping in all directions. The eldest senior brother reached out a hand and grasped it. Qin Yu discovered that the head disciple of the Peach Garden was a swordsman. He hadn't sensed this before. As he was surprised, his heart suddenly shrank. A trace of fear erupted from the bottom of his heart like a volcano. The eldest senior brother was not only a swordsman, but perhaps one of the most terrifying swordsman masters in the world. Because the moment he attacked with his sword, everything seemed to be cut apart. Whether it was the obstacles in front of him or the world itself, nothing could contend with it. The giant roared in pain. The space created by its punch was directly cut apart. Then, the sword didn't stop. It fell straight on its body, tearing apart a large piece of flesh and blood. The terrifying wound it formed pierced through its chest and abdomen. One could clearly see that the countless silver roots in its body were cut apart by the sword edge. Then, they emerged from the wound, wrapping around the torn flesh and forcibly closing the wound. But within the torn flesh and blood, there were still remnants that hadn't completely dissipated. The sword intent that had completely dissipated had barely managed to grow back together when it cracked again. Fresh blood flowed freely. The giant roared even more painfully. Its wound burst open again, triggering the release of the sword intent, which stimulated its senses and aroused its ferocity. Death could arrive at any moment. It no longer had anything to lose. Killing Qin Yu was the last thing it could do for the ancient creature race. No one could stop it. Whoever dared, would die together. The giant no longer paid any attention to it. A thick and dazzling silver light suddenly erupted from the horrifying wound on its chest. This was the power of space. Rumble, a huge rumble rang out across the entire world. Following that, terrifying cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. Each one of them contained a heart-palpitating aura. That was the condensation of the destructive power of space. Roar with a loud roar, it was like a rain of black sabers. Black cracks filled the skies as they crazily cut towards Qin Yu. The eldest senior brother frowned slightly. He retreated and raised his hand. The tip of his sword instantly slashed through the crack in space, splitting it into 2. Without stopping, the eldest senior brother turned around and slashed again. The second spatial crack shattered under the blade of his sword. He turned behind Qin Yu and continued to slash out a 3rd time. The 1,000-faced assassin revealed a look of praise. In this world, perhaps only the eldest senior brother could cut apart these spatial cracks with his non-Saint Dao cultivation. But at the same time, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. This was because this sort of extraordinary eruption of power was a tremendous burden even for the eldest senior brother. Moreover, He had forcefully resisted the explosion of a true saint's Tao accumulations and had already suffered considerable injuries. His eyes turned and fell on the heavenly palace's crown prince. The corners of the thousand-faced assassin's lips curved up. He suddenly said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, you had best not act rashly." Shu Suo's complexion darkened. He didn't need to be reminded. In this situation, how could he dare to act? These people of the Peach Garden were truly sinister and sinister. In particular, Gao Zhuangzhuang. Before, he always thought he was a slightly pedantic and modest gentleman. But after seeing him today, he wished that he could dig his eyes out and crush them. There was nothing wrong with hiding their strength. This was what everyone did. Unless it was a critical moment, no one would easily reveal their cards. But hiding one's strength wasn't the same as transforming into a living person. The head disciple of the Peach Garden, Gao Zhuangzhuang, was actually a peerless sword cultivator. This was far too terrifying. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would dare to tell Shu Suo that the head disciple of the Peach Garden was a sword cultivator? Shu Suo would have punched them in the face for speaking such nonsense. In the entire Peach Garden, including the Peach Garden Master, there wasn't a single person who used a sword. And more importantly, ever since the Peach Garden's head disciple became famous, there had never been a single record of him drawing a sword. But without a doubt, this was the truth. Because at this time, Gao Zhuangzhuang was circling around Qinyu, the sword in his hand as fast as lightning. Wherever he went, space cracks would be cut apart. This was called sword intent rampaging. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that Shu Suo discovered that he wasn't a match for the swordsman Gao Zhuangzhuang at all. As he sensed the space cracks from afar, his scalp tingled. But now, he had been casually and cleanly chopped up like he was chopping melons and vegetables. These people of the Peach Garden were far too sinister and their methods were far too sharp. If the thousand-faced assassin suddenly said this, could it be that he wanted to lure him into attacking? After all, on the surface, this was indeed the best time. He couldn't be fooled, he absolutely couldn't be fooled. But even if he didn't, would the Peach Garden let him go after knowing so many things today? He was the dignified heavenly palace crown prince. At this moment, he felt that his future was pitch black. He was shaken by the sharp sword intent of his eldest senior apprentice brother. This was the thought that appeared in the heart of the seventh senior sister, the thousand-faced assassin, when she saw the heavenly palace crown prince's reaction. This was also true. After all, even for her, this was the first time she had seen her eldest senior apprentice brother use a sword. Before, she always felt that the outwardly gentle eldest senior apprentice brother had a dangerous spirit hidden in his bones. She never expected him to be a sword cultivator. But why had eldest senior brother deliberately concealed his identity as a sword cultivator all this while? There must be some other reason behind this. The seventh senior sister touched her face. Her fingers suddenly paused, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence, right? I hid in the Peach Garden to avoid disaster and didn't dare to show my true body to others. Could it be the same for you? Her eyes fell on her eldest senior apprentice brother and she frowned. Suddenly, she wasn't in the mood to think about these things. Because her eldest senior apprentice brother's condition seemed to be worse than she thought. Kylar, the eldest senior apprentice brother, drew back. He looked down at his arm. His robe was neatly cut, and after a flash of bloodlight, it disappeared. Chapter 1295. He couldn't wait any longer. Seventh senior apprentice sister stepped forward and landed beside the eldest senior apprentice brother. Without waiting for him to speak, she said, "I know my own limits and won't take any risks. I'll hide behind you and help you a little." The eldest senior apprentice brother revealed a helpless expression. With his understanding of the thousand-faced person, since she had come here, she wouldn't be persuaded away with just a few words. But now, he didn't have much time to speak. He could only quickly warn her, "Remember what you said." He reached out and grabbed hold of the thousand-faced person. The eldest senior apprentice brother couldn't feel at ease leaving her alone. The power of the spatial cracks created by the giant's control was truly terrifying. Peach Garden Walker had 7,000 faces and was regarded by the Garden Master as a member of the squad of 4.5 people. Of course, She didn't rely on her ability to change her face every day. She was strong, otherwise it would have been impossible for her sneak attack to tear open Nightwalker's chest, dig out his beating heart, and force him into a dead end. After she joined the team, the pressure on the eldest senior apprentice brother eased a little. But the spatial cracks were endless. They didn't decrease because the two of them cut through them. Instead, as time passed, they became more and more numerous. If they wanted to protect Chinyu, they would have to face more slashes. They would have to attack faster and more fiercely. In the end, 7th senior apprentice sister's strength was inferior to the eldest senior apprentice brother's. Moreover, she had also been injured by Nightwalker's hateful punch. With a soft pu sound, her face was immediately cut open. Blood gushed out and dripped down her cheek. The eldest senior apprentice brother grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him. 7th senior apprentice sister touched her cheek and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just a bag of skin. I'll be fine tomorrow." The eldest senior apprentice brother shook his head. This was because he knew that although this spatial crack seemed to have only injured her flesh, if the thousand-faced person's reaction had been any slower, her entire head would have been instantly split open. In truth, risking one's life was divided into different levels. He originally thought that he could do anything he wanted, but it was clear that his youngest junior apprentice brother needed more time. He couldn't allow his junior apprentice sister to take any more risks. And to tell the truth, if he persisted any longer, there was a chance that something would go wrong. "Junior apprentice sister, I'll have to trouble you later." Eldest senior brother raised his head and looked at the giant who controlled the spatial crack. His eyes suddenly burst with light, and in the next moment, a monstrous sword chime sounded, as if a sword that had been sealed for countless years was once again unsheathed and descended into the world. The crown prince of the heavenly palace was already numb. Seeing this, his heart only twitched a few times, and then immediately calmed down. Sure enough, these people in the peach garden were all extremely sinister. Who knew what kind of tricks they would play in the next moment? The fact that Jiao Zhuangzhuang was a terrifying sword cultivator was already shocking enough, but the scene before them showed that he could become even more terrifying. If he really had some thoughts that he shouldn't have, then he would have been chopped into two by this sword, right? If the eldest senior brother's sword principal aura was said to be invincible and unstoppable before, then the sword that he slashed out at this moment was truly destructive, cutting everything in its path. The perfectly straight black crack pierced through the space between him and the giant. It didn't stop as it entered the giant's body and came out from the other side. Then, it continued forward until it reached the end of his line of sight. It even gave off an illusion that after the eldest senior brother's sword slashed out, the entire lost garden would be cut in half. The endless spatial cracks suddenly froze in place. The closest one was only several inches away from Chinyu's forehead. Then, it quietly shattered. A blood-red crack appeared between the giant's eyebrows. It continued to spread downwards until it finally pierced through its entire body. The silver roots within had completely darkened, as if their life force had been severed by this sword. The giant's body fell to the ground. But before it could touch the ground, it was twisted into countless pieces by the horrifying sword intent. Immediately, the smell of blood filled the air. The eldest senior brother's complexion was pale. He turned his head and smiled at 7th senior apprentice sister before falling into her arms. "Don't smile and don't speak. Hurry and close your eyes to restore your mind." The thousand-faced assassin's complexion wasn't good. He looked up at Chinyu and couldn't help but grit his teeth. "This little bastard, don't think that you can rely on your sweet mouth to get away with this." After taking 2 deep breaths, the eldest senior brother said, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a period of time." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. The thousand-faced assassin sneered, "At this time, you still have the mood to care about others. It seems you really aren't afraid of death." The eldest senior brother decisively shut up. Although Chinyu hadn't woken up yet, it wasn't difficult for him to hear the conversation between the eldest senior brother and 7th senior apprentice sister. He was moved and grateful, but he couldn't help but bitterly smile. It seemed that this time, he had really tricked the eldest senior brother. In his current state, it wasn't something that could be restored just by resting. The favor he owed was too great, After today, he would have to take the initiative to propose compensation. Otherwise, while the eldest senior brother wouldn't have any problems, seventh senior apprentice sister would definitely explode. These two, he had never heard of them before. Moreover, could the eldest senior brother accept senior apprentice sister's current state? Or was it because of this that the eldest senior brother's heart was moved? Cough cough. After all, he was still a man. That little bit of darkness in his heart wasn't any different. Once he was together with seventh senior apprentice sister, that was simply a paradise he yearned for even in his dreams. After all, the most famous aspect of seventh senior apprentice sister was that she had different faces every day, and every one of them was extremely beautiful. Stop, hurry up and stop. This was too much, Chi knew. The eldest senior brother had just risked his life just now to buy you such a crucial period of time. If you turn around and think like this, then you are too ungrateful. That's right, the moment the eldest senior brother slashed out with his sword and killed the giant, the transformation within Chi Nu's body had already ended. Now, all he needed to do was extract the last bit of strength from the spirit snake's body and he would have completed his mission. The journey to the Lost Garden was full of twists and turns. He had faced death several times and suffered many hardships. But in the end, his harvests were enough to offset all of this. Before, when he comprehended light and darkness as one and also had the support of the power of space and time, Chi Nu barely had the strength to protect himself. But from today onwards, no one could casually kill him. Or to put it more bluntly, Chi Nu now had the ability to bully others. It was just that he didn't have a reference right now, so it was hard to say what level he could bully others to. But, a saint who was struggling in the sea of bitterness like a half-saint shouldn't have any problems, right? Thinking of this, even with Chi Nu's firm will, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement. When he was in the endless sea, he had barged into it in order to make a name for himself. He had trembled in front of a saint, who could easily kill a slightly stronger ant like him with a single finger. He was saved by Peach Girl, and the yard master had helped to protect him. Then, he was able to enter the peach garden to cultivate. Thinking about it carefully, it hadn't been long since he had gained the confidence to crush a half-saint. This speed of improvement couldn't be said to be unprecedented, but at least in the endless vast young world, it was enough to shock the world. Moreover, this was done by Chi Nu himself. It was a relatively conservative expectation. His true strength still needed to be tested. After all, whether it was the body of rules or the true God Tao that had stepped into the level of the galaxy divine seal, he couldn't accurately compare the power they possessed, because there had never been such a precedent before. In the past, when the yard master mentioned that in order to save Peach Girl, he had to become a ruler. Although Chi Nu forced himself to remain calm, his heart was filled with despair and helplessness. He couldn't imagine what he relied on to obtain the vacant position of a ruler that surpassed the true saint of the other shore. But today, although he still wasn't completely sure about the future, he was no longer lost. So what if he was a ruler? As long as he moved forward step by step, there would come a day when he would reach it. This was the confidence that Chi Nu felt after his strength had soared. After experiencing the tribulation of tempering the heart and living for 100 years as a mortal, Chi Nu's faith in cultivation had been strengthened. Compared to increasing his cultivation, tempering the heart didn't seem as important. But when Chi Nu truly had the qualifications to attack the vacant position of a ruler, he would know just how important a firm and unwavering heart was. Chi Nu's heart stirred and a sneer appeared on his lips. He never thought that there would still be people hiding in the dark trying to fish for benefits. It was someone he knew. He could use them to test his current strength. Master, please wait. It was the old turtle. I think I might have found a suitable body for myself. The stone tower said, Master, the shadow of the abyss has injured your source. If you have a mortal body to nourish you, you might be able to recover faster. Chi Nu arched an eyebrow. Which one? The one with the extra head. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly erupted. A massive shadow fell down and the figure of a terrifying beast appeared. It was shaped like a large snake, but it had 9 fierce heads. Right now, its 18 cold and gloomy eyes were locked onto Chi Nu. Without hesitation, The 9 heads opened their mouths and ruthlessly swallowed him. 9 heads. The elder senior apprentice brother's eyes flashed open. 7th senior apprentice sister held him down. Don't move. Leave this to me. Qin Yu, you bastard, you owe me a great favor this time. You better be able to repay me for my harvest, otherwise this old lady will never forgive you. She took a deep breath and her chest puffed out at an astonishing angle. Just as she was about to attack, her body suddenly froze. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She grabbed onto the elder senior apprentice brother and rapidly drew back. Qin Yu, elder senior apprentice brother, and I are powerless to do anything else. You can only rely on yourself. The elder senior apprentice brother wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth after she glared at him. He let out a long breath of relief. It seemed that his junior apprentice brother had woken up. What did he want to do? The Heavenly Palace Crown Prince's complexion changed. Qin Yu. Peach Gardens Miss 9? Was he going to obtain the approval of the Garden Master and become Taoist companions with Peach Blossom? Sure enough, my guess was right. Everything that happened today was part of the Peach Blossom Garden's plan. As for this moment, 1,000 faces suddenly spat out blood and retreated while holding onto the elder senior apprentice brother. Forget it. He could deceive others, but he absolutely wouldn't believe it. There must be a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. It was just that he didn't know whether he was going to bury the West Mountain 9 heads or the strange cultivator in front of him. Seeing the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace look at him, Long Feng smiled and cupped his hands. As long as your highness remains quiet, you and I will be safe. His smile was calm and indifferent, but the aura he released was extremely violent. It seemed that he could transform into a terrifying giant beast that could destroy everything at any time. Shu Ting decisively took a step back. He thought, even if you force me to attack, I won't move at all. It's fine if you want to die, but don't try to drag me down with you. But what should I do to avoid being killed by the Peach Blossom Garden and survive today? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Long Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't think that the dignified Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace would be so timid. Before he spoke, he was already prepared to fight with him. After all, the Peach Blossom Garden had been eliminated. The only ones who were qualified to compete were him, 9 heads, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace. He couldn't figure it out, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Palace had a strange look in his eyes. But now that things had come to this point, it was impossible to retreat any further. There was no need to think about it any further. If he could obtain the corpse of this spirit snake and kill everyone here, then the forbearance he endured for the first half of his life would be worth it. Qin Yu. It was actually him. 9 heads suddenly realized that perhaps the accident that happened to his master and the destruction of his divine sense was because of this person. As soon as he thought of this, a cold light erupted from the eyes of the 9 heads. The power of swallowing suddenly became stronger. Even if it wasn't for his master, swallowing this person, refining him, and seizing all of his good fortune was 9 heads' current goal. That Long Feng fellow was indeed strong and his methods were strange and fierce. But did he want to use a contract to restrain him? It was simply ridiculous. He wouldn't spit out what he swallowed. As an ancient creature variant, the 9-headed evil beast could be considered a close relative of the Dao Tai. Its body could smelt all things and seize all power. Therefore, as long as he swallowed Qin Yu into his belly, everything would be decided. Everything went smoothly. It went so smoothly that the 9 heads' vigilance fell through. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking through the air, Qin Yu whistled over. Then, in the next moment, he directly submerged into the open mouth of the middle head. Success. 9 heads' 18 eyes revealed ecstasy at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stimulated the power of smelting in his body. Soon, in just a dozen or so breaths of time, Qin Yu would turn into a puddle of flesh and blood, completely absorbed and plundered by him. Chapter 1296. But at this moment, the 9-headed evil beast's eyes that were filled with ecstasy suddenly froze and then turned into endless fear. Its 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time, but not a single sound came out. Then, a bit of darkness emerged from the depths of its 18 eyes at the same time and spread out like a tide. It was as if an eternal night had descended, causing all of its eyes to turn pitch black. This scene only lasted for a moment. The nine-headed beast's eyes returned to normal, and its aura was the same as before. Who would have thought that the consciousness controlling this body had been replaced by someone who was extremely afraid of death? As a shadow of the abyss, the possibility of the old turtle seizing a body wasn't high. Its mortal body had to meet many harsh requirements. But things were so coincidental. The nine-headed evil beast wanted to swallow Chinyu, but all of the conditions were met. As for the dignified West Mountain disciple, in the blink of an eye, his consciousness was annihilated. This was normal. Chinyu imprisoned his soul and allowed the old turtle to smoothly invade it. When the darkness spread, everything was doomed. In front of the heavenly palace crown prince, Long Feng's complexion changed. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The nine-headed evil beast laughed at him for not being smart enough, but it didn't know that if Long Feng could endure until today, how could he be easy to deal with? The nine-headed evil beast thought that he had only signed a contract, but it didn't know that when this contract was completed, it was already under someone else's control. Because of this, the moment the nine-headed soul was swallowed, Long Feng sensed something. He didn't know what happened, but he could clearly feel the fear and despair that the nine-headed soul sent out before it was swallowed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the fleeing Long Feng seemed to bump into an invisible iron plate. With a stuffy cough, he came to a sudden stop. The nine-headed evil beast opened its mouth and Chinyu stepped out. Fellow Daoist Long Feng, since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shua light flashed and the giant nine-headed evil beast disappeared from sight. The nine-headed evil beast lowered its head and respectfully stood behind Chinyu. The heavenly palace crown prince's lips twitched. He shouted inwardly that he knew it would be like this. If someone wanted to scheme against the peach garden, they probably didn't know how to write the word death. Shu Teng shuddered at the thought of how everything had been within his calculations from the moment he entered the peach garden. The calm look on the yard owner's face suddenly emerged in his mind. This was probably what people meant by the saying that she was unfathomable, that she was experienced and astute, and that she had taken every possible possibility into account. That's right, of course. From Shu Teng's point of view, all of this was the doing of a true divine. Only such a powerful person would dare to do such a thing. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of nearly all the peak cultivators in the Lost Garden in order to accomplish his goal. The dignified crown prince of the heavenly palace was in awe and fear, but at the same time, he couldn't suppress his jealousy. He couldn't figure out why Chinyu was able to receive the wholehearted support of the yard mistress. It was obvious that whether it was the Peach Blossom Garden's first disciple or the 7,000 Faces Walker, they were both working tirelessly to ensure Chinyu's safety at the critical moment. And all of the benefits, at least for now, were all obtained by Chinyu alone. Of course, jealousy was just jealousy. Shu Ting had no intention of doing anything because he had seen Nine Heads' fate with his own eyes. That was the West Mountain Nine Heads. Whether it was strength, status, or reputation, he was a powerhouse of the younger generation that could compare with him. But what was the result? He didn't even see what Chinyu had done before Nine Heads fell into his trap. If Nine Heads had been killed like Night Walker, then the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince would feel some dread. But Nine Heads was alive and well, without the slightest sign of injury. Instead, he stood respectfully behind Chinyu like a puppet. This was far too frightening. The people of the Peach Blossom Garden were truly more evil than the last, more ruthless than the last. Long Feng's thoughts raced. He expressionlessly said, "Mr. Ninth knows me?" Chinyu nodded. "The reason I was able to enter the Lost Garden this time was because of the Dragon Mountain Holy Lands. It's just that my appearance has changed a bit, so you don't recognize me." Long Feng's complexion changed. "It's you." From this reaction, it seemed that this cultivator from the Dragon Mountain Holy Lands had sensed something from the very beginning. He was only pretending not to know in order to hide himself. Chinyu said, "In the end, I still owe your Dragon Mountain Holy Lands a favor. Allowing you to leave is my greatest sincerity." "Hold on." Long Feng's tongue felt dry and his heart raced. Mr. Ninth, I can convince my father to join the Peach Blossom Gardens camp, but halfway through his words, he was interrupted. He looked down and saw a terrifying wound on his chest. Thick blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. The aura of life was flowing out of the wound, and the blood was flowing out quickly. He could feel his own weakness and a gradually growing chill. Long Feng's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by more blood gushing out. Why was this happening? He still had many things he wanted to say. Long Feng was confident that as long as Qin Yu heard everything, he wouldn't choose to kill him. After all, there wasn't any irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. But, before he could even finish speaking, all of his life force had been severed. Why was this happening? Long Feng had patiently endured the first half of his life in order to rise up and become known to the world. But before he had done anything, he was about to die. Long Feng wasn't willing. He couldn't accept this, but this couldn't stop his life force from rapidly fading away. His field of vision began to darken. Long Feng was well aware of his current condition. He could close his eyes at any moment and never open them again. But he still didn't fall down. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, blood gushing out from his mouth. Qin Yu drew back his hand. He thought for a moment and slowly said, "You are too smart. To be able to hide for so many years, your thoughts are far too heavy. Since such a person has already become an opponent, killing him is the best choice. So I didn't listen to what you had to say, because once I did, I feared I would really be moved by your words. So that's how it was. Qin Yu, you really are a smart bastard. If I could survive today, but what a pity, I won't have that day." Bang! Long Feng's corpse fell to the ground. Qin Yu didn't look at him again. He turned and stepped forwards, bowing. "Greetings, elder senior apprentice brother, 7th senior apprentice sister. I thank senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister for helping me stall for time." The elder senior apprentice brother's face was pale and weak. He smiled. "You and I are both disciples of Peach Blossom Garden. As the elder senior apprentice brother, it is only right that I cough." 7th senior apprentice sister lightly coughed. The elder senior apprentice brother shut up. As Qin Yu saw this, although he felt uneasy, he still thought it was quite funny. 7th senior apprentice sister, please speak." The thousand-faced disciple's complexion relaxed a little. This little bastard Qin Yu, his thoughts were quite clear and his attitude was quite good. But his face remained cold. "In order to help you, do you know what price elder senior apprentice brother paid?" Qin Yu honestly said, "I do." "You know what to do." "I know." The thousand-faced disciple's cold expression melted like snow beneath the blazing sun. He smiled and said, "I know that our little junior apprentice brother is someone who knows how to repay kindness and has a good conscience." Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Senior apprentice sister, what were you hiding in your sleeves just now? If I didn't say that, I fear I would have been hit in the head." Cough. With a light cough, Qin Yu determined that although the elder senior apprentice brother was weak, there wouldn't be any problems for the time being. He turned and asked, 7th senior apprentice sister, what should we do next? The heavenly palace crown prince's complexion paled. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He felt his heart turn cold. Nine-headed hadn't died, but Long Feng had died. Moreover, he had died right in front of him. And Qin Yu, who had killed him, had just casually pressed forward. He hadn't even been able to figure out what Qin Yu had done. But this wasn't important. What was important was that if Qin Yu wanted to kill him now, it wouldn't be difficult at all. The 7th senior apprentice sister clearly understood Qin Yu's meaning. She looked at him with a bit of appreciation, thinking that this little junior apprentice brother was quite bold. He even wanted to stay here with the heavenly palace crown prince. Oh, about this, just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by the elder senior apprentice brother. Thousand-faced disciple, don't scare Void Take. The Peach Orchard and the Heavenly Palace have a good relationship, and Void Take is my friend. Qin Yu fell silent. Not to mention the good relationship between the Holy Lands, he was just a friend. Was he going to let him go? The elder senior apprentice brother hesitated for a moment, a strange expression on his face. Does little junior apprentice brother want to silence me? Qin Yu coughed lightly. Although this was the case, there was no need to say it out loud. But since his intention had been exposed, there was no need to hide it. He nodded and pointed to the altar, which was now just an empty shell of the spirit snake's corpse. Elder senior apprentice brother, it's best not to let others know about this matter. The 1,000 faces laughed out loud. Little junior apprentice brother, sometimes people can't see through you. It's like you're deeply hidden, but sometimes you're so silly and cute. Do you really think that after you kill Shushi, no one will know about this matter? She raised her hand and pointed up. The top of the mountain has been blown up. The movement was so big that it might have been seen by someone. Moreover, since nine-headed and long foam can hide in the dark, can you guarantee that no one is hiding now? They were just scared by you and didn't dare to take any risks. They just came out. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He really hadn't considered these things for a while. Now it seemed that there was no hope for him to hide himself. Although his strength had greatly increased and he didn't need to fear anyone, if the news about the pre-celestial spirit was leaked out, Qin Yu would still be in trouble. After all, the power of a pre-celestial spirit was not something that the Yard Master, Sage Scholartree, and other top true saints would miss. It was even possible that a ruler would take action. What a headache. But these things obviously couldn't be solved just by thinking about it. If there really was a problem, he could only deal with it as it came. He would deal with it as it came. Thinking of this, Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. Your Highness Crown Prince, what happened before was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. Shushi's lips twitched. Did you even believe what you said? When Qin Yu looked at him just now, the cold feeling that seeped into his heart was still fresh in his memory. Now, seeing that killing him to silence him didn't work, he turned around and changed his attitude. These people from the Peach Blossom Garden were not only sinister and sharp, but also shameless. But in the current situation, he didn't dare to show it. Shushi squeezed out a smile. Of course, it was a joke, it was just a joke. The eldest senior brother suddenly said, since it was a joke, let's forget about today's matter. Don't mention it again in the future. There were two meanings to these words. The first was that Qin Yu's performance just now had caused Shushi to guarantee that he wouldn't retaliate. The second was that he wanted to forget today's matter. After leaving the Lost Garden, he wouldn't say anything he shouldn't say. Shushi nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he finally relaxed. It seemed that the people from the Peach Blossom Garden weren't planning on staying behind with him today. Of course, although he relaxed, he didn't reduce his vigilance in the slightest. There were far too many things that happened when one lost their life due to carelessness. Moreover, the ones he was facing now were the disciples of the Peach Blossom Garden. Qin Yu bowed. Thank you, eldest senior brother. The 7th senior sister said, it's best if you don't just talk big. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. All right. The eldest senior brother looked at the spirit snake's corpse, his voice pausing for a moment. Qin Yu said, eldest senior brother, this snake corpse isn't safe to hide. In order to avoid any accidents, we should hurry and leave. The eldest senior brother nodded. All right. Qin Yu gestured with a hand. Your Highness Crown Prince, please. Shushi bitterly smiled. He naturally didn't dare to refuse. He couldn't help but sweep his eyes over the spirit snake's corpse, surprise in his eyes. What was going on? After killing everyone, he actually abandoned the spoils of war, or did he take what he wanted? Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince flew up with the 3 people from the Peach Blossom Garden following behind. After the 4 people left, there were faint roars of joy from deep within the mountain. The seal reactivated once more, sealing away the mountain peak. The 7th senior sister turned and looked at the mountain peak covered in fog. Her eyes flashed. Junior apprentice brother, aren't you going to explain? Qin Yu coughed. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by her. Forget it. I don't want to hear lies and I doubt you will tell me the truth. If you say everything, then I can only blink my eyes and smile in silence. The eldest senior brother opened his eyes. 7th junior apprentice sister, don't tease us anymore. But, Too many people have died in the Lost Garden. I fear there will be more twists and turns before we leave. For this, we should make some preparations ahead of time. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you for the reminder, eldest senior brother. The Lost Garden opened. Within the entire St. Dao circle, as long as they had the qualifications to stuff people in, they would throw a few people in. After a series of twists and turns, although there were many that survived, the elites amongst them, besides a few that weren't able to enter the mountain, had all perished. With such serious consequences, even if the saints were high and lofty, they would still be enraged and an investigation would be inevitable. In addition, Qin Yu also had some worries in his heart. For instance, the true saint whose puppet body had been tricked and killed by him, and the netherworld saint who had been kidnapped by his own son Yixing and had his great Dao foundation blown up. With the status of a true saint, would he tolerate his puppet body being destroyed by a mere junior? Moreover, the netherworld saint's projection had clearly seen the spirit snake's corpse. As for whether or not he had recognized the pre-celestial spirit, no one could guarantee that. The more he thought about it, the more troublesome it seemed. Chapter 1297. In order to avoid such a tricky situation, Qin Yu decided to slip away first. He did not want to go with eldest senior brother and seventh senior sister. Instead, he changed his appearance and left the Lost Garden alone. For Qin Yu, who had a body of rules, this was a very simple matter. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered. Before leaving, Thousand-Faced had asked him where he was going. Was there only one exit to the Lost Garden? That faint smile in her eyes almost made Qin Yu believe that she had already seen through something. Unable to answer, he could only laugh dryly, turn around, and flee. In fact, seventh senior sister was right. There was indeed only one exit to the Lost Garden, but this was for someone else. The Lost Garden existed because of the corpse of the pre-celestial spirit. And now, almost all of its power was in Qin Yu's body. Therefore, whenever Qin Yu wanted to leave, he could leave. Wherever he wanted to open a door, he could open a door. He had thought of bringing eldest senior brother and seventh senior sister with him, but it would be difficult to explain many things, such as the pre-celestial spirit or the power he possessed now. Qin Yu felt that the more people knew about the existence of the pre-celestial spirit, the better. As long as he did not admit it and did not personally experience it, even if someone suspected him later, they would not be able to obtain any concrete evidence. Of course, the most important point in making this decision was that with such a big commotion, the yard master would definitely come. Since the yard master was here, the safety of eldest senior brother and seventh senior sister would not be a problem. There was not much time left, so he might as well stay here. Sure, stopping, Qin Yu raised his hand and drew a line in front of him. The space quietly tore open, revealing a black crack. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. Nine-Headed obediently followed behind him. Half-Sage Dragon Mountain's face was livid, his eyes faintly turning red. His body trembled, and blue veins popped up on the back of his hands. Long Feng, his son, the son he had high hopes for, had died just like that. Countless years of patient cultivation and painstaking effort had come to naught. If not for the fact that the mind of a saint was strong enough, he would have already gone crazy. What had happened in the Lost Garden? With Long Feng's strength and cautiousness, he had actually died there. He had to find the answer. Taking a deep breath, Half-Sage Dragon Mountain's eyes slowly swept around. He could feel the oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, there were many saints gathered at the entrance of the Lost Garden, and most of them exuded an ice-cold aura that warned others not to enter. This indirectly verified the guess in Dragon Mountain's heart, that a great change must have occurred in the Lost Garden. Was it the work of an ancient creature, or? Half-Sage Dragon Mountain took a deep breath, a cold glint surging in his eyes. The former was fine, but if it was the latter, no matter who it was to die with his son, Qin Yu quietly left the Lost Yu. The whole process went smoothly without any danger. The best choice at the moment was, of course, to leave quickly and go as far away as possible, lest he got caught in the next storm. However, eldest senior brother and seventh senior sister were still here. Although logically speaking, as long as the yard master was here, absolutely no one would dare to lay a finger on them. However, He still felt a little uneasy about not being able to see them leave safely with his own eyes. To master, to master, 9 to you to say. Master to, master, you said. To go. Dragon, master to said. To master, to master, to master. Qin Yu nodded. That makes sense. He took a step forward and the space around him fluctuated. His figure rapidly faded away within these fluctuations. Master, wait for me. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu and 9 to 9 walked out from the spatial fluctuations. Qin Yu looked into the distance and his complexion changed. His eldest senior brother and seventh sister were right. Too many people had died in the Lost Garden, and they were all elite cultivators of the Saint Dao Circle. Now, Qin Yu could sense that there were at least 20 saints hiding in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. It was clear that they were waiting for the Lost Garden to open and see what had happened. He would stay here. Once he saw his eldest senior brother and seventh sister retreat safely, he would immediately leave. Perhaps he could try to find the hidden pearl, if she was still here. Many cultivators had gathered at the entrance of the Lost Garden. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with shock. They kept glancing at a certain corner. The Peach Garden's head disciple and 7,000 faces were also here. Their expressions were extremely calm and it was impossible to see their emotions from the surface. The Heavenly Palace's crown prince sat not too far away. Feeling the many eyes on him, he felt extremely unhappy and wanted to shout out loud. What are you all looking at? This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to find someone, go find the Peach Garden. Of course, this was just venting in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud, at least not now. He hadn't even left the Lost Garden. Who knew if these people from the Peach Garden had any other methods? Void subjugation hadn't forgotten that a fierce woman had carried Qin Yu to the altar. She still hadn't shown herself. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Palace's crown prince felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly lowered his head. No, he should just close his eyes. You can look however you want, it has nothing to do with me. Don't think that I can give you any hints. Along with void subjugation, the Peach Garden's two disciples were constantly being watched. Although they appeared calm on the surface, they were secretly communicating through the Peach Garden's disciple Mark. The elder senior apprentice brother's expression was calm. Seventh junior apprentice sister, why must you call out our junior apprentice brother's identity? We can just find a reason to evade it. The thousand-faced elder senior apprentice brother said, does elder senior apprentice brother really think that this matter can be easily evaded? The elder senior apprentice brother fell silent. Look, elder senior apprentice brother, you clearly know that the Great Snake's corpse isn't ordinary. Moreover, so many people died, including the West Mountain Nine Heads and Netherworld Nightcrawler. We must give everyone an explanation. The elder senior apprentice brother sighed. Our junior apprentice brother is incomparably smart, so how could he not know what you are thinking? I am only worried that, he was interrupted by the thousand-faced elder senior apprentice brother. It is precisely because our junior apprentice brother is smart that we don't need to worry. You and I both saw the methods Qin Yu used to kill Longfeng with our own eyes, so there must have been some amazing harvests. As the one who benefited from the Lost Garden, what's wrong with taking the blame? He paused for a moment and continued to say, at worst, when he compensates us, I'll open my mouth a little so he doesn't bleed too much. The elder senior apprentice brother fell silent. The thousand-faced elder senior apprentice brother said, fine, I know you feel embarrassed. I'll take the initiative to apologize to our junior apprentice brother, okay? I'll be the evil one and you'll still be the righteous elder senior apprentice brother. The elder senior apprentice brother forced a smile. You know that's not what I meant. Halfway through his words, he let out a deep breath. Forget it. Saying these things now is useless. I can only hope that this storm will pass as soon as possible and not cause too much trouble. Catcher, light cracking sounds spread into everyone's ears. Everyone outside the entrance looked up. In the skies above, a black hole slowly appeared in the shattered space. The exit opened. Go. Leave here. Go back. Whoosh, everyone impatiently shot into the skies, submerging into the black hole and vanishing. Space twisted and a figure appeared. The powerful aura of a saint swept through the entire area. Honorable Master. The two cultivators that rushed out of the lost garden immediately revealed looks of ecstasy. Humph. Tell me, just what happened here? Why did your senior apprentice brother die here? The two people subconsciously turned their heads and looked behind them. The saint sneered. What are you hesitating for? If you know something, then just say it. I will make the decision for you. Reporting to Honorable Master, one day after we entered the Lost Garden, we suddenly received a powerful divine sense message stating that there was a great mountain in the Lost Garden that supported the heavens. Our cultivations weren't high enough and we encountered dangers halfway there. We had no choice but to give up and retreat. Senior apprentice brother continued forwards. We must have entered that mountain, but we don't know what happened afterwards. A terrifying aura erupted from that mountain and the summit exploded. A terrifying eye appeared in the skies, looking down at the world. We don't know what exactly happened, but almost all the cultivators that entered that mountain died. Only the two Peach Blossom Garden disciples and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince managed to escape unscathed. As they asked and answered, they roughly explained what had happened. The saint's complexion changed. The Peach Blossom Garden and the Heavenly Palace were both peak holy lands. They weren't existences that a mere half-saint like him could provoke. But soon, he caught on to the crux of the two disciples' words. Are you saying that only the Peach Blossom Garden disciples and the Heavenly Palace Crown Prince managed to escape unscathed? The two cultivators hurriedly said, That's right. The saint flicked his sleeves. An invisible strength gushed out and pulled the two disciples behind him. A cold chill tumbled in the depths of his eyes. This matter wouldn't be easily forgotten. He just needed to calmly wait. The Peach Blossom Garden and the Heavenly Palace, humph. So what if they were strong? As far as he knew, nearly half of the elite junior cultivators of the St. Dao Circle had perished after this incident. There had to be an explanation for such a serious matter. And at the same time, similar inquiries were being carried out in many places. All the saints that knew what had happened had an intuition. There was bound to be a problem today. As the eldest senior brother and seventh senior sister walked out of the black hole, they instantly sensed a formidable pressure fall upon them. A saint. As expected, trouble was coming. The eldest senior brother stepped forwards and cupped his hands together. The disciples of the Peach Blossom Garden greet the saints. After several breaths of silence, a cold voice sounded out. I wouldn't dare to greet you. I just want to know what happened on that mountain that nearly all of our cultivators were annihilated. That's right. Since the Peach Blossom Garden disciples managed to escape unscathed, they should be able to help us resolve this doubt. Speak. The air suddenly froze. A terrifying pressure gathered, as if the void would freeze and turn into an invisible prison. The eldest senior brother was already severely injured to begin with. Now that he was suppressed, he stuffily coughed and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He reached out and grabbed hold of the thousand-faced assassin. He shook his head at her and said, I can understand the feelings of the saints, but when cultivators go adventuring, their life and death is up to the heavens. I can guarantee that all those who died have nothing to do with the Peach Blossom Garden. You are lying. An angry roar sounded out. A cultivator walked out of the lost garden, his face twisted with resentment. I am a disciple of the Western Mountains. Before senior apprentice brother Nine-Headed entered that mountain, he had us hide outside the mountain in order to prevent any accidents. Although we didn't see what happened in the middle, after the mountain peak exploded, we saw with our own eyes that the Peach Blossom Garden disciple Chin Yu used some strange method to control senior apprentice brother Nine-Headed and then killed the cultivator who traveled with him, a cultivator called Dragon Peak. The crowd stirred. Chapter 1298. The name Chin Yu had been very famous in the Sage Dao Circle recently. Almost everyone knew him. Everyone was shocked when they heard that this matter was related to him. But soon, bewilderment appeared in their eyes. This was because from start to finish, no one seemed to have seen Chin Yu fight. The West Mountain cultivator sensed these surprised and doubtful eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, I swear, that person is Chin Yu. He stared at the eldest senior brother and the thousand faces. The man in a blood-red robe in front of the altar is Qin Yu. Do you dare to admit it? The description of a blood-red robe stimulated the two people present. One of them, Shu Shi, who was sobbing in front of the Shu family's semisage, was stunned. Tears welled up in his eyes. It was funny and strange. He thought of the purple quality source of life that was so close to him. He could have reached out and touched it, but it was snatched away by someone. He swore that he would never forget that scene, and that person was also wearing a blood-red robe. Qin Yu, he was Qin Yu. Shu Shi's eyes suddenly turned red. He gritted his teeth and roared, Qin Yu. I, Shu Shi, swear to kill you. Opposite him, the Shu family's semisage's face turned green. He thought, you little bastard, why are you so crazy? Qin Yu was now the son-in-law of the peach garden. Thinking of the yardmaster's face, he felt his whole body stiffen. Saint was a general term, and there were also levels within it. The most basic level was the bitter sea semisage and the nirvana true saint. Although they were both saints, one was still struggling to resist the attack of the bitter sea, and his great Tao had not been completely condensed, while the other had reached the nirvana true Tao. Was there a need to mention the gap between them? Moreover, the Yardmaster had been recognized by the world as one of the top true saints since many years ago. Although it was not that easy to kill one another in the divine path, if she were to be remembered, it would definitely be a bitter taste when the day of reckoning came. In short, the peach garden could not be provoked. But now, under the watchful eyes of the public, the saints still wanted to save face. The Shu family semisage said, Shu Shi, you are too tired. Take a rest. Father. Just now, I said that the one who stole my purple life source in the Lost Garden was a blood-robed cultivator. Now that I think about it, it must be Qin. Before he could finish his last word, the half-step saint of the Shu family raised his hand and slapped him. With a pa sound, Shu Shi's forehead turned red, and he fell to the ground with his eyes closed. The half-step saint's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, Shu Shi is tired and unconscious. Take him to rest. The cultivators of the Shu family behind him came forward and hurriedly picked up the person and left. Looking at the familiarity of their movements, they seemed to be quite experienced. A female cultivator exclaimed, Fellow Daoist Shu Wei, you mentioned before that you were also tricked by a crimson-robed man in the Lost Garden. Her voice wasn't too loud, but it still attracted countless gazes. Shu Wei's face turned green. This woman was the latest woman he had hooked up with in the Lost Garden. After all, as long as one's skills were good, there would always be spring. Regarding this matter, after a spar, he had said it in an indifferent tone. His purpose was nothing more than to set himself off, so the content of the story had been changed a little. In summary, he had been schemed against and had no choice but to suffer a small loss. It wasn't much to brag in bed with a woman, but for this bragging to be brought up again in today's setting was far too terrifying. In particular, as he felt the eyes of all those gathered on him, Shu Wei wished he could strangle the woman in front of him with one hand and strangle himself with the other. You bastard, why did you have to brag for no reason? Even if you wanted to brag, you wouldn't have chosen a better story. You were playing with me to death. No, I can't accept my fate. Didn't you see how that half-step saint of the Shu family didn't even care about face and slapped his own son? Even a half-step saint couldn't provoke the peach blossom garden, so for a mere little cultivator of the plucking style to dare speak up was simply seeking death. You heard wrong, I was talking about a green-robed man. Shu Wei lightly coughed. He resisted the trembling of his hands and pulled her into his arms. If you're sick, then rest well. Don't speak carelessly just because you have a fever. The woman in his arms also regained her composure. She closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. But of those present today, not to mention the various saints, there were no idiots either. How could they not see the depths of this? There really was a blood-robed man. This matched up with what the West Mountain cultivator had said. Could Qin Yu really have entered the Lost Garden? As everyone thought of this, a thick feeling of conspiracy rose up in their hearts. Thinking about it, the Peach Blossom Garden had secretly sent disciples into the Lost Garden without anyone knowing. But what was the result? Almost all the cultivators that entered the mountain had died. And what was more important was that Qin Yu had disappeared. He hadn't come out with the crowd at all. No, there was still one person missing. The Peach Blossom Garden's 3 white phoenix. He had entered the Peach Blossom Garden with the head disciple and Lei Xiaoyu, but now he had also disappeared. Had he died in the Lost Garden? Originally, this was the most likely possibility. But after smelling the scent of a conspiracy, no one thought this was possible. No, that wasn't right. The one who had followed behind the Peach Blossom Garden's head disciple was Lei Xiaoyu, not this beautiful woman with long legs and fair skin. But, if she was also a disciple of the Peach Blossom Garden, then besides Peach Maiden, there was only 1,000 Faces. In other words, it was highly likely that Lei Xiaoyu was 1,000 Faces in disguise. Everyone's eyes widened, their hearts shaking and their minds in chaos. They were nearly dazzled by the Peach Blossom Garden's messy operation. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem here. Chaos, utter chaos. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, the elder senior apprentice brother felt helpless. Let alone others, even he couldn't help but suspect whether or not his teacher had secretly made some arrangements. After all, the appearance of his junior apprentice brother and the final result all pointed towards the Peach Blossom Garden. Moreover, 7th junior apprentice sister's concealment, 3rd junior apprentice brother's disappearance, and there was also the junior apprentice brother. There was no way to clearly explain this. 1,000 Faces took a step forward, her face tense and her voice cold. That's right, fellow Daoist of the West Mountain spoke of my Peach Blossom Garden's junior apprentice brother, but he didn't explain the reason. In this world, there has never been a reason that one cannot fight back, right? The 9 heads of the West Mountain are no different. They all brought about their own deaths. Could it be that the disciples of the Peach Blossom Garden should obediently stretch out their necks and wait to be slaughtered? If they die, it is because they are unlucky and their strength is inferior to others. That is all. My elder senior apprentice brother's injuries are serious and cannot be delayed any longer. He needs to return and receive treatment as soon as possible. If you saints wish to know the specifics, you can come to the Peach Blossom Garden to ask about it later. The air suddenly fell silent. The complexions of the many saints turned ugly. Although they did fear the Peach Blossom Garden, a mere junior dared to be so insolent. Wasn't that too bold? But today, the 2 from the Peach Blossom Garden wanted to leave. Who dared to stop them? The Peach Blossom Garden's head disciple was indeed in a terrible state. If something happened to him, even if he was fine, he could still be bitten. After all, that person from the Peach Blossom Garden had never been a person who was easy to deal with. It was fine if you didn't provoke him, but once you did, you wouldn't have a good time. The West Mountain cultivator roared in anger. Saints, the Peach Blossom Garden has schemed and killed countless elites of our fellow Taoists. Are we just going to let them leave like this? Where is the justice? The hearts of our fellow Taoists that died are cold. The 1,000-faced saint's lips curled up in a smile. She coldly looked at him. You can try to stop me. In the deathly silence, she supported the eldest senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother, let's go. At this time, the complexions of the saints changed. They subconsciously drew back, their hearts shaking. Their first thought was to not be implicated and to quickly clear their names. Which fellow wasn't afraid of death? They actually dared to attack the disciples of the Peach Blossom Garden? Bang! With a loud explosion, the 1,000-faced saint lowered her arm and spat out a mouthful of blood. The edges of the wound on her snow-white face began to show signs of decay. As for the blood she spat out, it fell to the ground and turned black in just a breath of time, emitting a foul stench. The eldest senior apprentice brother furrowed his eyebrows. 7th junior apprentice sister, let go of me. The 1,000-faced saint turned her head and wiped the corners of her mouth. Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. It's just a minor injury. I'll be fine. She looked up and said, a solemn Saint Daoist actually attacked a junior like me. How fierce. Let me remind you, the master of the Peach Blossom Garden has a bad temper and has always been very protective of his own. If you do this, I'm afraid he will be very unhappy. Dragon Mountain walked over without expression, a wild aura raging around him. Even if the garden master comes in person, if you don't hand over Chinyu, you won't be able to leave. Now that a saint had made his move, the the situation immediately became grim. Those who had quick reactions quietly retreated a little. The reason was simple. Although Half-Saint Dragon Mountain didn't have a resounding reputation, saints were a small circle. Even if they hadn't met before, most of them knew each other. All the saints knew a little about his strength and his usual style. But today, he had jumped out with such a tough attitude. If someone said that there wasn't a problem behind him, none of them would believe it. No matter what the specific reason was, it was always good to be cautious so as to avoid being sucked into the storm. That's right, in the eyes of all the saints, since Half-Saint Dragon Mountain had brazenly attacked, it would be difficult for today's matter to end peacefully. After all, regardless of whether it was presumptuous or not, there was one thing that the thousand-faced assassin was right about. That person in the peach blossom garden was a person who was protective of his own. He definitely wouldn't let it go after hurting his disciple under the watchful eyes of so many people. Just as the saints were thinking about this, a sneer suddenly rang out. "Oh, I'd like to see how you're going to stop me from taking them away." At first, the voice wasn't loud, as if it came from afar. But with every word spoken, the voice became several times louder. In the end, it was like a brilliant divine thunder, exploding above everyone's head. Rumble. The wild aura was terrifying. The garden master was here. Swish. Countless people raised their heads, but before they could lock onto the yardmaster's figure, the demigod Long Shan let out a furious roar. With a loud boom, his entire body was like a wooden stake that was forcefully smashed into the ground. His hair was disheveled, and blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. His body couldn't help but tremble. The space suddenly distorted, and the garden master stepped out. Her eyes were cold and disdainful, like a divine eagle in the ninth heaven. "You!" Puff. As soon as the last word was spoken, Half-Saint Dragon Mountain couldn't suppress the rolling in his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She hadn't even shown herself, but she had smashed a dignified half-saint into the ground with a blow from a distance. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Although they had long known the power and terror of a true saint at the peak, seeing this scene with their own eyes still made everyone's expression change greatly. The garden master looked around. "Or, who among you wants to join forces with Dragon Mountain to keep me here?" The junior cultivators had long been shocked by the terrifying aura of a true saint. Now, their minds were roaring, and their vision turned black. They felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to spit out blood. Of course, these words were said to all the saints present. Now, all of them narrowed their eyes and noses, pretending that they hadn't heard anything. Losing face. Well, it was very shameful, but it wasn't so hard to accept if everyone was losing face together. As for saying anything or expressing their dissatisfaction, it was better to forget it. At least in this situation, they couldn't jump out. Garden Master, this was the Peach Blossom Garden Master. Provoke him? Wasn't it good to be alive? Dragon Mountain suddenly laughed. With great difficulty, he struggled to free himself from the earth. In order to do this, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, but his laughter became even louder. The Garden Master is indeed powerful, and your cultivation isn't something we can compare with. But does the Peach Blossom Garden really think that it can resist everyone after doing such a dangerous thing today? He took a deep breath and shouted, "Sage Scholartree, are you still not going to make a move? Do you want to watch helplessly as I am killed on the spot?" Bang! The sky suddenly darkened. The phantom of a towering ancient scholar tree appeared, and Sage Scholartree walked out. The Garden Master sneered. "I knew that without someone supporting me, a mere Dragon Mountain wouldn't dare to be so insolent towards me. Sage Scholartree, are you sure you want to fight me in your current state?" Sage Scholartree said, "Although my current state isn't good, it shouldn't be a problem for me to entangle the Garden Master for a period of time." He turned his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Dragon Mountain, do you know what to do?" Long Shan cupped his hands together. "Sage Scholartree, rest assured. Since I have made a move today, I will not leave myself a path of retreat." Bang! Space crazily collapsed inwards. A terrifying aura of destruction instantly shrouded Long Shan. Countless branches drilled out, blocking the collapse of space. Sage Scholartree lifted a hand and grasped forward. The garden master's opponent today is me. Bang! An invisible repulsive force instantly pushed everyone away. A distorted layer of light descended, covering the battlefield between the garden master and sage scholartree. This was a seal that the vast young world will had placed to prevent the world from being seriously damaged. It was also known as the parameter battlefield. Only those who had reached the parameter battlefield and reached the limits of the Saint Realm were qualified to activate it. Long Shan didn't hesitate. His eyes locked onto his eldest senior brother and seventh senior sister. I said that even if the garden master came personally, she wouldn't be able to take you away. He lifted a hand and punched out. Roar! A loud roar came from the eldest senior brother's body. The azure dragon howled as it flew out, its body growing in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a 10,000-foot dragon. It opened its mouth and breathed out. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The azure dragon tumbled away, its giant head swinging about. The scales on its body cracked and shattered. It had fallen into a deep slumber after absorbing the source of life. Now that it had awakened in this critical moment, although its strength had greatly increased, it still wasn't a match for a Saint Realm expert. Half-Saint Long Shan, is it? Don't think that just because my teacher is entangled, the peach garden has fallen to the point where you can bully them. Space shattered from within. The second senior brother's long hair fluttered in the wind as he walked out. His eyes were wild and cruel. He licked his lips and sneered, "My junior brother hasn't been in the peach garden for long, but he has already slaughtered 2 saints. As his second senior brother, I haven't been able to make a move yet. I am under a great deal of pressure. Since Your Excellency Long Shan has delivered himself to my doorstep today, I will accept your head." Before his voice fell, he stepped forwards. As if he had unsealed a seal within his body, a terrifying aura erupted. The complexions of the saints changed and their pupils shrank. This was because at this moment, they all felt an intense threat emanating from their second senior brother. It was deadly enough. The Peach Garden's disciples had fought in the wilderness for 200 years, yet they had such strength. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. If the second disciple of the Peach Garden was so fierce, then the head disciple of the Peach Garden, Jiao Zhuangzhuang. No wonder there had always been rumors in the St. Dao circle that although the Peach Garden had few disciples, their strength was at the peak of vast yang. Now that they saw it, they truly lived up to their reputation. Bang! With a loud explosion, Half-Saint Long Shan roared out as he was forced backwards. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of second senior apprentice brother's lips. But, not only did the terrifying aura around him not weaken, but it became even stronger. A half-saint is only SOSO. Bang! The space beneath his feet shattered inch by inch as a violent force propelled him forward like an arrow released from a bow. Long Shan lifted a hand and pressed forward. A vast and mighty strength pressed down like a mountain. Second senior apprentice brother laughed and punched out, not moving backwards at all. On the other hand, the dignified half-god Long Shan stuffily coughed and his body swayed. At this time, there was a pained roar from the azure dragon. It rushed out to help second senior apprentice brother block the fist that suddenly appeared. Its massive body was pierced through and blood gushed out like a broken dam. A beast actually knows how to save others. The Peach Garden's teaching standards are quite good. The person who spoke was shrouded in black shadows, completely isolating his aura so that he couldn't be sensed by the outside world. But just now, this person had punched out and pierced through the azure dragon's hard body, nearly splitting it in half. A half-saint, this was another half-saint that was even stronger than Long Shan. All the saints present felt their hearts race. They stared at the two true saints fiercely battling on the other shore battlefield. Long Shan and the mysterious half-saint attacked one after another. Was it really just to kill the Peach Garden disciples and take revenge? No, although the Peach Garden disciples had a high status, in the eyes of saints, they still didn't have enough weight. Or perhaps they were preparing, even with the powerful hearts of saints, when they thought of this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Slaying a saint. And their target was a peak parameter true saint like the Peach Garden Master. If this was true, then just the strength they saw so far wasn't enough. In other words, it was likely that there were even more terrifying characters hidden in the shadows. Their mouths were dry and their chests were pounding like thunder. The saints tasted bitter in their mouths. They felt as if they had fallen into some bottomless vortex. If they weren't careful, there was a chance they would be sucked in and end up without even bones left. It was clearly just that the juniors of the Lost Garden had suffered heavy casualties and everyone had come here in anger to find the truth. So, how did it suddenly turn into this situation? Could it be that the Fourth Great War of the Divine Path was about to begin? It was very simple. If they couldn't kill the Yardmaster today, she would definitely take revenge and the entire vast young world would fall into turmoil. The second senior brother looked up to the sky and laughed. His violent aura suddenly soared again. Countless small blood vessels on the surface of his skin burst and beads of blood seeped out of his pores. A half-saint is just a half-saint after all. So what if there are two of them? 100 battles in the wilderness can still kill them. Humph. The half-saint, who was shrouded in a black shadow, sneered and suddenly disappeared. Long Shan growled and pounced forward. Today, 2 half-saints had joined forces to kill a junior below the divine path. This was simply unheard of. This also confirmed the speculation of the saints before. In order to achieve their goal of killing the saint, they were willing to do anything. Since they wanted to kill the Yardmaster, they had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, leaving no hidden dangers. Boom. The second senior brother's figure retreated rapidly. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth and nose, and his chest revealed his white bones. Opposite him, Long Shan's face was heavily punched, and his facial features were distorted. The half-saint, who was shrouded in a black shadow, kept coughing violently. Obviously, he wasn't unscathed. Awesome. Awesome. Come on, let's fight again. The half-saint Long Shan spat out several broken teeth, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. This lunatic. Let's join forces and kill him first. The half-saint, who was shrouded in a black shadow, nodded with a hideous smile. Without warning, the space in front of him suddenly shattered. A palm drilled out of it, plunged into the darkness, and grabbed his neck. Puff. The darkness was like a punctured balloon. It directly burst and dissipated, revealing a pale face full of shock and anger. Qin Yu, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, stepped out. His eyes were as cold as midwinter. How dare you touch my second senior brother? Chapter 1299. The half-step saint who was exposed suddenly widened his eyes, revealing endless fear. I am. He couldn't finish his words. With a cracking sound, his neck twisted at an exaggerated angle. A terrifying power instantly blasted into his body. All life was annihilated wherever it passed. His eyes quickly dimmed, and even his soul was torn to pieces. The world was deathly silent. At this moment, even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in front of them. Their hearts shook like a tide, rumbling and roaring. The vast young world had existed for countless years. Although saints were supreme, they had experienced at least 3 cycles of saints falling. Naturally, the number of people who died was not small. But when had saints actually been reduced to being weak like chickens and ducks that could be casually crushed by others and perish just like that? But no one thought that this was the truth. It had happened in front of them, and everyone had seen it with their own eyes. A saint had died just like that, and the killer wore a blood-red robe, called second apprentice brother, Qin Yu. He was Qin Yu. How was this possible? At the East Sea's birthday banquet, Qin Yu had killed a saint on the spot, shaking the Saint Dao circle. At that time, he had used all his strength and barely managed to do it. But today, he had arrived by shattering space. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. With a sneer, he had killed him. The process seemed simple, but it represented overwhelming strength. Otherwise, did he really think that the neck of a half-step saint was so easy to crush? If you didn't believe it, you could try. Let alone crushing the neck of a half-step saint, you would be lucky if you weren't crushed on the spot. How much time had passed since the East Sea's birthday banquet? Qin Yu's strength had reached the point where he could crush a half-step saint with one hand. Wasn't this speed of improvement a bit too exaggerated? No, exaggerated was no longer enough to describe everyone's current emotions. Abnormal, heaven-defying, Inhuman, unbelievable, terrifying, all sorts of words tumbled in their minds. But just as they had said, no matter how shocked they were, this was something they had seen with their own eyes. Another saint had died at Qin Yu's hands. That was two. No, Peach Garden 2 had previously said that his junior brother had killed 2 saints in a row. In other words, at least 3 saints had died at his hands. For a time, everyone's eyes gathered on Qin Yu, full of shock and horror. He let go and allowed the corpse to fall to the ground. Then, he turned to Long San. "It's your turn now." With one step, the space within a small area instantly collapsed. It was as if a huge mouth had suddenly opened and swallowed the Dragon Mountain semisage. The purpose of the space collapse was not to kill him, but to trap him and make him unable to escape. "Save me." Half-Sage Dragon Mountain screamed out in pain. He had personally witnessed the half-sage die beneath the black shadow. He didn't have any confidence he could block Qin Yu's strike. Bang! The bloody light instantly erupted, and it was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. The terrifying stench of blood spread out, bringing with it a murderous aura that caused people's hearts to tremble. He brazenly tore space apart and collapsed, blocking in front of Long Shan. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, like a thunderclap. Puff, the Dragon Mountain half-sage, who was close, vomited blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Qin Yu actually possessed such terrifying strength. The bloody light faded away, revealing the figure within. It was the Netherworld Saint who had projected himself into the Lost Garden not too long ago. His expression was calm and his eyes were full of praise. "I never thought that a mere junior like you would actually possess such strength. It seems." His voice paused and a red light flashed in his eyes. "Qin Yu, today, my Peach Garden will not be able to escape this calamity. If you are willing to change sides, I can accept you into the Netherworld Holy Lands and make you my first disciple. Your status will be even more glorious than it is today." Across from him, Qin Yu stopped retreating. He could feel the tumbling in his chest, but his heart actually calmed down. Although the parameter True Saint was strong, he was only SOSO. Like this, he was filled with even more confidence. He laughed out loud and said, "Netherworld Saint, there is no need to say such ridiculous words. I, Qin Yu, am a disciple of my Peach Garden. I will naturally fight side by side with the Peach Garden Master and my fellow senior apprentice brothers and sisters. Moreover, with just the likes of you, you want to destroy my Peach Garden? You simply overestimate yourselves." The Netherworld Saint shook his head and faintly sighed. "I originally wanted to spare your life, but what could I do?" The blood-red color in the depths of his eyes suddenly exploded. It was like 2 boundless seas of blood that instantly set off raging waves. His entire aura changed, becoming filled with ruthlessness and destruction. "Since that's the case, I will personally take action and grant you the fate of destruction along with my Peach Garden. You talk too much nonsense." Qin Yu roared and lifted his hand to strike forward. This scene caused the eyebrows of everyone present, including the many saints, to jump up uncontrollably as they secretly clicked their tongues. The Netherworld Saint was one of the few tyrannical existences in the vast young world that could contend with the Peach Garden Master, Sage Scholatry, and other peak True Saints. Yet, Qin Yu dared to be so presumptuous and even took the initiative to attack first. But then, thinking about it, he had single-handedly killed a half-saint and collided with the Netherworld Saint. Moreover, he hadn't been injured at all, so he might have the qualifications to do so. The combat strength that erupted from the 200 battles in the Peach Garden had already shaken their minds. They never imagined that this Qin Yu would be even more terrifying. He actually dared to look down on a true saint. Was the Peach Garden too abnormal, or had their understanding of this world become too backward? They always felt that they couldn't understand the young people nowadays. The Netherworld Saint flicked his sleeves. "Blood sea." Boom! Endless blood instantly exploded and whistled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a boundless blood sea was formed. It was boundless and crimson. The thick smell of blood soared into the sky. The extremely terrifying destructive power made people's hearts tremble. A monstrous wave of blood suddenly erupted and directly swallowed Qin Yu. Endless blood sea. One of the great magical powers of the netherworld's sacred ground. It was condensed from one's own blood chi and was extremely yin and poisonous. It had a terrifying corrosive ability. Once one fell into it, one would be suppressed by the blood sea and eventually be corroded into slag. With the netherworld saint personally taking action, the power of the blood sea could be imagined. Even a half-saint would not be able to survive if he fell into it. Although Qin Yu was strong, he was still a junior. How could he truly understand the terrifying means of the parameter true saint? Now that he was directly suppressed by the blood sea, if he couldn't break free, he would probably die a violent death. Since it was the netherworld saint who took action, how could he easily escape after being swallowed by the blood sea? But at this moment, the faces of the people who were deep in thought suddenly stiffened. A dignified true saint only has this kind of means. It was Qin Yu. Bang! With a loud explosion, the blood sea was forcefully torn apart. Qin Yu, who had been swallowed, was completely undamaged and didn't seem injured at all. His expression was cold as he looked at the netherworld saint. It is impolite not to reciprocate. This fist is for you. With a punch, the world shook. A terrifying strength condensed into a single point, instantly piercing through space and forming a terrifying black line. Roar! With a roar, the netherworld saint's body erupted with bloodlight, condensing into the figure of a blood demon. It lifted a hand and punched forward. Bang! One of the blood demon's arms exploded. It screamed and its giant eyes stared at Qin Yu without any fear. Its cruel and murderous aura became increasingly thick. The netherworld saint frowned. Qin Yu's display of strength was a bit unexpected. The blood sea he condensed couldn't injure Qin Yu at all. Disregarding everything else, just the strength of Qin Yu's body was amazing. Perhaps his guess was correct. That giant snake corpse. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. How could a junior that could be easily crushed to death gain such terrifying strength in such a short period of time? The blood-red color in his eyes became even thicker. It was like magma deep underground, filled with endless heat and greed. As long as he could capture Qin Yu and seize his body, then the position of ruler might be within reach. Blood demon, go! He lifted a hand and pointed forward. The blood demon roared and stepped forwards, breaking away from the netherworld saint and fusing into the endless blood sea. Rumble, rumble, the entire blood sea wildly tumbled. Then, with a loud roar, the sea surface ruptured and the blood demon that had condensed its true form stepped out. Its eyes locked onto Qin Yu and it punched forwards. Qin Yu sneered. A competition of mortal body? But he wasn't afraid at all. With a deep roar, his flesh and blood exploded and his bones began to expand. In the blink of an eye, he became a giant that surpassed 100,000 feet in height. His black scales were as black as the eternal night. His eyes also turned pure darkness, as if they led to an endless abyss. A wild and violent aura erupted. This was a top hunter from the abyss world. Today, it had finally completely awakened. The destructive and killing aura it released was even more terrifying than the blood demon in the blood sea. Without any hesitation, the abyssal titan plunged into the blood sea. In the blink of an eye, the two titans began to wildly slaughter each other. Loud booms rang out as if a myriad of thunderbolts had exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations caused space to distort, and an invisible barrier seemed to appear, wrapping around Bloodsea and the two terrifying figures within it. This caused one's vision to become blurry. This was the parameter battlefield. No, it wasn't complete. But at least there was a rough outline. If his strength was just a bit stronger, it could completely condense. Qin Yu had transformed into a 100,000-foot-tall giant and slaughtered his way into the blood sea to fight the blood demon. But from start to finish, his true opponent had been the Netherworld Saint. Now, this was because the battle between the two sides had almost caused the parameter battlefield to descend. Didn't this mean that the terrifying strength that erupted from this battle had been determined by the will of the vast young world to be a battle between true saints of the other shore? Although they already knew that Qin Yu was strong through the previous events, strong enough to kill a half-saint powerhouse with a single hand, it was only now that everyone regained their composure. So Qin Yu was strong to this degree, comparable to a true saint. This realization instantly set off raging waves in their minds. It was as if even thinking had become incomparably difficult. A true saint, a mere junior, in such a short period of time, actually possessed such terrifying strength. What exactly happened in the Lost Garden? Obviously, the crux of the matter was here. It was even to the extent that the sudden occurrence today of Sage Hui and the Netherworld Saint joining hands to annihilate the Peach Garden was probably related to this matter as well. The two great saints most likely already knew something, and it was precisely because of this that they brazenly attacked. This was some kind of harvest that even a true saint would not hesitate to risk his life. Thinking of this, everyone's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, their mouths dry, and their eyes blazed. If they could obtain it, would it be difficult for them to break through to true saint? They were afraid that the benefits would be far greater than this. Didn't they see that Qin Yu, a mere junior, could contend against a true saint after obtaining it? If it was in their hands, it would definitely be even stronger. That's right, a true saint was terrifying. Their strength far surpassed that of a half-saint struggling in the sea of bitterness. But this didn't mean that the saints present didn't have the qualifications to intervene. If this was the case, then there wouldn't be such a stable Saint Dao circle in the vast young world. True saints were powerful and respected, but the dignity and strength of a half-saint was also recognized. This wasn't just because if a half-saint wanted to escape, a true saint might not be able to easily kill them. More importantly, if a half-saint was trapped in the sea of bitterness, they could use the sea of bitterness as a medium to resist enemies. As long as enough half-saints participated, they could even forcefully pull a true saint-level powerhouse into the sea of bitterness. A true saint had already reached the other shore. Their great Tao had condensed into one, turning into the great Tao that pierced through the sea of bitterness. If they were forcefully pulled back, the great Tao and the sea of bitterness would no longer be compatible and a conflict would inevitably erupt. At best, the true saint's great Tao would be damaged, and at worst, the sea of bitterness would shatter them. This was the key reason why half-saints and saints were able to remain independent for countless years. They were able to exist in the vast young world in a relatively transcendent manner. They were natural allies. And it just so happened that there were many half-saints outside the Lost Garden today. If everyone joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult for them to resist one or two true saint-level powerhouses. In other words, they had the qualifications to enter the arena today. As for the benefits, everyone wanted to take it for themselves. But even if they couldn't, they could still divide it up afterwards. It was better than having it taken by a junior from Peach Blossom Garden and become a terrifying existence that stood above them in a single leap. This last point was likely hidden in the darkest depths of the hearts of all the saints today. A mere Qin Yu of Peach Blossom Garden, a mere junior, had suddenly risen to fame in just a short period of time. What qualifications did he have? The saints looked at each other and then separated. Although they didn't do anything and no one said anything, they all understood what they were thinking. A loose but formidable alliance was instantly formed. Offending a true saint was indeed terrifying, but as long as there were enough benefits, there was nothing a cultivator didn't dare to do, and a half-saint was no exception. Master, the eyes of those onlookers have turned red. You must end this quickly, otherwise if they are drawn into the arena, I fear the situation will spiral out of control. The stone pagoda's dignified voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. The old turtle had been reborn and obtained a suitable mortal body. Like this, he was able to live freely in this world. It would be a lie to say that the stone pagoda wasn't envious at all. But first, this depended on luck, and second, after the shadow of the abyss left, the one closest to Qin Yu had become the stone pagoda. It was hard to distinguish between the gains and losses, but at least for now, the stone pagoda was satisfied. He was satisfied with his current state and even more satisfied with the strength that Qin Yu had erupted with today. He hadn't been defeated in a fierce battle against a true saint. Even if the Netherworld Saint wasn't in his peak state because his Tao accumulations had exploded, this was still powerful enough. Powerful enough that he even had the qualifications to begin taking revenge for the blood grudges of the past. The stone pagoda certainly had to protect such a Qin Yu. If anyone dared to touch him now, the stone pagoda would be the first to jump out and fight with everything it had. This boy was his greatest hope, He absolutely could not allow anything to happen to him. So, even though he was helpless in this fierce battle, the stone pagoda didn't remain idle. After sensing that something was wrong with the saints, he immediately sent a sound transmission to warn them. Chapter 1300. A sharp light flashed in the Abyss Titan's eyes. To be honest, today's situation was beyond his expectations. Sage Scholartree and Netherworld Saint had joined forces with Long Shan and the unlucky guy he had just killed. Did they think they could destroy the Peach Garden? What a joke! How could a true Nirvana Saint be killed so easily? As long as the Yardmaster was alive, the Peach Garden would be free of worries. No one wanted to face the revenge of a true saint. If Sage Scholartree, who had already fallen out with the Peach Garden, and Netherworld Saint, who might have guessed the truth, had the confidence to take the risk, then what about Long Shan and the unlucky guy? They were just two semi-saints. He could kill them like chickens, and they would be even worse than the Yardmaster. Since these two dared to join in, it was clear that they knew of the situation. They were very certain that the Peach Garden would not be able to escape this calamity. In other words, besides Sage Scholartree and Netherworld Saint, there must be others who had attacked the Peach Garden. There must be at least one true Nirvana Saint, or even two. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Yu transformed into the Abyss Titan and attacked violently, as if he didn't care about Netherworld Saint at all. But in fact, he was very cautious. Therefore, the name 9 Heads that followed him wasn't very appropriate. After all, there was a shadow from the abyss hiding under the skin. Therefore, the shadow of the abyss had been hiding in the dark. He was closely monitoring the world, trying to find the hidden target. If there was only one true saint hiding in the dark, the situation today might be under control. But if there were two or more, Qin Yu would choose to escape without hesitation. He believed that the Yardmaster would make the same decision. This had nothing to do with being timid or losing face. If one knew that it was impossible to do something, it was not courage but stupidity. Protecting oneself was the best strategy. As long as he and the Yardmaster were safe, even if they were defeated today, no one would dare to touch the Peach Garden. Otherwise, what awaited them would be a crazy revenge that would not rest until one side was dead. The saints joining forces might be an opportunity to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and make the situation completely out of control. Perhaps it would be better to make use of this opportunity. The shadow of the abyss hadn't sent any messages. It was obvious that the hidden person was still waiting for an opportunity. And a patient hunter was often more dangerous. Rumble. The sea of blood boiled, and a violent energy surged in all directions. It was as if it wanted to overturn the entire world and completely crush it into powder. The more intense the battle, the more he could clearly feel the boundless strength contained within Qin Yu's body. The Netherworld Saint's blood-red eyes became increasingly thick, nearly flowing out from them. This junior definitely couldn't be let off. The Netherworld Saint had already sensed the gazes from the parameter battlefield. There was also another gaze that was wandering around Qin Yu's body. Clearly, his current performance had already attracted the attention of some people. Some people couldn't help but have other thoughts. He licked his lips, revealing his scarlet tongue and white teeth. Instantly, he gave off a tyrannical feeling. It looked like he couldn't delay any longer. If he attracted the attention of other old fellows, the situation today might change. The Netherworld Saint raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sea of blood. Boom! The entire sea of blood instantly ignited. All the blood evaporated under the high temperature and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Blood Demon roared and leapt into the endless blood mist. In the next moment, the fog condensed and a straight path appeared. Below it, countless phantoms of the dead howled in grief. A terrifying slaughter aura was released, causing one's ears to ring. It was like they were on the edge of the abyss of destruction and could be swallowed up at any moment. True divine great Tao. The Netherworld Saint walked the path of slaughter to form his Tao. His entire life of cultivation was built upon slaughter. The cries and despair of trillions of dead people supported his Tao. Before, it was said that the strongest aspect of a saint was their own great Tao. At this time, the Netherworld Saint used the slaughter great Tao to suppress Qin Yu with everything he had in order to prevent any accidents from occurring. Even if he had to pay an additional price in addition to damaging his own Tao, he didn't hesitate to do so. No matter what, he had to suppress Qin Yu. But the strongest aspect of a Tao was also the life gate of a saint. Once the great Tao was damaged, being severely wounded was the lightest result. But if the injuries were serious enough to cause the great Tao to collapse, there was a risk of death. Bang! The great Tao came crashing down like a sword. A terrifying slaughter aura instantly pierced through the mind. The wails of the dead below seemed to tear apart one's eardrums. Its target was the abyssal titan that Qin Yu had transformed into. It seemed as if it wanted to kill this top abyssal hunter on the spot. Within his chest, his heart wildly beat, pushing the blood in his body to rush through his body at an astonishing speed. Qin Yu could feel the terror that came from the Netherworld Saint's slaughter great Tao. Terror. It was shaped like a sword, but in truth, it was a purgatory of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It seemed as if the slaughter great Tao had arrived to kill him, but Qin Yu knew that the Netherworld Saint wanted to suppress him. No matter what, he could not be swallowed up by his opponent's great Tao. Otherwise, even if he was supported by his body of rules and had a fully awakened abyssal titan true body, he still wouldn't be able to resist the refinement of a true saint's great Tao. This was because within this great Tao was a nearly independent world. Within it, the Netherworld Saint was the ruler of all living beings. Dodging was impossible. Once the true Saint Great Tao attacked, it would instantly lock onto one's aura. Either he forcefully resisted it or he would be sucked into it with no chance of survival. Apart from this, there was no other choice. This was also the terrifying aspect of the true Saint Great Tao. As long as one wasn't a match, there was no chance of victory against a true saint. It was clear that the Netherworld Saint had absolute confidence in his own realm, or rather, in the might of the slaughter great Tao. After all, even if Qin Yu obtained the powerful strength of the snake corpse, how much of it could he truly control in such a short period of time? It might not be obvious in a confrontation of brute force, but when it came to the level of the Saint Great Tao, he would definitely pale in comparison. But what the Netherworld Saint didn't know was that in the Lost Garden, Qin Yu was on the verge of collapse and death. Finally, he broke through and stood up, completely condensing his body of rules. At the same time, his true divinity Tao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through the legendary limit and reaching the unprecedented level of the Galaxy Divine Seal. Thus, Qin Yu didn't simply obtain strength now, but had truly transformed it into something that belonged to him. Otherwise, the Netherworld Saint would have thought twice before making this decision. But unfortunately, there was no such thing as otherwise in this world. The moment the Netherworld Saint sacrificed his great Tao, the entire situation suddenly took a turn. If the so-called saint slaughtering war was just some half-sages struggling in a sea of bitterness, what meaning would it have? Naturally, it had to have the head of a true saint. Only then would it be worthy of its name. The abyssal titan punched the slaughter great Tao above its head. As it roared, everyone was shocked to discover that every scale on its body was actually shining. The pitch-black scales emitted light. This was already shocking enough, but more importantly, there seemed to be countless lines within this light. These lines were constantly combining and decomposing, repeating this process with trillions of changes. On the altar, the scales of the spirit snake's corpse could also glow. However, that was only pure light. It wasn't as profound and obscure as the countless lines in front of him that allowed him to sense the extraordinary with just a glance. Of course, this didn't mean that the light emitted by the abyssal titan was stronger or of a higher level. On the contrary, this was a sign that Qin Yu hadn't completely grasped the power of his body of rules. The rules were everywhere, forming the vast young world. But in this world, one couldn't see any traces of the rules. Simply put, having substance and formlessness was the true realm. But even then, the abyssal titan's scales emanated light, and it was like a dam that stood before it and forcefully blocked the descending slaughter grand Tao. No matter how the phantoms of the dead howled miserably, they were unable to take another step forward. Space violently twisted. The blurry outline of the parameter battlefield completely condensed, wrapping around both sides. Body of rules. The Netherworld Saint blurted out. His pupils shrank in shock. For a dignified true saint to lose his composure like this, it was clear how shaken his heart was. The stone pagoda had once said that the body of rules had another name, heaven forging. This meant that one could forge their own body into an existence comparable to the heavens and earth. In truth, this was only one of many similar names that had appeared in the vast young world. The true divinity path walked the path of constantly perceiving the world rules and fusing them into the soul. This was so that one didn't have to follow the orthodox path of cultivation and forcefully increase a cultivator's strength. After this path was verified, in the craziest period of time, there were people who proposed a metamorphosis, a different cultivation path since it could be passed, by constantly fusing the rules into the soul and continuously increasing the strength of a cultivator. There was no reason that the physical body couldn't. And that was likely the starting point of the concept of the body of rules. Following that, a series of cultivation methods were born. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the body of rules was much more difficult than the true divinity path. Moreover, both had the same limitation. While one could increase their strength, they couldn't increase the cultivator's lifespan. In fact, the true divinity path and the body of rules could be said to be a perfect cultivation method. One was to strengthen the soul, while the other was to forge a large and sturdy bottle. Unfortunately, no matter how perfect it was still a mistake. No one could walk down this path. The netherworld saint had lived for an extremely long time. It was said that he had achieved the Tao a long time ago. He was even more ancient than existences like the Yard Mistress and Sage Scholartree who had experienced 3 divine Tao samsara. Therefore, with just a glance, he could see the depth of the power that Qin Yu had erupted with. Because of this, he was even more shocked. The body of rules, there was actually someone who had cultivated the body of rules. The Saint Tao coexisted with the heavens and earth. They were nearly immortal and indestructible. They often encountered bottlenecks and found it difficult to improve. The netherworld saint had once carefully comprehended the body of rules over a long period of time and had a deep understanding of it. In theory, to condense the body of rules, one needed to temper one's body to the point that it was nearly one with the heavens and earth. The difficulty was inconceivably high. Even a true saint couldn't find the slightest possibility of success. Unless one had a powerful enough strength that contained the source of the heavens and earth's great Tao rules. If one used it to temper and fuse with one's body, there might be a chance. If the netherworld saint was only 30 to 40% confident before, then he was almost certain that the snake corpse he saw when his projection descended was the thing he was thinking of, an innate spirit. Only such a legendary thing could help Qin Yu forge the body of rules. It turned out that the lost garden actually hid the corpse of an innate spirit. No wonder the ancient lifeform race could defy the heavens and change their fate, forcefully continuing their race until now. That unfilial sun-night walking could be forgiven now. He didn't hesitate to use his life as the price to deliver information about the innate spirit to him. Good, very good. The netherworld saint took a step forward. Like the blood demon, he instantly fused with the slaughter great Tao. In the next moment, a terrifying blood flame soared into the sky. His slaughter great Tao was burning fiercely at this moment. The fuel was the Tao accumulation of a true saint. If he could sense something, others could too. There was no time to delay. He had to immediately imprison Qin Yu. Otherwise, with the strength of an innate spirit, even a ruler might make an exception and attack him. The netherworld saint's body fused with the great Tao. He crazily burned his Tao accumulation, instantly increasing the might of the slaughter great Tao by several times. The defensive dam formed by the light instantly warped violently. Cracking sounds rang out as the scales on the abyssal titan's body continuously cracked at this moment. Although Qin Yu still had scruples about the true saint hiding in the shadows, the current situation didn't allow him to hold back any longer. The abyssal titan roared. A divine seal phantom condensed above its head, dazzling like a great sun. Countless lines fell down, like tassels on a crown. Each line shined with a dazzling light, like a river of stars. Then, countless star phantoms appeared around the divine seal, finally turning into a brilliant river of stars. The starlight and the light released by the abyssal titan's scales fused together, forming a powerful defense that forcefully blocked the burning slaughter great Tao. Star River Divine Seal. The moment before this voice sounded out, Qin Yu received a warning from the abyssal shadow. Master, be careful. So, at this critical moment, the abyssal titan roared out loud. It punched out, colliding with the darkness that tore through space. Indeed, it was a mass of pure darkness, thick and viscous like liquid ink. As it surged, it released an astonishing aura. Like this, the third true saint had appeared. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The abyssal titan drew back. The darkness was like maggots in its bones. After it touched its body, it began to spread upwards from its fist. The darkness violently shook, as if great waves were set off. A low and gloomy voice sounded out, "Forget our previous agreement. You can have his mortal body, but I want his soul." The target of these words was clearly the Netherworld Saint. He furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before composing himself. Good. The body of rules was first and the Star River Divine Seal was next. What Qin Yu revealed was something that even a true saint would covet. Since the other party had already made a move, they wouldn't give up so easily. If they fought amongst themselves, it would only lead to accidents. Agreeing was the best choice. This sort of decisiveness wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Only this one? Yes. Are you sure? Master, rest assured. This little one is willing to use my head as a guarantee. Qin Yu's heart calmed. If an extreme character from the death-fearing world dared to say such words, then it was clear he had full confidence in himself. This darkness true saint was the final strength that had been hidden today. The situation was much better than he imagined. Two true saints, perhaps he wouldn't need to run. Chapter 1301. One had to pick the soft persimmon to pinch. The old saying passed down from ancient times had some truth to it. Therefore, Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the burning massacre Dao. In comparison, the Netherworld Saint, whose Dao was damaged and who was burning his Dao connotation to unleash his horrifying strength, was a relatively qualified soft persimmon. The Darkness True Saint's attack worsened the situation instantly. The two true saints had joined hands to kill Qin Yu. The power that the two true saints could unleash was not as simple as 1+1. Even the Yard Master had to avoid it temporarily. Although Qin Yu had shown his strength to fight against the Netherworld Saint, they were still not optimistic about him. Or more precisely, the moment the Darkness True Saint appeared, everyone was worried about Qin Yu. It was precisely because of this that what happened next caused them to widen their eyes in disbelief. The Abyss Titan roared and reached out to the top of his head. The Milky Way rolled up and turned into a Milky Way long stick with the Divine Seal as the center point. Without any hesitation, the Abyss Titan waved the Milky Way long stick fiercely towards the Massacre Dao. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. Blood-red flames rolled violently. Countless phantoms of the dead were shattered into nothingness in the collision. Facing the two true saints alone, Qin Yu did not turn around to escape. Instead, he took the initiative to attack first. Crazy, he must be crazy. Doesn't he know that he is courting death by doing this? Unlike the shocked crowd, the two true saints on the battlefield instantly understood what Qin Yu meant and their faces darkened. The Netherworld Saint sneered because he had already guessed that he had been treated as a soft persimmon by Qin Yu. In comparison, the Darkness True Sage seemed to be more valued. However, as a dignified true sage, he was actually ignored and cast aside. No matter how one looked at it, this wasn't something to be happy about. Arrogant young man. In a low voice, the Netherworld Saint's cold face appeared in the burning bloody flames. The Massacre Dao pressed down. The Darkness True Saint's voice came from the darkness that was as sticky as liquid. It has been many years since anyone dared to look down on me. It was impossible for them to maintain their identity, noble character, or disdain to join hands to deal with a young man. Since they had already attacked, they would not care about these. It was better for Qin Yu to be arrogant. If he wholeheartedly wanted to run away, things would only become more troublesome. The two true sages had seen many cases of people being overwhelmed by the sudden increase in power. Hence, they weren't surprised by Qin Yu's actions. Since his courting death, I'll send him on his way. Bang! Darkness instantly erupted. Like a raging river, it swept towards Qin Yu. What a great Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden. What happened next caused the eyebrows of all the spectators to twitch. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The Abyssal Titan didn't care about the dark torrent sweeping toward him from behind. He raised the Milky Way staff in his hand and stomped on the ground. His body soared into the sky and collided with the slaughter great Tao that was burning and emitting a boundless destructive aura. The shrill howls of the phantoms of the dead were drowned out. Although they recovered in an instant and filled the eardrums again, the Netherworld Saint's expression changed slightly. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but everything was in his perception. When the Abyssal Titan's Milky Way staff collided, the phantoms of the dead that supported the slaughter great Tao were instantly shattered. These phantoms of the dead were formed by the fusion of the souls and thoughts of the living beings that he had slaughtered. They had been smelted into a part of the great Tao. As long as the great Tao wasn't destroyed, it was immortal. Even if it was shattered, it could be reformed. But at this moment, the Netherworld Saint found that these shattered phantoms of the dead were different from before. They had actually disappeared completely. As mentioned earlier, the phantoms of the dead were a part of the slaughter great Tao. In other words, after this collision, his slaughter great Tao had suffered permanent damage. This was definitely not normal. If the great Tao of a true sage was so easily damaged, how could it cross the sea of bitterness and support them to reach the other shore? It was Qin Yu, or more precisely, the Milky Way staff in the hands of the Abyssal Titan that he had transformed into, that had some kind of terrifying attribute that had caused serious damage to the great Tao. What was going on? The Netherworld Saint couldn't figure it out. The only thing that made him feel a little relieved was that he wasn't the only one who attacked today. If Qin Yu attacked with all his strength, he would definitely not be able to resist the killing attack from the Darkness True Sage. He heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the Netherworld Saint's face stiffened. Facing a mere junior, he actually had this feeling of relief. He didn't want to admit it, but this was the truth. Now, the Netherworld Saint had a faint intuition that if he hadn't joined forces with the Darkness True Sage, he would have been the one who would have been defeated in the end. After all, the damage to the great Tao didn't seem to be too great at first. But as the battle continued, it would continue to accumulate. Once it reached an invisible warning line, it meant that what followed would be a price that even a true sage couldn't afford. Qin Yu had to die, not only because of the power in his body, but also because from this moment on, Qin Yu had become a hidden danger in the eyes of the Netherworld Saint. After today's matter, the two sides were already mortal enemies. If he couldn't kill Qin Yu, he was bound to suffer a backlash. Qin Yu, who had just obtained the power of the pre-celestial spirit, was already so powerful. If he was given enough time to grow, who knew what the future would be like? Bang! The river of darkness crashed down. The Abyssal Titan's scales erupted with light. It violently twisted and emitted a pained roar. Then, there was nothing else. The Darkness True Sage had joined forces with the Netherworld Saint to launch an attack against Qin Yu. But it was clear that they hadn't been able to cause any substantial damage to him. This was simply preposterous. The Netherworld Saint's first thought was that the Darkness True Sage was playing tricks on him and wasn't willing to help. In fact, the Darkness True Sage even had the thought of watching him fight Qin Yu to the death in order to reap the benefits. Otherwise, how could the mighty Parameter True Sage's attack be so soft and weak, unable to cause any damage at all? Did he think that he was an idiot? Thousand Nether! The Netherworld Saint roared. This was clearly the name of the Darkness Half-Sage. His tone was icy cold. What are you doing? Within the liquid darkness, the Thousand Nether Saint frowned. Hearing this roar, his complexion darkened. If he had really planned to do something, it would have been fine if he had been discovered. But he clearly hadn't done anything. This was truly depressing. But now, he absolutely could not have any internal strife. The Thousand Nether Saint took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes erupted with a sharp light as he stared at Qin Yu. There is something strange about this junior. When my flood of darkness struck him, I only had 30% of my strength left. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the Abyssal Titan roared again and rushed out with the Galaxy Staff in its hand, raising its hand and slamming it down. Its target was still the Netherworld Saint. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The abyssal titan was forced back. But the netherworld saint's face that appeared in the burning blood flames was distorted by the tumbling flames. Because of this collision, a large number of dead phantoms were shattered. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the netherworld saint recalled the pained roar of the slaughter great Tao. 3 strikes. It was just 3 strikes, but they had actually injured his great Tao. 1000 nether, if you don't use your full strength, then I won't accompany you any longer. In the darkness, the 1000 nether saint took a deep breath. In the next moment, endless darkness descended upon this world. His Tao was the darkness of the world to begin with. It could swallow all things. The abyssal titan's massive body was instantly submerged in darkness. In the next moment, this endless darkness was like boiling water in an iron pot, wildly tumbling about. Rumble, rumble, up in the sky, the winds surged and the clouds churned. Thunder and lightning exploded, lighting up the faces of the people below in astonishment. Another true saint had summoned the great Tao to descend. The amount of power gathered here was terrifying enough to trigger a warning from the heavens and earth. This was a level higher than the parameter battlefield. This meant that the vast young worlds will believed that their battle would cause irreparable damage to the world itself. This didn't mean that the vast young worlds would directly intervene in a battle between true saints. But, if one insisted on ignoring the warning and caused damage to the world, there would inevitably be karma added to their bodies. Before everyone could regain their composure, there was a miserable scream. Everyone who was shaken to begin with turned their heads. They saw that where a cultivator was, space suddenly shook. It was like a calm surface of water being blown about by a gentle breeze. These ripples were incomparably subtle and shouldn't have possessed too great a lethality. But, what happened next left everyone's scalps tingling. They saw that the cultivator that was wrapped up in the spatial ripples instantly disintegrate. It was like he was cut into countless pieces by countless rapidly vibrating blades. Then, he continued to disintegrate, turning into a fog of blood. At this point, the miserable screams came to a stop. But, everyone's faces were drained of blood. Before everyone could catch their breaths and compose themselves, there was a loud buzz in space. The ripples appeared once more. This time, 3 cultivators were sucked in, one of them even a half-saint. Angry roars erupted. The half-saint that was sucked in forcefully tore through space to escape. He spat out great mouthfuls of blood, his entire body turning into a bloody gourd. As for the 2 cultivators beside him, they were clearly juniors. But, they didn't have this strength and instantly turned into a fog of blood. World resonance. This is world resonance. Someone is deliberately using this method to divert the strength they have to bear. The blood-spitting half-saint angrily roared. The complexions of the saints changed. Without hesitation, they flicked their sleeves and led the cultivators around them to rapidly retreat. The so-called world resonance was an extremely powerful defensive technique. It could obtain the protection of heaven and earth and divert the strength one had to bear. When fighting with an enemy, it was equivalent to venting the opponent's attack to heaven and earth, greatly reducing the pressure on oneself. Of course, such a powerful technique couldn't be easily mastered. It had extremely high requirements for a cultivator's realm, strength, and comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth. Even among the saints, there were very few who could master it. For a moment, the faces of the saints turned ashen. They glanced at the half-saint who was still vomiting blood, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Someone was clearing the battlefield. It was very obvious that fighting in front of a group of half-saints wasn't something that made one feel happy. Driving them away would make it easier to divide the benefits after the dust settled to avoid any accidents. Who was it? Everyone's eyes gradually focused on the netherworld saint and the 1000 nether saint. Their expressions became increasingly unfriendly. The Yardmaster and the Scholartree Sage were fighting in the parameter battlefield. Both sides were evenly matched. The terrifying shockwaves of power were like tsunamis. There was no time for them to be distracted. As for Qin Yu, although he had displayed extraordinary combat strength, he couldn't fight against the 2 true saints and was quickly suppressed. But he was still a junior. Although they didn't know how his strength had skyrocketed to this level, They didn't believe that he had mastered the world resonance. Nonsense. They were a group of half-saints who had lived for countless years, but they couldn't even touch the shadow of the world resonance. How could a junior like him be able to do it? Good luck was good, but in terms of cultivation aptitude, no one who could become a half-saint would think that they were inferior to others. Compared to them, a true saint was only born better or had better luck. Therefore, the most likely people to do this were the Netherworld Saint and the Thousand Nether Saint. With this judgment, even the performance of the two true saints in the battle against Qin Yu could be explained. No wonder the two true saints couldn't suppress Qin Yu even when they joined forces. Obviously, the two of them had reached an agreement long ago. They deliberately held back and used the process of the battle to force the crowd to retreat. Thinking about the conversation between the Netherworld Saint and the Thousand Nether Saint just now, it was definitely an act. That's right, a true saint is terrifying and we can't provoke them. But if they want to fool us with such crude methods, they are looking down on us too much. In any case, we are bitter sea half-saints. In the vast young world, we are also respected as saint. Everyone, the situation is clear. You and I either retreat or take a risk. A half-saint suddenly spoke, revealing everyone's thoughts. Now, let's make our decision. Do you choose to leave or fight? No one spoke. But this silence was enough to show their attitude. There was indeed a great disparity between a half-saint and a true saint. If they fought desperately, even if 2 or 3 joined forces, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back against a true saint. But the cycle of the heavenly Tao always left a line. This line was that as long as there were enough half-saints, they could summon a terrifying strength that even a true saint wouldn't dare to provoke. That was the Sea of Bitterness. Bang! The auras of all the saints fused together. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the space above their heads twisted, as if some giant creature was about to forcefully squeeze out. Then, it really squeezed out, the Sea of Bitterness descended. Everywhere one looked, there was a withered yellow color. It was like withered weeds under the frost of late autumn, or like fallen leaves that had fallen from the branches. The color of the Sea of Bitterness was a kind of desolation and silence. It was a yellow that revealed the decay of life, the decay of a dying tree. Just by looking at it, one could feel the life force within their bodies rapidly fading away. Then, a great fear rose up from the depths of their hearts. It was like a sea of annihilation, the end of all life. As long as one fell into it, their body and soul would be destroyed. As for half-saints, they were all trapped in this Sea of Bitterness. Although they were revered as saints by the world, they had to constantly suffer torment that gnawed at their bones. It was because of this that many half-saints joined forces and used themselves as a medium to forcefully summon the Sea of Bitterness.